Part 2, Chapter 15 of Anna Karenina by Leo Tolstoy. Translated by Nathan Haskell Doyle. This recording is in the public domain. Read by MaryAnn Spiegel. The place where the birds collected was not far away, by a small stream flowing through an aspen grove. Levin got out and took Vronsky to a nook in a mossy, somewhat marshy meadow, where the snow had already melted. He himself went to the opposite side, near a double birch, rested his gun on the fork of a dead branch, took off his kaftan, clasped a belt about his waist, and ensured the free motion of his arms. Old grey Laska, following him step by step, sat down cautiously in front of him, and pricked up her ears. The sun was setting behind the great forest, and against the bright sky the young birches and aspens stood out distinctly, with their bending branches and their swelling buds. In the forest, where the snow still lay, the low rippling sound of waters could be heard running in their narrow channels. Little birds were chirping and flying from tree to tree. In the intervals of perfect silence one could hear the rustling of the last year's leaves, moved by the thawing earth or the pushing herbs. "Why, one can really hear and see the grass grow," said Levin to himself, as he saw a moist and slate-colored aspen leaf raised by the blade of a young herb starting from the sod. He stood, listening and looking, now at the damp moss-covered ground, now at the watchful Laska, now at the bare tree-tops of the forest, which swept like a sea to the foot of the hill, and now at the darkening sky, where floated little white bits of cloud. A hawk flew aloft, slowly flapping his broad wings above the distant forest. Another took the same direction and disappeared. In the thicket the birds were chirping louder and more gaily than ever. Not far away an owl lifted his voice, and Laska pricked up her ears again, took 2 or 3 cautious steps, and bent her head to listen. On the other side of the stream a cuckoo sang. Twice it uttered its customary cry, and then its voice grew hoarse. It flew away and was heard no more. "Why, the cuckoo has come," said Stepan Arkadyevitch, coming out from behind his thicket. "Yes, I hear," said Levin, disgusted that the silence of the forest was broken by the sound even of his own voice. "You won't have to wait long now." Stepan Arkadyevitch returned to his place behind his thicket, and Levin saw only the flash of a match and the red glow of his cigarette and a light bluish smoke. Chick, chick. Stepan Arkadyevitch cocked his gun. "What was that making that noise?" he asked of his companion, attracting his attention to a protracted humming, as if a colt was neighing with a very slender voice. "Don't you know what that is? That is the buck-rabbit. Don't speak any more. Listen, there is a bird," cried Levin, cocking his gun. A slender, distinct whistle was heard, with that rhythmic regularity which the huntsman knows so well. Then, a moment or two later, it was repeated, nearer, and suddenly changed into a hoarse little cry. Levin turned his eyes to the right, to the left, and finally saw just above his head, against the fading blue of the sky, above the gently waving aspens, a bird flying. It flew straight toward him. Its cry, like the noise made by tearing stiff cloth, rang in his ears. Then he distinguished the long bill and the long neck of the bird, but hardly had he caught sight of it when a red flash shone out from behind Oblonsky's bush. The bird darted off like an arrow and rose into the air again, but again the light flashed and a report was heard, and the bird, vainly striving to rise, flapped its wings for a second and fell heavily to the wet earth. "Did I miss?" asked Stepan Arkadyevitch, who could see nothing through the smoke. "Here she is!" cried Levin, pointing to Laska, who, with one ear erect and waving the tip end of her hairy tail, slowly, as if to lengthen out the pleasure, came back with the bird in her mouth, seeming almost to smile as she laid the game down at her master's feet. "Well now, I am glad you succeeded," said Levin, though he felt a slight sensation of envy, because he himself had not killed this snipe. "The right barrel missed, curse it!" replied Stepan Arkadyevitch, reloading his gun. "Shh! Here's another." In fact, the whistles came thicker and thicker, rapid and sharp. 2 snipe flew over the hunters, playing, chasing each other, and only whistling, not clucking. 4 shots rang out, and the snipe, making a sudden turn like swallows, disappeared from sight. The sport was excellent. Stepan Arkadyevitch killed 2 others, and Levin also 2, one of which was lost. It grew darker and darker. Venus, with silvery light, shone out low in the west from behind the birches, and high in the east Arcturus gleamed with his sombre reddish fire. Above his head Levin found and lost the stars of the Great Bear. The snipe had now ceased to fly, but Levin resolved to wait until Venus, which was visible above the birch trees, should stand clear above the lower branches, and till all the stars of the Great Bear should be entirely visible. The star had passed beyond the birch trees, and the wane of the Great Bear with its pole was shining out clear in the dark blue sky, and he was still waiting. "Isn't it getting late?" asked Stepan Arkadyevitch. All was calm in the forest, not a bird moved. "Let us wait a little longer," replied Levin. "Just as you please." At this moment they were not 15 paces apart. "Stiva," cried Levin suddenly, "you have not told me whether your sister-in-law is married yet, or whether she is to be married soon." He felt so calm, his mind was so thoroughly made up, that nothing, he thought, could move him. But what Stepan Arkadyevitch answered was wholly unexpected. "She is not married, and she is not thinking of marriage. She is very ill, and the doctors have sent her abroad. They even fear for her life." "What did you say?" cried Levin. "Very ill? What is the matter? How did she—" While they were talking thus, Laska, with ears erect, was gazing at the sky above her head, and looking at them reproachfully. "This is not the time to talk," thought Laska. "Ah, here comes one. There he goes. They will miss him." At the same instant a sharp whistle pierced the ears of the 2 huntsmen, and both, leveling their guns, shot at once. The 2 reports, the 2 flashes, were simultaneous. The snipe, flying high, folded his wings, drew up his delicate legs, and fell into the thicket. "Excellent! Both together!" cried Levin, running with Laska in search of the game. "Oh, yes! What was it that hurt me so much just now? Ah, yes, Kitty was ill," he remembered. "What is to be done about it? It is too bad. Ah, she has found it. Good dog!" said he, taking the bird, still warm, from Laska's mouth, and putting it into his overflowing game bag. "Come on, Stiva!" he cried. Chapter 16. Part 2, Chapter 16 of Anna Karenina by Leo Tolstoy. Translated by Nathan Haskell Doyle. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by MaryAnn. On their way home, Levin questioned his friend about Kitty's illness and the plans of the Shtcherbatskys. Though it caused some conscientious scruples, what he heard was pleasant news to him. It was pleasant because it left him with some grounds for hope, and it was still more pleasant to think that she who had caused him so much suffering was suffering herself. But when Stepan Arkadyevitch began to speak of the reason of Kitty's illness, and pronounced the name of Vronsky, he interrupted him. "I have no right to know these family matters, since I am not concerned." Stepan Arkadyevitch smiled imperceptibly as he noticed the sudden and characteristic change in Levin, who, in an instant had passed from gaiety to sadness. "Have you succeeded in your transaction with Rabinin about the wood?" he asked. "Yes, I have made the bargain. He gives me an excellent price, 38,000 roubles, 8 in advance and the rest in 6 years. I had been long about it, and no one offered me any more." "That means you are selling your wood for a song," said Levin, frowning. "Why so?" said Stepan Arkadyevitch, with a good-humored smile, knowing that now Levin would totally disapprove of everything. "Because your wood is worth at least 500 roubles a desyatin." "Oh, you rural economists!" replied Stepan Arkadyevitch banteringly. "What a tone of scorn to us, your city brother! And yet, when it comes to business matters, we come out of it better than you do. Believe me, I have made a careful calculation. The wood is sold under very favorable circumstances, and I fear only one thing, and that is lest the merchant will back out of it. You see, it is wretched wood," he went on, accenting the word wretched, as if to convince Levin of the unfairness of his criticism, "and nothing but firewood." There will not be much more than 30 cords to the acre, and he pays me at the rate of 200 rubles." Levin smiled scornfully. "I know these city people," he thought, "who coming twice in 10 years into the country, and learning 2 or 3 country words, which they use appropriately or inappropriately, are firmly persuaded that they know it all. Wretched! Only 30 cords. He speaks words without knowing what he is talking about." "I do not pretend to teach you what you write in your office," said he, "and, if I needed, I would even ask your advice. But you are so sure that you understand this whole document about the wood. It is hard. Have you counted the trees?" "What, count my trees?" asked Stepan Arkadyevitch, with a laugh, and still trying to get his friend out of his ill humor. "Count the sands, the ray of the planets. The lofty genius might. Well now, I tell you the lofty genius of Rabinin may. Never does a merchant purchase without counting, unless, indeed, the wood is given away for nothing, as you have done. I know your forest. I go hunting there every year. And your forest is worth 500 rubles a desyatin cash down, and he has given you only 200 and on a long term. That means you make him a present of 30,000. "Well, enough of imaginary receipts," said Stepan Arkadyevitch plaintively. "Why didn't someone offer me this price?" "Because the merchants connive together. I've had to do with all of them. I know them. They are not merchants, but speculators. None of them is satisfied with a profit less than 10 or 15%. They wait till they can buy for 20 kopecks what is worth a ruble." "Well enough. You are out of sorts." "Not at all," said Levin sadly, as they were approaching the house. A small cart, tightly bound with iron and leather, drawn by a fat horse, tightly harnessed with wide straps, was standing at the entrance. In the cart sat a red-faced overseer tightly belted, who served Rabinin as a coachman. Rabinin himself was already in the house, and met the two friends in the vestibule. Rabinin was a man of middle age, tall and thin, wearing a mustache, but his prominent chin was well shaven. His eyes were protuberant and muddy. He was clad in a dark blue coat with buttons set low behind, and he wore high boots, wrinkled around the ankles and smooth over the calves, and over his boots huge galoshes. Wiping his face with his handkerchief and wrapping his overcoat closely around him, though without that it fitted him well enough, he came out with a smile to meet the gentlemen as they entered. He gave one hand to Stepan Arkadyevitch as if he wanted to grasp something. "Ah, here you are," said Stepan Arkadyevitch, shaking hands. "Very good. I should not have ventured to disobey your Excellency's orders, though the roads are very bad. Positively, I came all the way on foot, but I got here on time. A greeting to you, Konstantin Dmitrich," said he, turning to Levin, intending to seize his hand also, but Levin, frowning, affected not to notice the motion, and began to take out the snipe. "You have been enjoying a hunt? What kind of a bird is that?" asked Rabinin, looking at the snipe disdainfully. "I suppose it has a peculiar flavor," and he shook his head disapprovingly, as if he felt doubtful whether the game were worth the candle. "Would you like to go to the library?" said Levin, darkly scowling, addressing Stepan Arkadyevitch in French. "Go to the library and discuss your business there." "Just as you please," replied the merchant, in a tone of disdainful superiority, apparently wishing it to be understood that others might find difficulties in transacting business, but that he never could. As he entered the library, Rabinin glanced about as if his eyes were in search of the holy image, but when he caught sight of it, he did not cross himself. He glanced at the bookcases and the shelves lined with books, and with the same air of doubt that the snipe had caused, he smiled scornfully and shook his head disapprovingly, as if this kind of game also were not worth the candle. "Well, did you bring the money?" asked Stepan Arkadyevitch. "Sit down." "The money will come all in good time. But I came to see you and have a talk." "What have we to talk about? However, sit down." "May as well sit down," said Rabinin, taking a chair, and leaning back in it in the most uncomfortable attitude. "You must give a trifle, Prince. It would be sinful not to do it. As to the money, it is all ready, absolutely and finally even to the last kopeck. As far as the money goes, there will be no delay." Levin, who had been putting his gun away in the armory and was just leaving the room, stopped as he heard the last words. "You bought that wood for a song," said he. "He came to visit me too late. I would have had a good price for it." Rabinin arose and smilingly contemplated Levin from head to foot, but said nothing. "Konstantin Levin is very sharp," said he at length, turning to Stepan Arkadyevitch. "One never succeeds in arranging a bargain finally with him. I have bought wheat and paid good prices. Why should I give you my property for a song? I did not find it in the ground, nor did I steal it." "Excuse me, at the present day it is absolutely impossible to be a thief. Everything is done, in the present day, honestly and openly. Who could steal, then? We have spoken honestly and honorably. The wood is too dear. I shall not make the two ends meet. I beg him to yield a little." "But is your bargain made or is it not? If it is made, there is no need of haggling. If it is not," said Levin, "I am going to buy the wood." The smile suddenly disappeared from Rabinin's lips. A rapacious and cruel expression, like that of a bird of prey, came in its place. With his bony fingers he tore open his overcoat, bringing into sight his shirt, his waistcoat with its copper buttons, and his watch chain, and from his breast pocket he pulled out a huge, well-worn wallet. "Excuse me, the wood is mine!" he exclaimed, making a rapid sign of the cross, and he extended his hand. "Take your money, the wood is mine. This is how Rabinin ends his transactions. He does not reckon his kopecks," said he, knitting his brows and waving his wallet eagerly. "If I were in your place, I should not be in haste," said Levin. "Mercy on me!" said Oblonsky, astonished. "I have given my word." Levin dashed out of the room, slamming the door. Rabinin glanced at the door and shook his head. "Merely the effect of youth. Definitely. Pure childishness. Believe me, I buy this, so to speak, for the sake of glory, so that they may say, 'It's Rabinin, and not someone else, who has bought Oblonsky's forest.' And God knows how I shall come out of it. Have faith in God. Please sign." An hour later the merchant, carefully wrapping his khalat around him and buttoning up his overcoat, took his seat in his cart and drove home with the agreement in his pocket. "Oh, these gentlemen," he said to the overseer, "always the same story." "So it is," replied the prikazchik, giving up the reins so as to arrange the leather boot. "And your little purchase, Mikhail Ignatiitch?" "Well, well." End of chapter 16. Part 2, Chapter 17 of Anna Karenina by Leo Tolstoy, translated by Nathan Haskell Doyle. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by MaryAnn Spiegel. Stepan Arkadyevitch went upstairs, his pockets bulging out with promises to pay due in 3 months, which the merchant had given him. The sale of the forest was concluded. He had money in his pocket. Sport had been good, and Stepan Arkadyevitch was in the happiest frame of mind, and therefore was especially eager to dispel the sadness which had taken possession of Levin. He wanted a good ending for the day that since dinner had shown such promise. In point of fact, Levin was not in good spirits, and in spite of his desire to seem amiable and thoughtful toward his beloved guest, he could not control himself. The intoxication which he felt in learning that Kitty was not married had begun little by little to affect him. Kitty not married, and ill from love for a man who had jilted her. It was almost like a personal insult. Vronsky had slighted her, and she had slighted him. Levin, consequently, had gained the right to despise him. He was therefore his enemy. Levin did not reason this all out. He had a vague sense that there was something in this humiliating to him, and he was angry now because it had upset his plans, and so everything which came up annoyed him. The stupid sale of the forest, which had taken place under his roof, and the way Oblonsky had been cheated, exasperated him. "Well, is it finished?" he asked, as he met Stepan Arkadyevitch upstairs. "Would you like some supper?" "Yes, I won't refuse. What an appetite I feel in the country! It's wonderful. Why didn't you offer a bite to Rabinin?" "Ah, the devil take him!" "Why, how you treated him!" exclaimed Oblonsky. You didn't even offer him your hand. Why didn't you offer him your hand?" "Because I don't shake hands with my lackey, and my lackey is worth 100 of him." "What a retrograde you are! And how about the fusion of classes?" said Oblonsky. "Let those who like it enjoy it. It is disgusting to me." "You, I see, are a retrograde." "To tell the truth, I never asked myself what I am. I am Konstantin Levin, nothing more." "And Konstantin Levin is in a very bad humor," said Stepan Arkadyevitch, smiling. "Yes, I am in a bad humor. And do you know why? Because of your stupid Stepan Arkadyevitch frowned good-naturedly, like a man who is unreasonably scolded and blamed. "There, that'll do," he said. "After any one has sold anything, they come saying, 'You might have sold this at a higher price.' But no one thinks of offering this fine price before the sale. No, I see you have a grudge against this unfortunate Rabinin." "Maybe I have. And do you know why? You will call me a retrograde, or some worse name, but it is so vexatious and disgusting to me to see what is going on everywhere. The nobility which I belong to, and in spite of your fusion of classes, am very glad to belong to, is always getting poorer and poorer. And this growing poverty is not in consequence of luxurious living. That would be nothing. To live like lords is proper for the nobles. The nobles only can do this. Now the muzhiks are buying up our lands. That does not trouble me. The proprietor does nothing. The muzhik is industrious and supplants the lazy man. So it ought to be. And I am very glad for the muzhik. But what vexes me, and stirs my soul, is to see the proprietor robbed I don't know how to express it, by his own innocence. Here is a Polish leaseholder who has bought, at half price, a superb estate of a lady who lives at Nice. Yonder is a merchant who has hired a farm for a ruble an acre, and it is worth 10 rubles an acre. And this very day, without the slightest reason, you have given this rascal a present of 30,000. But what can I do? Count my trees one by one? Certainly. If you have not counted them, Rabinin did, and his children will have the means whereby to live and get an education, whereas yours, perhaps, will not. Well, forgive me, but there is something pitiful in such minute calculations. We have our ways of doing things, and they have theirs. And let them get the profits. There now. Moreover, it is done, and that's the end of it. And here is my favorite omelette coming in, and then Agafya Mikhailovna will certainly give us a glass of her marvelous herb beer." Stepan Arkadyevitch sat down at the table and began to joke with Agafya Mikhailovna, assuring her that he had not eaten such a dinner and such a supper for an age. "You can give fine speeches, at least," said Agafya Mikhailovna. But Konstantin Dmitrievitch, whatever was set before him, if only a crust of bread, would eat it and go away. Levin, in spite of his efforts to control himself, was melancholy and gloomy. He wanted to ask Stepan Arkadyevitch one question, but he could not make up his mind, nor could he find either the opportunity in which to ask it or a suitable form in which to couch it. Stepan Arkadyevitch had gone down to his room, and, after another bath, had put on a ruffled nightshirt and gone to bed. Levin still dallied in his room, talking about various trifles, but not having the courage to ask what he had at heart. "How wonderfully well this is made," he said, taking from its wrapper a piece of perfumed soap, which Agafya Mikhailovna had prepared for the guest, but which Oblonsky had not used. "Just look. Isn't it truly a work of art?" "Yes, all sorts of improvements nowadays," said Stepan Arkadyevitch, with a beatific yawn. "The theaters, for example, and yawning again, these amusing and electric lights everywhere. "Yes, the electric lights," repeated Levin. "And that Vronsky, where is he now?" he suddenly asked, putting down the soap. "Vronsky?" said Stepan Arkadyevitch, ceasing to yawn. "He is at Petersburg. He went away shortly after you did, and has not been in Moscow since. And do you know, Kostya," he continued, leaning his elbow on a little table placed near the head of the bed, and resting his handsome ruddy face on his hand, while two oily, good-natured and sleepy eyes shone out like twin stars. "I'm going to tell you the truth. You yourself were to blame. You were afraid of a rival, and I will remind you of what I said. I don't know which of you had the best chances. Why didn't you go ahead? I told you then that—" He yawned again, with his jaws only, trying not to open his mouth. "Does he or doesn't he know that I offered myself?" thought Levin, looking at him. Yes, there is something subtle, something diplomatic, in his face. And feeling that he was flushing, he said nothing, but looked straight into Oblonsky's eyes. "If on her part there was any feeling for him, it was merely a slight drawing," continued Oblonsky. "You know, that absolutely high breeding of his and the chances of position in the world had an effect on her mother, but not on her." Levin frowned. The humiliation of his rejection, with which he was suffering as from a recent wound, smarted in his heart. Fortunately, he was at home, and the very walls of the home sustained one. "Wait, he interrupted. "You said 'high breeding.' But let me ask you, what means this high breeding of Vronsky, or anyone else? A high breeding that could look down on me? You consider Vronsky an aristocrat. I don't. A man whose father sprang from nothing, by means of intrigue, whose mother has had liaisons with God knows whom. Oh, no, excuse me. Aristocrats, in my opinion, are men like myself, who can show in the past 3 or 4 generations of excellent families belonging to the most cultivated classes, talents and intellect are another matter, who never abased themselves before anybody and were never dependent on others, like my father and grandfather. And I know many such. It seems small business to you that I count my trees, while you give 30,000 rubles to Rabinin. But you receive a salary and other things, and I receive nothing of the sort, and therefore I appreciate what my father left me and what my labor gives me. We are the aristocrats, and not those who live only by means of what the powers of this world dole out to them, who can be bought for a copper." "There, whom are you so angry with? I agree with you," replied Stepan Arkadyevitch, sincerely and gaily, though he knew that when Levin hurled his sarcasms at those who could be bought for a copper, he meant him. But Levin's animation really pleased him. "Whom are you angry with? Though much of what you say about Vronsky is not true, still I won't speak about that. I will tell you frankly that if I were in your place, I would start for Moscow and—" "No! I don't know whether you know or not, but it's over for me. I will tell you. I proposed and was rejected, so that now the memory of Katerina Alexandrovna is painful and humiliating." "Why so? What nonsense!" "But let us not speak of it. Forgive me if I have been rude to you," said Levin. Now that he had made a clean breast of it, he began once more to feel as he had felt in the morning. "You will not be angry with me, Stiva? I beg of you, don't be angry with me," said he, with a smile, and he took his hand. "Of course not. I will not think anything more about it. I am very glad, though, that we have spoken frankly to each other. And, do you know, sport will be capital tomorrow. We can try it again, can't we? In that case I would not even sleep, but go straight from the grove to the station." "Capital." End of chapter 17. Part 2, Chapter 18 of Anna Karenina by Leo Tolstoy. Translated by Nathan Haskell Doyle. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by MaryAnn Spiegel. Although Vronsky's inner life was wholly absorbed by his passion, his outward life unchangeably and inevitably ran along in the former ordinary rails of his social and regimental ties and interests. His regiment filled an important part in his life. In the first place because he loved his regiment, and, still more, because he was extremely popular in it. In his regiment he was not only admired, but he was also respected. They were proud of him, proud that a man enormously rich, with a fine education and with qualities, with a path open before him to every kind of success and ambition and glorification, scorned all that, and placed the interests of his regiment and his comrades above all the interests of life. Vronsky recognized the feeling which he inspired, and, besides the fact that he loved that life, He felt called on, in a certain degree, to sustain his character. Of course he spoke to no one of his passion. Never did an imprudent word escape him, even when he joined his comrades in the liveliest of drinking bouts. However, he was never so intoxicated as to lose control over himself. And he kept his mouth shut in the presence of those gossiping meddlers who made the least allusion to the affairs of his heart. Nevertheless, his passion was a matter of notoriety throughout the city. All had more or less well-founded suspicions of his relationship to Madame Karenin, and most of the young men envied him on account of the very thing that was the greatest drawback to his love, Karenin's high station, which made the matter more conspicuous. The majority of young women, jealous of Anna, whom they were weary of hearing always called the just, were not sorry to have their predictions verified, and were waiting only for the sanction of public opinion to overwhelm her with the whole weight of their scorn. They had already prepared for use the mud which should be thrown at her when the time should come. Most people of experience, and those of high rank, were displeased at the prospect of a disgraceful scandal in society. Vronsky's mother, when she heard of the liaison, at first was glad, because, in her opinion, nothing gave the last finish to a brilliant young man compared to an intrigue in high life, and because she was not sorry to find that Madame Karenin, who had pleased her so much, and who seemed so entirely devoted to her boy, was, after all, only like any other handsome and elegant woman. But later she learned that her son had refused an important promotion, for no other reason than that he might stay with his regiment and keep on visiting Madame Karenin. And she learned that, on account of this, persons very high in authority were dissatisfied with him, and she changed her opinion in regard to it. There was another reason why she did not now approve of it. For all she could learn of this liaison, it was not the brilliant and fashionable flirtation, such as she approved, but a desperate tragedy, after the style of Werther, according to report, and she was afraid lest her son should be drawn into some folly. Since his unexpected departure from Moscow she had not seen him, but she sent word to him, through his elder brother, that she desired him to come to her. His elder brother was even more dissatisfied, not because he felt anxious to know whether this love affair was to be deep or ephemeral, passionate or platonic, innocent or guilty. He himself, though a married man and the father of a family, had a ballet dancer for a mistress, and therefore had no right to be severe, but because he knew that this love affair was displeasing in quarters where it was better to be on good terms, and therefore he blamed his brother's conduct. Vronsky, besides his society relations and his military duties, had yet another absorbing passion: horses. The officers' handicap races were to take place this summer. He became a subscriber and bought a pure-blood English trotter, and in spite of his love affair, he was passionately though discreetly interested in the results of the races. These two passions did not interfere with each other. On the contrary, he needed something independent of his love affair, some occupation and interest in which he could find refreshment and recreation after the over-violent emotions which stirred him. End of chapter 18. Part 2, Chapter 19 of Anna Karenina by Leo Tolstoy. Translated by Nathan Haskell Doyle. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by MaryAnn Spiegel. On the day of the Krasno-Silo races, Vronsky came earlier than usual to eat a beefsteak in the officers' common dining hall. He was not at all constrained to limit himself, since his weight satisfied the 160 pounds required, but he did not want to get fat, and so he refrained from sweet and farinaceous foods. He sat down with his coat unbuttoned over his white waistcoat, and with both elbows resting on the table. While he was waiting for his beefsteak he kept his eyes on the pages of a French novel which lay on the plate. He looked at his book only so as not to talk with the officers as they went and came, but he was thinking. He was thinking how Anna had promised to meet him after the races, but he had not seen her for 3 days, and he was wondering if she would be able to keep her appointment, as her husband had just returned to Petersburg from a journey abroad, and he was wondering how he could find out. They had met for the last time at his cousin Betsy's dacha, or country house. For he went to the Karenins' dacha as little as possible, and now he wanted to go there, and he was asking himself, how can it be managed? Of course I will say that I am charged by Betsy to find whether she expects to attend the races. Yes, certainly, I will go, he said, raising his head from his book, and his face shone with the joy caused by his imagination at the forthcoming interview. Send word that I wish my carriage and troika harnessed and brought round, said he to the waiter who was bringing his beefsteak on a hot silver platter. Moving the platter toward him, he began his meal. In the adjoining billiard room the clinking of balls was heard, and two voices talking and laughing. Two officers appeared in the door. One of them was a young man with delicate, refined features, who had just graduated from the Corps of Pages and joined the regiment. The other was old and fat, with little, moist eyes, and wore a bracelet on his wrist. Vronsky glanced at them and frowned, and went on eating and reading at the same time, as if he had not seen them. "Getting ready for work, are you?" asked the fat officer, sitting down near him. "You see I am," replied Vronsky, wiping his lips, and frowning again without looking up. "But aren't you afraid of getting fat?" continued the elderly officer, pulling up a chair for his junior. "What?" cried Vronsky, making a grimace to express his disgust and aversion, and showing his splendid teeth. "Aren't you afraid of getting fat?" "Waiter, sherry!" cried Vronsky, without replying, and he changed his book to the other side of his plate, and continued to read. The fat officer took the wine list and passed it over to the young officer. "You select what we'll have to drink," said he, giving him the list and looking at him. "Rhine wine, if you please," replied the young officer, looking timidly at Vronsky out of the corner of his eye and trying to twist his imaginary mustache. When he saw that Vronsky did not turn, the young officer got up and said, "Let us go into the billiard room." The fat officer humbly arose, and the two went out of the door. At the same time a tall, stately cavalry captain named Yashvin came in. He condescendingly and disdainfully nodded to the two officers, and went toward Vronsky. "Ah, here he is!" he cried, laying his heavy hand on Vronsky's shoulder. Vronsky turned round angrily, but in an instant a pleasant, friendly expression came into his face. "Well, Alyosha," said the cavalry captain, in his big baritone, "have something more to eat, and drink one more glass with me." "No, I don't want any more to eat." "Those are inseparables," said Yashvin, looking derisively at the two officers as they disappeared. And then he sat down, doubling up under the chair, which was too short for him, his long legs dressed in tight uniform trousers. "Weren't you at the Krosmensky Theater last evening? Numerovna was not bad at all. Where were you?" "I stayed too late at the Tverskoyas'," said Vronsky. "Ah!" exclaimed Yashvin. Yashvin, a gambler, a debauch, was Vronsky's best friend in the regiment. It could not be said of him that he lacked principles. He had principles, but they were immoral ones. Vronsky liked him, both for his exceptional physical vigor, which allowed him to drink like a hogshead and not feel it, and to do absolutely without sleep if it were necessary, and also for his great social ability, which he employed in his relations to his superiors and his comrades, attracting to himself their love and respect, and also in gambling, at which he risked tens of thousands, and always, no matter how much he had been drinking, played so cleverly and daringly that he was regarded as the leading gambler at the English Club. Vronsky felt friendship and consideration for him, because he felt that Yashvin liked him, not for his fortune or his social position, but chiefly on his own account. Moreover, Yashvin was the only man to whom Vronsky would have been willing to speak of his love. He felt that, in spite of his affected scorn for all kinds of sentiment, he alone could appreciate the serious passion which now absorbed his whole life. Besides, he was persuaded that he found absolutely no pleasure in tittle-tattle and scandal, but considered this feeling as essential, in other words, that he knew and believed that love was no joke, no mere pastime, but something serious and important. Thus, taken all in all, his presence was always agreeable to him. Vronsky had not yet spoken to him about his love, but he knew that Yashvin knew it, looked on it in its true light, and it was a pleasure to read this in his eyes. "Ah, yes," said the cavalry captain, when he heard the name of the Tverskoyes, and, flashing his brilliant black eyes at him, he seized his left moustache and began to cram it into his mouth, for this was a bad habit of his. "And what did you do last evening? Did you gain?" asked Vronsky. 8,000 rubles, but 3,000 possibly are no good. I may not get them." "Well, then you may lose on me," said Vronsky, laughing. Yashvin had laid a large wager on him. "But I shall not lose. Makhotyn is the only one to be afraid of." And the conversation went off in regard to the races, which was the only subject of which Vronsky could now think. "Come on, I have done," said Vronsky, getting up and going to the door. Yashvin also arose and stretched his huge legs and long back. "I can't dine so early, but I will take something to drink. I will follow you immediately. Here, wine!" he cried in his heavy voice, which was the wonder of the regiment. It made the windows rattle. "No, no matter," he cried again. "If you are going home, I'll join you." And he went off with Vronsky. End of chapter 19. Part 2, Chapter 20 of Anna Karenina by Leo Tolstoy, translated by Nathan Haskell Doyle. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by MaryAnn Spiegel. Vronsky was lodging in a neat and spacious Finnish izba, divided in two by a partition. Petritsky was his chum, not only in Petersburg, but here also in camp. He was asleep when Vronsky and Yashvin entered. "Get up! You've slept long enough," said Yashvin, going behind the partition and shaking the sleeper's shoulder as he lay with his nose buried in the pillow. Petritsky suddenly got up on his knees and looked all about him. "Your brother has been here," said he to Vronsky. "He woke me up, the devil take him, and he said that he would come again." Then he threw himself back on the pillow again and pulled up the bedclothes. "Stop, Yashvin!" he cried angrily as his comrade twitched off his quilt. Then he turned over, opened his eyes, and said, "You would do much better to tell me what I ought to drink to take this bad taste out of my mouth." "Vodka is better than anything," said Yashvin. "Terestchenko, bring the baron some vodka and cucumbers," he cried, delighting in the thunder of his voice. "You advise vodka? Ha!" exclaimed Petritsky, scowling and rubbing his eyes. "Will you take some too? If you'll join, all right. Vronsky, will you have a drink?" said Petritsky, getting up and wrapping a striped quilt about him under his arms. He came to the door of the partition, raised his arms in the air, and began to sing in French. "There was a king in Thuu-li. Vronsky, will you have a drink?" "Go away," replied the latter, who was putting on an overcoat brought him by his valet. "Where are you going?" asked Yashvin, seeing a carriage drawn by 3 horses. "Here's the troika." "To the stables, then to Bryansky's to see about some horses," replied Vronsky. Vronsky had, indeed, promised to bring some money to Bryansky, who lived about 10 versts from Peterhof, and he was in a hurry to get there as soon as possible, so as to pay for the horses, but his friends immediately understood that he was also going somewhere else. Petritsky, who kept on singing, winked, and pursed his lips as if he would say, "We know who this Bryansky means." "See here, don't be late," said Yashvin, and changing the subject. "And my roan, does she suit you?" he asked, looking out of the window and referring to the middle horse of the team which he had sold. Just as Vronsky left the room, Petritsky called out to him, "Hold on, your brother left a note and a letter. Hold on, where did I put them?" Vronsky waited impatiently. "Well, where are they? Where are they indeed? That's the question," declaimed Petritsky, solemnly, putting his forefinger above his nose. "Speak quick, no nonsense," said Vronsky, smiling. "I have not had any fire in the fireplace. Where can I have put them?" "Come now, enough talk. Where's the letter?" "I swear I have forgotten. Or did I dream about it? Wait, don't get angry. If you had drunk 4 bottles, as I did yesterday, you wouldn't even know where you went to bed. Hold on, I'll think in a minute." Petritsky went behind the screen again and got into bed. "Hold on, I was lying here. He stood there. Da, 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 da. Here it is!" And he pulled the letter out from under the mattress where he had put it. Vronsky took the letter and his brother's note. It was exactly as he expected. His mother reproached him because he had not been to see her, and his brother said he had something to speak to him about. "What concern is it of theirs?" he muttered, and crumpling up the notes, he thrust them between his coat buttons, intending to read them more carefully on the way. Just as he left the izba, he met two officers, one of whom belonged to a different regiment. Vronsky's quarters were always the headquarters of all the officers. "Whither away?" "Must, to Peterhof." "Has your horse come from Tsarskoye?" "Yes, but I have not seen her yet." "They say Makotin's gladiator is lame." "Rubbish! How can you trot in such mud?" "Here are my saviors!" cried Petritsky, as he saw the newcomers. The denshchik was standing before him with vodka and salted cucumbers on a platter. "Yashvin here ordered me to drink, so as to clear my head." "Well, you were too much for us last night," said one of the officers. "You did not let us sleep all night." "I must tell you how we ended it," began Petritsky. "Volkov climbed up on the roof and told us that he was blue. I sung out, 'Give us some music, a funeral march,' and he went to sleep on the roof to the music of the funeral march." "Drink your vodka by all means, and then take seltzer and a lot of lemon," said Yashvin, encouraging Petritsky as a mother encourages her child to swallow some medicine. "It is only a little bottle." "Now, this is sense. Hold on, Vronsky, and have a drink with us." "No, good bye, gentlemen. I am not drinking today." "Vronsky," cried someone after he had gone into the vestibule. "What?" "You had better cut off your hair. It's getting very long, especially on the bald spot." Vronsky, in fact, was beginning to get a little bald. He laughed gaily, showing his splendid teeth, and, pulling his cap over the bald spot, he went out and got into his carriage. "To the stables," he said. He started to take his letters for a second reading, but on second thought deferred them so that he might think of nothing else but his horse. "I'll wait." End of chapter 20. Part 2, Chapter 21 of Anna Karenina by Leo Tolstoy. Translated by Nathan Haskell Dole. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by MaryAnn Spiegel. A temporary stable, a balagan or hut, made out of planks had been built near the race course, and here Vronsky's horse should have been brought the evening before. He had not as yet seen her. During the last few days he himself had not been out to drive, but he had entrusted her to the trainer, and Vronsky did not know in what condition he should find her. He was just getting out of his carriage when his konyak, or groom, a young fellow, saw him from the distance and immediately called the trainer. This was an Englishman with a withered face and tufted chin, and dressed in short jacket and top boots. He came out toward Vronsky in the mincing steps peculiar to jockeys, and with elbows sticking out. "Well, how is Frau?" said Vronsky in English. "All right, sir," said the Englishman in a voice that came out of the bottom of his throat. "Better not go in, sir," he added, taking off his hat. "I've put a muzzle on her, and that excites her. Better not go in, it excites a horse." "No, I'm going in. I want to see her." "Come on, then," replied the Englishman testily, and, without ever opening his mouth and with his dandified step, he led the way. They went into a small yard in front of the stable. An active and alert stable boy in a clean jacket, with whip in hand, met them as they entered and followed them. 5 horses were in the stable, each in its own stall. Vronsky knew that his most redoubtable rival, Makotin's gladiator, a chestnut horse 5 vershaks high, was there, and he was more curious to see Gladiator than to see his own racer, but he knew that, according to the etiquette of the races, he could not have him brought out or even ask questions about him. As he passed along the corridor, the groom opened the door of the second stall at the left, and Vronsky saw a powerful chestnut with white feet. He knew it was Gladiator, but with the delicacy of a man who turns away from an open letter which is not addressed to him, he instantly turned away and walked toward Frau's stall. That horse belongs to I never can pronounce his name," said the Englishman, over his shoulder and pointing to Gladiator's stall with a huge finger, the nail of which was black with dirt. "Makotin's? Yes, he is my only dangerous rival." "If you would mount him, I would bet on you," said the Englishman. "Frou Frou has more nerve. This one's stronger," said Vronsky, smiling at the jockey's praise. "In hurdle races it all depends on the mount, and on pluck." Pluck, that is, audacity and coolness, Vronsky knew that he had in abundance, and, what was far more important, he was firmly convinced that no one could have more of this pluck than he had. "You are sure that a good sweating was not necessary?" "Not at all," replied the Englishman. "Please not speak so loud, the horse is restive," he added, jerking his head toward the closed stall in front of which they were standing. They could hear the horse stamping on the straw. He opened the door, and Vronsky entered a box stall feebly lighted by a little window. A dark bay horse, muzzled, was nervously prancing up and down on the fresh straw. As he gazed into the semi-obscurity of the stall, Vronsky, in spite of himself, took in at one general observation all the points of his favorite horse. Frou Frou was a horse of medium size, and not faultless in form. Her bones were slender, although her brisket showed powerfully. Her breast was narrow, the crupper was rather tapering, and the legs, particularly the hind legs, considerably bowed. The muscles of the legs were not big, but, on the other hand, where the saddle rested the horse was extraordinarily wide, and this was particularly striking by reason of the firmness and the smallness of her belly. The bones of the legs below the knee seemed not thicker than a finger, seen from the front. They were extraordinarily large when seen sidewise. The whole steed, with the exception of the ribs, seemed squeezed in and lengthened out. But she had one merit that outweighed all her faults. She was a thoroughbred, had good blood, which tells, as the English say. Her muscles, standing out under a network of veins, covered with a skin as smooth and soft as satin, seemed as solid as bone. Her slender head, with prominent eyes, bright and animated, widened out at the septum into projecting nostrils with membrane which seemed suffused with blood. In her whole form, and especially in her head, there was an expression of something energetic and decided, and at the same time good-tempered. It was one of those creatures which do not speak for the single reason that the mechanical construction of their mouths does not permit it. Vronsky, at any rate, was convinced that she understood all his thoughts while he was looking at her. As soon as he went to her she began to take long breaths, and, turning her prominent eyes so that the whites became suffused with blood, she gazed from the opposite side at the visitors, trying to shake off her muzzle, and dancing on her feet with elastic motion. "You see how excited she is," said the Englishman. "Oh, my loveliest, oh," said Vronsky, approaching to soothe her. But the nearer he came the more nervous she grew, and only when he had caressed her head did she become tranquil. He could feel her muscles strain and tremble under her delicate, smooth skin. Vronsky smoothed her powerful neck, and put into place a tuft of her mane that she had tossed on the other side. And then he put his face close to her nostrils, which swelled and dilated like the wings of a bat. She drew in the air and loudly expelled it from her quivering nostrils, pricked up her sharp ears, and stretched out her long black lips to seize his sleeve. But, when she found herself prevented by her muzzle, she shook it and began to caper again on her slender legs. "Quiet, my beauty, quiet," said Vronsky, calming her, and he left the stable with the reassuring conviction that his horse was in perfect condition. But the nervousness of the steed had taken possession of Vronsky. He felt the blood rush to his heart, and, like the horse, he wanted violent action. He felt like prancing and biting. It was a sensation at once strange and joyful. "Well, I count on you," he said to the Englishman. "Be on the grounds at 6:30. "All shall be ready. But where are you going, my lord?" asked the Englishman, using the title of "my lord," which he almost never permitted himself to use. Astonished at this, Vronsky raised his head and looked at him as he well understood how to do, not into the Englishman's eyes, but at his forehead. He instantly saw that the Englishman had spoken to him, not as to his master, but as to a jockey, and he replied, "I've got to see Vronsky, and I shall be at home in an hour." "How many times have I been asked that question to-day?" he said to himself, and he grew red, which was a rare occurrence with him. The Englishman looked at him closely, and, as if he also knew where Vronsky was going, he said, "The main thing is to keep calm before the race. Don't get out of sorts. Don't get bothered." "All right," replied Vronsky with a smile, and jumping into his carriage he ordered the coachman to drive to Peterhof. He had gone but a short distance before the clouds, which since morning had been threatening rain, grew thicker, and a heavy shower fell. "Too bad," thought Vronsky, raising the hood of his carriage. "It has been muddy, now it will be a swamp." Now that he was sitting alone in his covered calash, he took out his mother's letter and his brother's note, and read them over. Yes, it was always the old story. Both his mother and his brother found it necessary to meddle again with his love affairs. This interference aroused his anger, a feeling which he rarely experienced. "How does this concern them? Why does everyone feel called on to meddle with me, and why do they bother me? Because they see that there is something about this that they can't understand. If it were an ordinary vulgar society intrigue, they would leave me in peace. But they imagine that it is something else, that it is not mere trifling, that this woman is dearer to me than life. It is incredible and vexatious to them. Whatever be our fate, we ourselves have made it, and we shall not regret it," he said to himself, including Anna in the word "we." "But no, they want to teach us how to live. They have no idea of what happiness is. They don't know that, if it were not for this love, there would be for us neither joy nor grief in this world. Life itself would not exist." In reality, what exasperated him most against everyone was the fact that his conscience told him that they, all of them, were right. He felt that his love for Anna was not a superficial impulse, destined, like so many social attachments, to disappear and leave no trace beyond sweet or painful memories. He felt keenly all the torture of her situation and his, and how difficult it was in the prominent position which they held in the eyes of society to hide their love, to lie, to deceive, to dissemble, and constantly to think about others, when that passion uniting them was so violent that they both forgot about everything else except their love. He vividly pictured to himself all the constantly recurring circumstances when it was essential to employ falsehood and deceit, which were so contrary to his nature. He recalled with especial vividness the feeling of shame which he had often surprised in Anna when she also was driven to tell a lie. Since this affair with her, he sometimes experienced a strange sensation. There was a feeling of disgust and repulsion for some one, he could not tell for whom he felt it, for Alexey Alexandrovitch or himself, or for all society. As far as possible he banished this strange feeling. Yes, heretofore she has been unhappy, but proud and calm. Now she cannot be proud and content any longer, though she may not betray the fact. Yes, this must end, he would conclude in his own mind. And, for the first time, the thought of cutting short this life of dissimulation appeared to him clear and tangible. The sooner, the better. She and I must leave everything, and together we must go and hide ourselves somewhere with our love, he said to himself. End of chapter 21. Part 2, Chapter 22 of Anna Karenina by Leo Tolstoy, translated by Nathan Haskell Doyle. This recording is in the public domain. Read by MaryAnn Spiegel. The shower was of short duration, and when Vronsky reached Peterhof, his shaft horse at full trot, and the other two galloping along in the mud, the sun was already out again, and the wet roofs of the villas and the old lindens in the gardens on both sides the principal avenue were dazzlingly shining. The water was running from the roofs, and the raindrops were dripping from the treetops. He no longer thought of the harm that the shower might do to the racecourse, but he was full of joy as he remembered that, thanks to the rain, she would be alone, for he knew that Alexey Alexandrovitch, who had just got back from a visit to the baths, would not have driven out from Petersburg. Hoping to find her alone, Vronsky stopped his horses, as he always did, at some little distance from the house, in order to attract as little attention as possible, and, not driving across the little bridge, got out and went to the house on foot. He did not go to the front entrance, but went through the court. "Has the baron come?" he asked of a gardener. "Not yet, but the barunya is at home. Go to the front door, there are servants there. If you ring, they will open the door." "No, I will go in through the garden." Having satisfied himself that she was alone, and wishing to surprise her, as he had not promised that he was coming that day, and on account of the races she would not be looking for him, he walked cautiously along the sandy paths, bordered with flowers, lifting up his sabre so that it should make no noise. In this way he reached the terrace which led down to the garden. Vronsky had by this time forgotten all the thoughts which had oppressed him on the way about the difficulties of his situation. He thought only of the pleasure of shortly seeing her, not in imagination only, but alive, in person, as she was in reality. He was mounting the steep steps as gently as possible, when he suddenly remembered what he was always forgetting, and what constituted the most painful feature of his relations with her: her son, with his inquisitive and, it seemed to him, repulsive face. This child was the principal obstacle in the way of their interviews. When he was present neither Vronsky nor Anna allowed themselves to speak of anything which the whole world might not hear, nor, what was more, did they even hint at anything which the child himself could not comprehend. There was no need of an agreement on that score, it was instinctive with them. Both of them considered it degrading to themselves to deceive the little lad. Before him they talked as if they were mere acquaintances. But in spite of this circumspection, Vronsky often noticed the lad's scrutinizing and rather suspicious eyes fixed on him, and a strange timidity and variability in his behavior toward him. Sometimes he seemed affectionate, and then again cold and shy. The child seemed instinctively to feel that between this man and his mother there was some strange bond of union which was beyond his comprehension. In fact, the boy felt that he could not understand this relationship, and he tried in vain to account to himself for the feeling which he ought to have for this man. He saw, with that quick intuition peculiar to childhood, that his father, his governess, and his nurse, all of them, not only did not like Vronsky, but looked with the utmost disfavor on him, although they never spoke about him, while his mother treated him as her best friend. What does this mean? Who is he? Must I love him? And is it my fault, and am I a naughty or stupid child, if I don't understand it at all? Thought the little fellow. Hence came his timidity, his questioning and distrustful manner, and this changeableness, which were so unpleasant to Vronsky. The presence of this child always caused Vronsky that strange feeling of unreasonable repulsion which for some time had pursued him. The presence of the child aroused in Vronsky and Anna a feeling like that experienced by a mariner who sees by the compass that the course in which he is swiftly moving is widely different from that which it should be, but that to stop this course is not in his power. That every instant carries him farther and farther in the wrong direction, and the recognition of the movement that carries him from the right course is the recognition of the ruin that impends. This child with his innocent views of life was the compass which pointed out to them the degree of their deviation from what they knew but wished not to know. This day Sarasa was not at home, and Anna was entirely alone, and sitting on the terrace and waiting for the return of her son, who had gone out to walk and got caught in the rain. She had sent a man and a maid to find him, and was sitting there till he should return. Dressed in a white gown with wide embroidery, she was sitting at one corner of the terrace, concealed by plants and flowers, and she did not hear Vronsky's step. With her dark curly head bent, she was pressing her heated brow against a cool watering pot, standing on the balustrade, and with both her beautiful hands laden with rings, which he knew so well, she was holding the watering pot. The beauty of her figure, her head, her neck, her hands, always caused in Vronsky a new feeling of surprise. He stopped and looked at her in ecstasy. But as soon as he proceeded to take another step and come nearer to her, She felt his approach, pushed away the watering pot, and turned to him her glowing face. "What is the matter? Are you ill?" said he, in French, as he approached her. He felt a desire to run to her, but, remembering that there might be witnesses, he looked toward the balcony door and turned red, as he always turned red when he felt that he ought to be ashamed of himself and dread to be seen. "No, I am well," said Anna, rising, and warmly pressing the hand that he offered her. "I did not expect you." "Bose moi, how cold your hands are!" "You startled me," said she. "I was alone, waiting for Seroza. He went out for a walk. They will come back this way." But though she tried to be calm, her lips trembled. "Forgive me for coming, but I could not let the day go by without seeing you," he continued in French, as he always spoke, thus avoiding the impossible vous, you, and the dangerous tu, thou, of the Russian. "What have I to forgive? I am so glad." "But are you ill or sad?" said he, bending over her and still holding her hand. "What were you thinking about?" "Always about one thing," she replied, with a smile. She told the truth. If at any moment she had been asked what she was thinking about, she could have made the infallible reply that she was thinking about one thing, her happiness and her unhappiness. Just as he had surprised her, she was thinking about this. She was thinking how it was that for some time, for Betsy, for example, for she knew about her love affair with Tushkevitch, though it was a secret from society in general. All this was such a trifle, while for her it was so painful. To-day this thought, for various reasons, had been particularly tormenting her. She asked him about the races. He answered her, and, seeing that she was in a very excited state, in order to divert her mind, told her, in the tone most natural, about the preparation that had been made. "Shall I or shall I not tell him?" she thought, as she looked at his calm, affectionate eyes. "He seems so happy, he is so interested in these races, that he will not comprehend, probably, the importance of what I must tell him." "But you have not told me of what you were thinking when I came," said he, suddenly, interrupting the course of his narration. "Tell me, I beg of you." She did not reply, but she lifted her head a little, and looked at him questioningly from her beautiful eyes, shaded by her long lashes. Her fingers, playing with a fallen leaf, trembled. He saw this, and his face immediately showed the expression of humble adoration, of absolute devotion, which had so won her. "I see that something has happened. Can I be easy for an instant when I know that you feel a grief that I do not share? In the name of heaven, speak," he insisted, in a caressing tone. "I shall never forgive him if he does not appreciate the importance of what I have to tell him. Better be silent than to put him to the proof," she thought, continuing to look at him in the same way, and conscious that her hand, holding the leaf, trembled more and more violently. "In the name of heaven," said he, taking her hand again. "Shall I tell you?" "Yes, yes, yes." "Je suis enceinte," she said, in a low and deliberate voice. The leaf that she held in her fingers trembled still more, but she did not take her eyes from his face, for she wished to see how he would receive what she had said. He grew pale, tried to speak, then stopped short, dropped her hand, and hung his head. "Yes, he understands the significance of this," she said to herself, and gratefully pressed his hand. But she was mistaken in thinking that he appreciated the significance of what she had told him, as she, a woman, did. On learning this, he felt that he was attacked with tenfold force by that strange feeling of repulsion and horror which he had already experienced. But at the same time he realized that the crisis which he had expected was now at hand, that it was impossible longer to keep the secret from the husband, and it was important to extricate themselves as soon as possible from the unnatural situation in which they were placed. Moreover, her anguish communicated itself to him physically. He looked at her with humbly submissive eyes, kissed her hand, arose, and began to walk up and down the terrace without speaking. At last he approached her and said in a tone of decision, "Well," said he, "neither you nor I have looked on our relationship as a pastime, and now our fate is decided. At last we must put an end to the false situation in which we live." And he looked around him. "Put an end? How put an end, Alexey?" she asked gently. She was calm now, and her face beamed with a tender smile. "You must leave your husband and unite your life with mine." "But aren't they already united?" she asked in an almost inaudible voice. "Yes, but not completely, not absolutely." "But how, Alexey? Tell me how," said she, with a melancholy irony at the hopelessness of her situation. "How is there escape from such a position? Am I not the wife of my husband?" "From any standpoint, however difficult, there is always some way of escape. Here we must simply decide. Anything is better than the life you are leading. How well I see how you are tormenting yourself about your husband, your son, society, all." "Ah, only not my husband," said she, with a simple smile. "I don't know him. I don't think about him. He is not." "You speak insincerely. I know you. You torment yourself on his account also." "Not even he knows," said she, and suddenly a bright crimson spread over her face. It colored her cheeks, brow, her neck, and tears of shame came into her eyes. "Let us not speak more of him." Chapter 22. Part 2, Chapter 23 of Anna Karenina by Leo Tolstoy, translated by Nathan Haskell Doyle. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by MaryAnn. Vronsky had many times tried, though not so decidedly as now, to bring clearly before her mind their position. And always he had met the same superficial and frivolous way of looking at it, as she now treated his demand. Apparently, there was something in this which she was unwilling or unable to fathom. Apparently, as soon as she began to speak about it, she, the real Anna, disappeared, to give place to a strange and incomprehensible woman, whom he did not love, but feared, and who was repulsive to him. Today he was bound to have an absolute explanation. "Whether he knows or not," he said, in a calm but authoritative voice, "whether he knows or not, it does not concern us. We cannot now continue as we are." "What, in your opinion, must we do about it?" she demanded, in the same bantering tone of irony. Though she had been so keenly apprehensive that he would not receive her confidence with due appreciation, she was now vexed that he had deduced from it the absolute necessity of energetic action. "Tell him all, and leave him." "Very good. Let's suppose I do it," she said. "Do you know what the result would be? I will tell you." And a wicked fire flashed from her eyes, which were just now so gentle. "Oh, you love another, and your course with him has been criminal," said she, imitating her husband, and accenting the word criminal in exactly his manner. "I warned you of the consequences which would follow from the point of view of religion, of society, and of the family. You did not listen to me. Now I cannot allow my name to be so dishonored and she was going to say my son, but stopped, for she could not jest about him. My name dishonored, and so on in the same style," she added. "In a word, he will tell me with his official manner and with precision and clearness that he cannot set me free, but that he will take measures to avoid a scandal, and he will do exactly as he says. That is what will take place, for he is not a man, he is a machine, and when he is stirred up, an ugly machine," said she, calling to mind the most trifling details in her husband's face and manner of speaking, and charging to him as a crime all the ill that she could find in him, and not pardoning him at all on account of the terrible sin of which she had been guilty before him. "But, Anna," said Vronsky, in a persuasive, tender voice, trying to calm her, "you must tell him everything, and act accordingly as he proceeds." "What? Elope?" "Why not elope? I see no possibility of living as we are any longer. It is not on my account, but I see you will suffer." "What? Elope, and become your mistress?" said she, bitterly. "Anna," he cried, deeply wounded, Yes, your mistress, and lose everything." Again she was going to say "my son," but she could not pronounce the word. Vronsky could not understand how she, with her strong, loyal nature, could accept the false position in which she was placed, and not endeavor to escape from it. But he could not doubt that the principal cause of this was represented by that word "son," which she could not pronounce. When she thought of her son and his future relations to a mother who had deserted his father, the horror of what she had done appeared so great that, like a real woman, she was not able to reason, but only endeavored to reassure herself by fallacious arguments, and persuade herself that all would go on as before. Above all things, she must shut her eyes, and forget this terrible question, what would become of her son? "I beg of you, I entreat you," she said suddenly, speaking in a very different tone, a tone of tenderness and sincerity, seizing his hand, "don't ever speak to me of that again." "But Anna—" "Never, never. Leave it to me. I know all the depth, all the horror of my situation, but it is not so easy as you imagine to decide. Let me decide, and listen to me. Never speak to me again of that. Will you promise me? Never. Never? Promise." "I promise all, but I cannot be calm, especially after what you have told me. I cannot be calm when you cannot be calm." "I?" she repeated. "Yes, I suffer torments sometimes, but that will pass if you will not say anything more about it. When you speak with me about this, then, and then only, it tortures me." "I don't understand—" "I know," she interrupted, "how your honest nature abhors lying. I am very sorry for you, and very often I think that you have sacrificed your life for me." "That is exactly what I say about you. I was just this moment thinking how you could sacrifice yourself for me. I cannot forgive myself for having made you unhappy." "I? Unhappy?" she said, coming up close to him, and looking at him with a smile of enthusiastic love. "I? I am like a man dying of hunger, to whom food has been given. Maybe he is cold, and his raiment is rags, and he is ashamed, but he is not unhappy. I unhappy? No. Here comes my joy." She had heard the voice of her little boy coming near, and giving a hurried glance around her, swiftly arose. Her face glowed with the fire which Vronsky knew so well, and with a hasty motion putting out her lovely hands, covered with rings, she took Vronsky's face between them, looked at him a long moment, reached her face up to his, with her smiling lips parted, kissed his mouth and both eyes, and pushed him away. She started to go, but he kept her back a moment. "When?" he whispered, looking at her with ecstasy. "Today, at 1 o'clock," she replied in a low voice, and with a deep sigh she ran, in her light, graceful gait, to meet her son. Seroza had been caught by the rain in the park, and had taken refuge with his nurse in a pavilion. "Well, good-bye, das vidanya," she said to Vronsky. "I must get ready for the races. Betsy has promised to come and get me." Vronsky looked at his watch, and hurried away. Chapter 24. Part 2, Chapter 24 of Anna Karenina by Leo Tolstoy, translated by Nathan Haskell Dole. This recording is in the public domain. Read by MaryAnn Spiegel. When Vronsky looked at his watch on the Karenins' terrace, he was so stirred and preoccupied that, though he saw the figures on the face, he did not know what time it was. He hurried along the driveway, and, picking his way carefully through the mud, he reached his carriage. He had been so absorbed by his conversation with Anna that he did not notice the hour, or ask if he still had time to go to Bryansky's. As it often happens, he had only the external faculty of memory, and it recalled to him only that he had decided to do something. He found his coachman dozing on his box under the already slanting shade of the linden. He noticed the swarms of midgets buzzing around his sweaty horses. Then, waking the coachman, he jumped into his carriage and ordered him to drive to Bryansky's. Only after he had gone 6 or 7 versts did he remember that he had looked at his watch and realized that it was 5:30, and that he was late. On that day there were to be several races, First the draught horses, then the officer's 2-verst dash, then a second of 4, and last that in which he was to take part. He could be in time for his race, but, if he went to Vronsky's, he ran the risk of getting to the grounds after the court had arrived. That was not in good form. But he had promised Vronsky to be there, therefore he kept on, commanding the coachman not to spare the troika. He reached Vronsky's, spent 5 minutes with him, and was off again at full speed. The rapid motion calmed him. All the difficulties that had confronted him in his relations with Anna, all the uncertainty that remained after their conversation, vanished from his mind. He thought with delight and excitement of the race, and how he might after all get there in time, and then again he vividly imagined the brilliant society which would gather today at the course. And he got more and more into the atmosphere of the races as he overtook people coming in their carriages from various villas, and even from Petersburg, on their way to the hippodrome. When he reached his quarters, no one was at home. All had gone to the races, except his valet, who was waiting for him at the entrance. While he was changing his clothes, his valet told him that the second race had already begun, that a number of gentlemen had been to inquire for him. Vronsky dressed without haste, for he never was hurried, and he never lost his self-command, and directed the coachman to take him to the stables. From there he saw a sea of carriages of all sorts, of pedestrians, soldiers, and spectators, surrounding the hippodrome, and the seats boiling with people. Evidently the second course had been run, for just as he reached the stables he heard the sound of a bell. As he reached the stable he noticed Makotin's white-footed chestnut Gladiator, covered with a blue and orange caparison, and with huge ear protectors trimmed with blue. They were leading him out to the hippodrome. "Where is Cord?" he asked of the groom. "In the stable. He is putting on the saddle." Frau was all saddled in her open box stall. They started to lead her out. "I am not late, am I?" All right," said the Englishman. "Don't get excited." Vronsky once more gave a quick glance at the excellent, favorable shape of his horse, as she stood trembling in every limb, and, finding it hard to tear himself away from such a beautiful sight, he left her at the stable. He approached the benches at a most favorable moment for doing this without attracting observation. The 2-verst dash was just at an end, and all eyes were fixed on a cavalry guardsman who was in the lead, and a hussar just at his heels, whipping their horses furiously, and approaching the goal. From the center and both ends all crowded in toward the goal, and a group of officers and guardsmen were hailing with shouts the triumph of their fellow officer and friend. Vronsky, without being noticed, joined the throng just as the bell announced the end of the race. The victor, a tall cavalry guardsman, covered with mud, dropped the reins, slipped off from the saddle, and stood by his roan stallion, which was black with sweat and heavily breathing. The stallion, with a violent effort thrusting out his legs, had stopped the swift course of his big body, and the officer, like a man awakening from a deep sleep, was looking about him, trying hard to smile. A throng of friends and strangers pressed about him. Vronsky, with intention, avoided the elegant people who were circulating about, engaged in gay and animated conversation in front of the seats. He had already caught sight of Anna, Betsy, and his brother's wife, but he did not join them, so that he might not be disconcerted. But he kept meeting acquaintances who stopped him, or told him various items about the last race, or asked him why he was late. While they were distributing the prizes at the pavilion, and everyone had gone in this direction, Vronsky was joined by his elder brother. Alexander Vronsky was a colonel and wore epaulets, and, like Alexey, was a man of medium stature and rather thick-set, but he was handsomer and ruddier. His nose was red, and his frank, open face was flushed with wine. "Did you get my note?" he asked of his brother. "You are never to be found." Alexander Vronsky, in spite of his life of dissipation and his love for drink, which was notorious, was a thoroughly courtly man. Knowing that many eyes might be fixed on them, he preserved, while he talked on a very painful subject, a smiling face, as if he were jesting with his brother about some trifling matter. "I got it," said he, "but I really don't understand why you interfere." "I interfere because I noticed you were not to be found this morning, and because you were seen at Peterhof Monday." There are matters which cannot be judged except by those who are directly interested, and the matter in which you concern yourself is such." "Yes, but when one is not in the service, I beg you to mind your own business, and that is all." Alexey Vronsky's frowning face grew pale, and his rather prominent lower jaw shook. This happened rarely with him. He was a man of kindly heart, and rarely got angry, but when he grew angry, and when his chin trembled, he became dangerous. Alexander Vronsky knew it, and with a gay laugh replied, "I only wanted to give you Matushka's letter. Answer it, and don't get angry before the race. Bonne chance," he added with a smile, and left him. The next moment another friendly greeting surprised Vronsky. "Won't you recognize your friends? How are you, mon cher?" said Stepan Arkadyevitch, with his rosy face and carefully combed and pomaded whiskers. In the midst of the brilliant society of Petersburg, he was no less brilliant than at Moscow. "I came down yesterday, and am very glad to be present at your triumph. When can we meet?" "Come to the mess after the race is over," said Vronsky, and with an apology for leaving him, he squeezed the sleeve of his paletot and went to the middle of the hippodrome where they were bringing the horses for the handicap race. The grooms were leading back the sweaty horses wearied by the race which they had run, and one by one the fresh horses entered for the next course appeared on the ground. They were, for the most part, English horses, in hoods, and well caparisoned, and looked like enormous strange birds. At the right-hand side they were leading in the lean beauty Frau, which came out, stepping high as if on springs, with her elastic and slender pasterns. And not far from her they were removing the trappings from the lop-eared gladiator. The stallion's solid, superb, and perfectly symmetrical form, with his splendid crupper and his extraordinarily short pasterns placed directly over the hoofs, attracted Vronsky's admiration. He was just going up to Frau when another acquaintance stopped him again. "Ah, there is Karenin," said the friend with whom he was talking. "He's hunting for his wife. She is in the very center of the pavilion. Have you seen her?" "No, I have not," replied Vronsky, and without turning his head in the direction where his acquaintance told him that Madame Karenin was, he went to his horse. He had scarcely time to make some adjustment of the saddle when those who were to compete in the hurdle race were called to receive their numbers and directions. With serious, stern, and some with pale faces, 17 men in all approached the stand and received their numbers. Vronsky's number was 7. "Mount!" was the cry. Vronsky, feeling that he, with his companions, was the focus toward which all the eyes were turned, went up to his horse with the slow, deliberate motions which were usual to him when he was under the strain of excitement. Cord, in honor of the races, had put on his gala-day costume. He wore a black coat, buttoned to the chin, and a stiffly starched shirt-collar, which made a support for his cheeks. He had on Hessian boots and a round black cap. He was, as always, calm and full of importance, as he stood by the mare's head, holding both reins in his hand. Frau was still shivering as if she had an attack of the fever. Her fiery eyes gazed askance at Vronsky as he approached. He passed his finger under the girth of the saddle. The mare looked at him still more askance, showed her teeth, and pricked up her ears. The Englishman puckered up his lips with a grin at the idea that there could be any doubt as to his skill in putting on a saddle. "Mount, and you won't be so nervous," said he. Vronsky cast a final glance on his rivals. He knew that he should not see them again until the race was over. 2 of them had already gone through to the starting point. Galston, a friend of his, and one of his dangerous rivals, was turning around and around his bay stallion, which was trying to keep him from mounting. A little Leib hussar in tight cavalry trousers was off at a gallop, bent double over his horse, like a cat on the crupper, in imitation of the English fashion. Prince Kuzovlev, white as a sheet, was mounted on a thoroughbred mare from the Grabovsky stud. An Englishman held it by the bridle. Vronsky and all his comrades knew Kuzovlev's terrible self-conceit and his peculiarity of weak nerves. They knew that he was timid at everything, especially timid of riding horseback, but now, notwithstanding the fact that all this was horrible to him, because he knew that people broke their necks and that at every hurdle stood a surgeon, an ambulance with its cross and sister of charity, Still he made up his mind to ride. They exchanged glances, and Vronsky gave him an encouraging and approving nod. One only now he failed to see. The most redoubtable rival, Makoitin, on Gladiator, was not there. "Don't be in haste," said Cord to Vronsky. "And remember one thing. When you come to a hurdle, don't pull back or spur on your horse. Let her take it her own way." "Very good," replied Vronsky, taking the reins. "If possible, take the lead. But don't be discouraged even to the last if you are behind." The horse did not have time to stir before Vronsky, with supple and powerful movement, put his foot on the notched steel stirrup, and gracefully, firmly took his seat in the squeaking leather saddle. Having put his right foot in the stirrup with his customary care, he then arranged the double reins between his fingers, and Cord let go the animal's head. Frau, as if not knowing which foot to put down first, stretched out her neck and pulled on the reins, and she started off as if on springs, balancing her rider on her supple back. Cord, quickening his pace, followed them. The mare, excited, jumped to the right and left, trying to take her master off his guard, and pulled at the reins, and Vronsky vainly endeavored to calm her with his voice and with his hand. They were approaching the diked bank of the river, where the starting post was placed. Some of the riders had gone on ahead, others were riding behind, when Vronsky suddenly heard on the muddy track the gallop of a horse, and Makotin dashed by on his white-footed, lop-eared Gladiator. Makotin smiled, showing his long teeth, but Vronsky looked at him angrily. He did not like Makotin any too well, and now he regarded him as his most dangerous rival, and he was exasperated at the way he galloped up behind him, exciting his mare. Frau kicked up her heels and started off at a gallop, made 2 bounds, and then, angry at the restraint of the curb, changed her gait into a trot, which shook up her rider. Cord was also disgusted, and ran almost as fast as Vronsky. End of chapter 24. Part 2, Chapter 25 of Anna Karenina by Leo Tolstoy, translated by Nathan Haskell Doyle. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by MaryAnn Spiegel. The number of the officers who were to take part was 17. The race course was a great ellipse of 4 versts, extending before the judges' stand, and 9 obstacles were placed upon it. The river, a great barrier 2 arshins, 4 feet 8 inches, high, in front of the pavilion, a dry ditch, a ditch filled with water, a steep ascent, an Irish benetka, which is the most difficult of all, composed of an embankment set with dry branches, behind which is concealed a ditch, obliging the horseman to leap 2 obstacles at once, at the risk of his life. Then 3 more ditches, 2 filled with water and 1 dry, and finally the goal opposite the pavilion again. The track did not begin in the circle itself, but about 100 sazhens, or 700 feet, to one side, and in this space was the first obstacle, the diked river, about 3 arshins, or 7 feet, wide, which the racers were free to leap or to ford. 3 times the riders got into line, but each time some horse or other started before the signal, and the men had to be called back. Colonel Sestrin, the starter, was beginning to get impatient, but at last, for the 4th time, the signal was given. "Pashol, go," and the riders put spurs to their horses. All eyes, or lorgnets, were directed toward the variegated group of racers as they started off. "There they go! There they come!" was the cry on all sides after the silence of expectation. And in order to follow them the spectators rushed, singly or in groups, toward the places where they could get a better view. At the first moment the collected group of horsemen scattered a little, and it could be seen how they in 2s or 3s, and singly, one after another, approached the river. To the spectators it seemed as if they were all moving together, but to the racers themselves there were seconds of separation which had great value. Frau, excited and too nervous at first, lost the first moment, and several of the horses were ahead of her. But Vronsky, not having yet reached the river, and trying with all his might to calm her as she pulled on the bridle, soon easily outstripped 3, and now had as competitors only Makotin's chestnut Gladiator, which was easily and smoothly running a whole length ahead, and still more to the fore the pretty Diana, carrying Prince Kuzovlev, not knowing whether he was dead or alive. During these first few seconds Vronsky had control neither of himself nor of his horse. Up to the first obstacle, the river, he could not control the movements of his horse. Gladiator and Diana reached it at almost one and the same moment. Both at once rose above the reka, or river, and flew across it to the other side. Frau leaped lightly behind them, as if she had wings. The instant that Vronsky perceived that he was in the air, he caught a glimpse of Kuzovlev, almost under the feet of his horse, wrestling with Diana on the other side of the river. Kuzovlev had loosed the reins after Diana jumped, and the horse had stumbled, throwing him over her head. These details Vronsky learned afterwards, but at this time he only saw that Frau might land on Diana's head or legs. But Frau, like a falling cat, making a desperate effort with back and legs as she leaped, landed beyond the fallen racer. "Oh, you dear!" thought Vronsky. After the reka he got full control of his horse, and even held her back a little, meaning to leap the great hurdle behind Makotin, and do his best to outstrip him when they reached the long stretch of about 200 sazhens, or 1,400 feet, which was free of obstacles. This great hurdle was built exactly in front of the imperial pavilion. The emperor, the court, and an immense throng were watching him and Makotin on the horse a length ahead of him, as they approached the chort, or devil as the barrier was called. Vronsky felt all these eyes fixed on him from every side, but he saw only his horse's ears and neck, the ground flying under him, and Gladiator's flanks and white feet beating the ground in cadence and always maintaining the same distance between them. Gladiator flew at the hurdle, gave a whisk of his well-cropped tail, and, without having touched the hurdle, vanished from Vronsky's eyes. "Bravo!" cried a voice. At the same instant the planks of the hurdle flashed before his eyes. Without the least change in her motion, the horse rose under him. The planks creaked, and just behind him there was a sound of a thump. Frau, excited by the sight of Gladiator, had leaped too soon, and had struck the hurdle with one of her hind feet, but her gait was unchanged. And Vronsky, his face splashed with mud, saw that he was still at the same distance from Gladiator. He saw once more Gladiator's crupper, his short tail, and his swiftly moving white feet. At the very instant that Vronsky decided that he ought now to get ahead of Makotin, Frau herself, comprehending his thought, and needing no stimulus, sensibly increased her speed, and gained on Makotin by trying to take the inside track next the rope. But Makotin did not yield this advantage. Vronsky was wondering if they could not pass on the outside, when Frau, as if divining his thought, changed of her own accord and took this direction. Her shoulder, darkened with sweat, came up even with Gladiator's flank, and for several seconds they flew almost side by side. But Vronsky, before the obstacle to which they were now coming, in order not to take the outside of the great circle, began to ply his reins, and, just on the declivity, he managed to get the lead. As he drew by Makotin, he saw his mud-stained face. It even seemed to him that he smiled. Vronsky had passed Makotin, but he was conscious that he was just behind. He was still there, within a step, and Vronsky could hear the regular rhythm of Gladiator's feet and his hurried but far from winded breathing. The next two obstacles, the ditch and the hurdle, were easily passed, but Gladiator's gallop and puffing came nearer, and Vronsky gave Frau the spur, and perceived with a thrill of joy that she easily accelerated her speed. The sound of Gladiator's hoofs was heard once more in the same relative distance behind. He now had the lead, as he had desired, and as Cord had recommended, and he felt sure of success. His emotion, his joy, his affection for Frau were all growing more pronounced. He wanted to look back, but he did not dare turn around, and he strove to calm himself and not to push his horse too far, so that she might keep a reserve equal to that which he felt Gladiator still maintained. One obstacle, the most serious, now remained. If he cleared that before the others, then he would be in first. He was now approaching the Irish bank Ketka. He and Frou at the same instant caught sight of the obstacle from afar, and both horse and man felt a moment of hesitation. Vronsky noticed the hesitation in his horse's ears, and he was just lifting his whip, but instantly he was conscious that his fears were ungrounded. The horse knew what she had to do. She got her start, and, exactly as he had foreseen, spurning the ground, she gave herself up to the force of inertia which carried her far beyond the ditch, then fell again into the measure of her pace, without effort and without change. "Bravo, Vronsky!" He heard the acclamations of the throng. He knew it was his friends and his regiment who were standing near this obstacle, and he could not fail to distinguish Yashvin's voice, though he did not see him. "Oh, my beauty," he said to himself, thinking of Frou and yet listening to what was going on behind him. "He has cleared it," he said, as he heard Gladiator's hoof-beats behind him. The last ditch, full of water, 5 feet wide, now was left. Vronsky scarcely heeded it, but anxious to come in far ahead of the others, he began to saw on the reins, lifting her head and letting it fall again in time with the rhythm of her gait. He felt that the horse was beginning to draw on her last reserves. Not only were her neck and her sides wet, but the sweat stood in drops on her throat, her head, and her ears. Her breath was short and gasping. Still, he was sure that she had force enough to cover the 1,400 feet that lay between him and the goal, only because he felt himself nearer the ground, and by the extraordinary smoothness of her motion did Vronsky realize how much she had increased her speed. The ditch was cleared. How, he did not know. She cleared the ditch, scarcely heeding it. She cleared it like a bird. But at this moment Vronsky felt, to his horror, that instead of taking the swing of his horse, he had made, through some inexplicable reason, a wretchedly and unpardonably wrong motion in falling back into the saddle. His position suddenly changed, and he felt that something horrible had happened. He could not give himself any clear idea of it, but there flashed by him a chestnut steed with white feet, and Makotin by a swift leap passed him. One of Vronsky's feet touched the ground, and his horse stumbled. He had scarcely time to clear himself when the horse fell on her side, panting painfully and making vain efforts with her delicate foam-covered neck to rise again. But she lay on the ground and struggled like a wounded bird. The awkward movement that he had made in the saddle had broken her back. But he did not learn this till afterwards. Now he saw only one thing, that Makotin was far ahead, and that he was tottering there alone, standing on the muddy, immovable ground, and before him, heavily panting, lay Frou, who stretched her head toward him and looked at him with her beautiful eyes. Still not realizing what had happened, Vronsky pulled on the reins. The poor animal struggled like a fish, splitting the flaps of the saddle, and tried to get up on her forelegs, but, unable to move her hindquarters, she fell back on the ground all of a tremble. Vronsky, his face pale and distorted with passion, and with trembling lower jaw, kicked her in the belly and again pulled at the reins. But she did not move, but gazed at her master with one of her speaking looks, and buried her nose in the sand. "Ah, what have I done?" cried Vronsky, taking her head in his hands. "Ah, what have I done?" And lost the race, and his humiliating, unpardonable blunder, and the poor, ruined horse. "Oh, what have I done?" The people's doctor and his assistant, the officers of his regiment, ran to his aid, but to his great mortification he found that he was safe and sound. The horse's back was broken, and she had to be killed. Vronsky could not answer the questions which were put to him, could not speak a word to anyone. He turned away, and without picking up his cap, left the hippodrome, not knowing whither he was going. He was in despair. For the first time in his life, he was the victim of a misfortune for which there was no remedy, and for which he felt that he himself was the only one to blame. Yashvin, with his cap, overtook him and brought him back to his quarters, and in half an hour Vronsky was calm and self-possessed again. But this race was for a long time the most bitter and cruel remembrance of his life. End of chapter 25. Part 2, Chapter 26 of Anna Karenina by Leo Tolstoy, translated by Nathan Haskell Doyle. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by MaryAnn Spiegel. The external relations of Alexey Alexandrovitch and his wife were the same as they had been. The only difference was that he was more absorbed in his work than he had been. Early in the spring he went abroad, as was his custom each year, to recuperate at the water cure after the fatigues of the winter. He returned in July, as he usually did, and resumed his duties with new energy. His wife had taken up her summer quarters as usual in a dacha or summer villa, not far from Petersburg. He remained in the city. Since their conversation after the reception at Princess Tverskaya's, he had said nothing more about his jealousies or suspicions, and the tone of raillery habitual with Alexey Alexandrovitch was to the highest degree useful to him in his present relations with his wife. He was somewhat cooler in his treatment of her, although he seemed to have felt only a slight ill will toward her after that night's conversation which she had refused to listen to. In his relations to her there was a shade of spite, but nothing more. He seemed to say, "You have not been willing to have an understanding with me, so much the worse for you. Now you must make the first advances, and I, in my turn, will not listen to you." "So much the worse for you," said he in his thought, like a man who should try in vain to put out a fire, and should be angry at his vain efforts, and should say, "I have done my best for you, burn then." This man, so keen and shrewd in matters of public concern, could not see the absurdity of such behaviour to his wife. He did not understand it because it was too terrible to understand his actual position. He preferred to bury the affection which he felt for his wife and child deep in his heart, as in a box locked and sealed. He, a watchful father, had begun toward the end of that winter to be singularly cold toward the child, speaking to him in the same bantering tone that he used toward his wife. When he addressed him he would say, "Ah, young man." Alexey Alexandrovitch thought and declared that he had never had so many important affairs as this year. But he did not confess that he had himself undertaken them in order to keep from opening his secret coffer which contained his sentiments toward his wife and his family, and his thoughts concerning them, thoughts which grew more and more terrible to him the longer he kept them out of sight. If any one had assumed the right to ask him what he thought about his wife's conduct, this calm and pacific Alexey Alexandrovitch would have made no reply, but would have been very indignant with the man who should dare to ask him such a question. And so his face always looked stern and haughty whenever any one asked him how his wife was. Alexey Alexandrovitch did not wish to think about his wife's conduct and feelings, and therefore he did not think about them. The Karenins' summer dacha was at Peterhof, and the Countess Lidia Ivanovna generally spent her summers in the same neighbourhood, keeping up friendly relations with Anna. This year the Countess had not cared to go to Peterhof, nor had she once called on Anna Arkadyevna. And as she was talking with Karenin one day, she made some allusion to the impropriety of Anna's intimacy with Betsy and Vronsky. Alexey Alexandrovitch stopped her harshly, and declared that for him his wife was above suspicion, and from that day he avoided the Countess. He did not wish to see, and he did not see, that many people in society were beginning to give his wife the cold shoulder. He did not wish to comprehend, and he did not comprehend, why his wife especially insisted on going to Tsarskoye, where Betsy lived, and from which it was not far to Vronsky's camp. He did not allow himself to think about this, and he did not think. But at the same time, without any proof to support him, without actually acknowledging it to himself, in the depths of his soul, he felt that he was a deceived husband. He had no doubt about it, and he suffered deeply. How many times in the course of his 8 years of happily married life had he seen other men's wives playing them false, and other husbands deceived? Had he not asked himself, how did it come to this? Why don't they free themselves at any cost from such an absurd situation? But now, when the evil had fallen on his own head, he not only did not dream of extricating himself from his own trouble, but he would not even admit it, for the very reason that it was too horrible and too unnatural. Since his return from abroad, Alexey Alexandrovitch had gone twice to his wife's dacha, once to dine with her, the other time to pass the evening with some guests, but not once had he spent the night, as had been his custom in previous years. The day of the races was extremely engrossing for Alexey Alexandrovitch. But when in the morning he made out the program of the day, he decided to go to his wife's dacha after an early dinner, and thence to the hippodrome, where he expected to find the court, and where it was proper that he should be seen. He went to see his wife because he had resolved, for the sake of propriety also, to visit his wife every week. Moreover, it was the 15th of the month, and it was his custom at this time to place in her hands the money for the household expenses. With his ordinary power over his thoughts, he gave this much consideration to his wife's affairs, but beyond this point he would not permit them to pass. His morning had been extremely full of business. The evening before he had received a pamphlet, written by a famous traveller who had recently returned from China and was now in Petersburg. A note from the Countess Lydia, accompanying it, begged him to receive this traveller, who seemed to be, on many accounts, a useful and interesting man. Alexey Alexandrovitch had not been able to get through the pamphlet in the evening, and he finished it after breakfast. Then came petitions, reports, visits, nominations, removals, the distribution of rewards, pensions, salaries, correspondence, all that workaday labour, as Alexey Alexandrovitch called it, which consumes so much time. Then came his private business, a visit from his physician, and a call from his steward. The steward did not stay very long. He only brought the money which Alexey Alexandrovitch needed, and a brief report on the condition of his affairs, which this year were not very satisfactory, since it happened that in consequence of various outlays there had been a heavy drain upon him, and there was a deficit. But the doctor, who was a famous physician of Petersburg, and had come into very friendly relations with Alexey Alexandrovitch, took considerable time. Alexey Alexandrovitch had not expected him that day, and was astonished at his visit, and still more so at the scrupulous care with which he plied him with questions, and sounded his lungs, and punched and thumped his liver. Alexey Alexandrovitch was not aware that his friend, the Countess Lydia, troubled by his abnormal condition, had begged the doctor to visit him and give him a thorough examination. "Do it for my sake," said the Countess Lydia Ivanovna. "I will do it for the sake of Russia, Countess," replied the doctor. "Admirable man!" cried the Countess. The doctor was very much disturbed at Alexey Alexandrovitch's state. His liver was congested, his digestion was bad. The waters had done him no good. He ordered more physical exercise, as little mental strain as possible, and, above all, freedom from vexation of spirit. In other words, he ordered Alexey Alexandrovitch to do what was as impossible for him as not to breathe. The doctor departed, leaving Alexey Alexandrovitch with the disagreeable impression that something was very wrong with him, and that there was no help for it. On the way out, the doctor met on Karenin's steps his old acquaintance, Siludin, who was Alexey Alexandrovitch's chief secretary. They had been in the university together, but, though they rarely met, they were still excellent friends, and therefore to no one else than Siludin would the doctor have expressed his opinion concerning the sick man so frankly. "How glad I am that you have been to see him," said Siludin. "He is not well, and, it seems to me—" "Well, what is it?" "I will tell you," said the doctor, nodding to his coachman to drive up to the door. "This is what I say," and taking with his white hand the fingers of his dogskin glove, he stretched it out. "Try to break a tough cord which is not stretched, and it's hard work. But keep it stretched out to its utmost tension, and put the weight of your finger on it. It breaks." Now with his too sedentary life, and his too conscientious labour, he is strained to the utmost limit. And besides, there is a violent pressure in another direction, concluded the doctor, raising his eyebrows significantly. "Shall you be at the races?" he added, as he got into his carriage. "Yes, yes, certainly, it takes a good deal of time," he said in reply to something that Siludin said, and which he did not catch. Immediately after the departure of the doctor, who had taken so much time, the celebrated traveller appeared, and Alexey Alexandrovitch, aided by the pamphlet which he had just read, and by some previous information which he had on the subject, astonished the visitor by the extent of his knowledge and the breadth of his views. At the same time, the marshal of nobility of his government was announced, who had come to Petersburg and wanted to talk with him. After his departure he was obliged to settle the routine business with his chief secretary, and finally to go out and make a serious and necessary call on an important personage. Alexey Alexandrovitch had only time to get back to his 5 o'clock dinner with Seludin, whom he invited to join him on his visit to the country and to the races. Without exactly accounting for it, Alexey Alexandrovitch always endeavored lately to have a third person present when he had an interview with his wife. Chapter 26. Part 2, Chapter 27 of Anna Karenina by Leo Tolstoy, translated by Nathan Haskell Doyle. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by MaryAnn Spiegel. Anna was in her room, standing before a mirror and fastening a final bow to her dress, with Annushka's aid, when the noise of wheels on the gravel driveway was heard. It is too early for Betsy, she thought, and, looking out of the window, she saw a carriage, and in the carriage Alexey Alexandrovitch's black hat and well-known ears. How provoking! Can he have come for the night? She thought, and all the consequences of his visit seemed to her so terrible, so horrible, that without taking time for a moment of reflection, she went downstairs, radiant with gaiety, to receive her husband, and, feeling in her the presence of the spirit of falsehood and deception which now ruled her, she gave herself up to it and spoke with her husband, not knowing what she said. "Oh, how good of you!" said she, extending her hand to Karenin, while she smiled on Seludin as a household friend. "You've come for the night, I hope," were her first words, inspired by the demon of untruth. "And now we will go to the races together. But how sorry I am that I engaged to go with Betsy. She is coming for me." Alexey Alexandrovitch frowned slightly at the name of Betsy. "Oh, I will not separate the inseparables," said he in his light jesting tone. "I will walk with Mikhail Vasilyevitch. The doctor has advised me to take exercise. I will join the pedestrians, and imagine I am still at the spa." "There's no hurry," said Anna. "Will you have some tea?" She rang. "Serve the tea, and tell Seryozha that Alexey Alexandrovitch has come." "Well, how is your health?" "Mikhail Vasilyevitch, you have not been out to see us before. Look, how pleasant it is on the balcony," said she, looking now at her husband, now at her guest. She spoke very simply and naturally, but too fast and too fluently. She herself felt that it was so, especially when she caught Mikhail Vasilyevitch looking at her with curiosity, and perceived that he was studying her. Mikhail Vasilyevitch got up and went out on the terrace, and she sat down beside her husband. "You do not look at all well," said she. "Oh yes, the doctor came this morning and wasted an hour of my time. I'm convinced that some one of my friends sent him. My health is so precious." "No, what did he say?" And she questioned him about his health and his labors, advising him to take rest and to come out into the country where she was. It was all said with gaiety and animation, and with brilliant light in her eyes, but Alexey Alexandrovitch attached no special importance to her manner. He heard only her words, and took them in their literal signification. And he replied simply, though jestingly. The conversation had no special weight, yet Anna never afterward could remember the whole short scene without the keen agony of shame. So Rosa came in, accompanied by his governess. If Alexey Alexandrovitch had allowed himself to notice, he would have been struck by the timid manner in which the lad looked at his parents, at his father first, and then at his mother. But he was unwilling to see anything, and he saw nothing. "Ah, young man! He has grown. Indeed, he is getting to be a great fellow. Good morning, young man." And he stretched out his hand to the puzzled child. So Rosa had always been a little afraid of his father, but now, since Alexey Alexandrovitch had begun to call him young man, and since he had begun to rack his brains to discover whether Vronsky were a friend or an enemy, he was becoming more timid than ever. He turned to his mother as if for protection. He felt at ease only when with her. Meantime, Alexey Alexandrovitch laid his hand on the boy's shoulder, and asked his governess about him, but the child was so painfully shy of him that Anna saw he was going to cry. Anna, who had flushed at the moment her son came in, now noticing that it was awkward for him, quickly jumped up, raised Alexey Alexandrovitch's hand to let the boy go, kissed the little fellow, and took him out on the terrace. Then she came back to her husband again. "It is getting late," she said, consulting her watch. "Why doesn't Betsy come?" "Ah, yes," said Alexey Alexandrovitch, and as he got up he joined his fingers and made them crack. "I came also to bring you some money, for nightingales don't live on songs," said he. "You need it, I suppose?" "No, I don't need it. Yes, I do," said she, not looking at him and blushing to the roots of her hair. "Well, I suppose you will come back after the races?" "Oh, yes," replied Alexey Alexandrovitch. "But here is the glory of Peterhof, the Princess Tverskaya," he added, looking out of the window at a magnificent carriage with a short body set very high and with horses harnessed in the English fashion, drawing up to the entrance. "What elegance! Splendid! Well, let us go too." The Princess Tverskaya did not leave her carriage. Her lackey, in top boots and pelerina or short cloak, and wearing a tall hat, leaped to the steps. "I am going. Good‐bye," said Anna, and after she had kissed her son, she went to Alexey Alexandrovitch and gave him her hand. "It was very kind of you to come." Alexey Alexandrovitch kissed her hand. "Well then, das Vidanya. You will come back to tea? Excellent," said she, and she went down the steps, seeming radiant and happy. But hardly had she passed from his sight before she felt on her hand the place where his lips had kissed it, and she shivered with repugnance. End of chapter 27. Part 2, Chapter 28 of Anna Karenina by Leo Tolstoy, translated by Nathan Haskell Doyle. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by MaryAnn. When Alexey Alexandrovitch reached the race course, Anna was already in her place beside Betsy in the grand pavilion, where all the highest society was gathered in a brilliant throng. She saw her husband from a distance. Two men, her husband and her lover, were for her the two centers of life, and without the help of her external senses she felt their presence. Even when her husband was at a distance, she was conscious of his presence, and she involuntarily followed him in that billowing throng in the midst of which he was coming along. She saw him approach the pavilion, now replying with condescension to ingratiating salutations, then cordially or carelessly exchanging greetings with his equals, then again assiduously watching to catch the glances of the great ones of the earth, and taking off his large round hat, which came down to the top of his ears. Anna knew all these mannerisms of salutation, and they were all equally distasteful to her. Nothing but ambition, craze for success. It is all that his heart contains, she thought. But his lofty views, his love for civilization, his religion, they are only means whereby to win success. From the glances that Karenin cast on the pavilion, he was looking straight at his wife, but could not see her in the sea of muslin, ribbons, feathers, flowers, and sunshades. Anna knew he was looking for her, but she pretended not to see him. "Alexey Alexandrovitch!" cried the Princess Betsy. "Don't you see your wife? Here she is!" He looked up with his icy smile. "Everything is so brilliant here that it blinds the eyes," he replied as he came up the pavilion. He smiled at Anna, as it is a husband's duty to do when he has only just left his wife, greeted Betsy and his other acquaintances, conducting himself in due form, in other words, jesting with the ladies and exchanging compliments with the men. A general adjutant, well known for his wit and culture, and highly esteemed by Alexey Alexandrovitch, was standing below near the pavilion. Alexey Alexandrovitch joined him and engaged in conversation. It was the interval between two of the races. The general adjutant condemned racing. Alexey Alexandrovitch replied and defended them. Anna heard his shrill, monotonous voice, and lost not a single word, and every word that he spoke seemed to her hypocritical and rang unpleasantly in her ear. When the four-verst handicap race began, she leaned forward, not letting Vronsky out of her sight for an instant. She saw him approach his horse, then mount it, and at the same time she heard her husband's odious, incessant voice. She was tormented with fear for Vronsky, but she was tormented still more by the sound of her husband's sharp voice, every intonation of which she knew. It seemed to her that he would never cease speaking. "I am a wicked woman, a lost woman," she thought, "but I hate falsehood. I cannot endure lies. But to him," meaning her husband, "lies are his daily food. He knows all. He sees everything. How much feeling has he, if he can go on speaking with such calmness? I should have some respect for him if he killed me, if he killed Vronsky. But no, what he prefers above everything is falsehood and conventionality," said Anna to herself, not exactly knowing what she wanted of her husband, whatever she might want him to see. She did not understand that the very volubility of Alexey Alexandrovitch, which irritated her so, was only the expression of his interior agitation and anxiety. As a child, hurt when jumping, puts its muscles into motion to assuage the pain, so Alexey Alexandrovitch absolutely required some intellectual movement so as to become oblivious to the thoughts about his wife that arose in his mind at the sight of Anna and at the sight of Vronsky, whose name he heard on all sides. And as it is natural for a child to jump, so for him was it natural to talk tersely and well. "Danger," he was saying, "is an indispensable condition in these military and cavalry races. If England can show in her history the most glorious deeds of arms performed by her cavalry, she owes it solely to the historic development of vigor in her people and her horses. Sport, in my opinion, has a deep significance, and, as usual, we take it only in its superficial aspect." "Not superficial," said the Princess Tverskaya. "They say that one of the officers has broken 2 ribs." Alexey Alexandrovitch smiled with his smile which only uncovered his teeth and was perfectly expressionless. "Let us admit, Princess," said he, "that in this case it is not superficial, but serious. But that is not the point," and he turned again to the general and resumed his dignified discourse. "You must not forget that those who take part are military men who have chosen this career, and you must agree that every vocation has its reverse side of the medal. This belongs to the calling of war. Such brutal sport as boxing matches and Spanish bullfights are indications of barbarism, but specialized sport is a sign of development." "No, I won't come another time," the Princess Betsy was saying. "It is too exciting for me. Don't you think so, Anna?" "It is exciting, but it is fascinating," said another lady. "If I had been a Roman, I should never have missed a single gladiatorial show." Anna did not speak, but, with her opera glass, was gazing intently at a single spot. At this moment a tall general came across the pavilion. Alexey Alexandrovitch, breaking off his discourse abruptly, arose with dignity and made a low bow. "Aren't you racing?" asked the general, jestingly. "My race is a far more difficult one," replied Alexey Alexandrovitch respectfully, and though this answer was not remarkable for its sense, the military man seemed to think that he had received a witty repartee from a witty man, and appreciated le point de la sauce. "There are 2 sides to the question," Alexey Alexandrovitch said, resuming, "that of the participants and that of the spectators. I confess that a love for such spectacles is a genuine sign of inferiority in those that look on, but—" "Princess, a wager!" cried the voice of Stepan Arkadyevitch from below, addressing Betsy. "Which side will you take?" "Anna and I bet on Prince Kuzolov," replied Betsy. "I am for Vronsky. A pair of gloves." "Good!" "How jolly, isn't it?" Alexey Alexandrovitch stopped speaking while this conversation was going on around him, and then he began anew. "I confess, unmanly games." But at this instant the signal of departure was heard, and all conversation ceased. Alexey Alexandrovitch also ceased speaking, and everyone stood up so as to look at the river. But Alexey Alexandrovitch was not interested in the race, and so, instead of watching the riders, he looked around the assembly with weary eyes. His gaze fell on his wife. Her face was pale and stern. She evidently saw nothing and no one except one person. Her hands convulsively clutched her fan. She held her breath. Karenin looked at her, then hastily turned away, gazing at the faces of other women. "There is another lady very much moved, and still another just the same. It is very natural," said Alexey Alexandrovitch to himself. He did not wish to look at her, but his gaze was irresistibly drawn to her face. He once more gazed into her face, trying not to read in it what was so plainly pictured on it, and against his will he read, without feelings of horror, all that he had tried to ignore. When Kuzovlev fell at the river, the excitement was general, but Alexey Alexandrovitch saw clearly by Anna's pale, triumphant face that he that fell was not the one on whom her gaze was riveted. When, after Makotin and Vronsky crossed the great hurdle, another officer was thrown head first and was picked up for dead, a shudder of horror ran through the assembly. But Alexey Alexandrovitch perceived that Anna did not even notice it, and scarcely knew what the people around her were talking about. But he kept studying her face with deeper and deeper attention. Anna, all absorbed as she was in the spectacle of Vronsky's course, was conscious that her husband's cold eyes were on her. She turned around for an instant and looked at him questioningly. Then with a slight frown she turned away. "Ah, it's all the same to me," she seemed to say as she turned her gaze to the race. She did not look at him again. The race was disastrous. Out of the 17 riders more than half were thrown and hurt. Toward the end the excitement became intense, the more because the Emperor was displeased. End of chapter 28. Part 2, Chapter 29 of Anna Karenina by Leo Tolstoy, translated by Nathan Haskell Doyle. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by MaryAnn. All were loudly expressing their dissatisfaction, and the phrase was going the rounds, "Now only the lions are left in the arena." And when Vronsky fell, horror was felt by all, and Anna groaned in dismay. In this there was nothing extraordinary. But, from thence on, a change which was positively improper had come over her face, and she entirely lost her presence of mind. She tried to escape, like a bird caught in a snare. Thus she struggled to arise and to get away, and then she cried to Betsy, "Come, let us go, let us go!" But Betsy did not hear her. She was leaning over engaged in lively conversation with a general who had just entered the pavilion. Alexey Alexandrovitch hastened to his wife and courteously offered her his arm. "Come, if it is your wish to go," said he in French, but Anna was listening eagerly to what the general said and paid no attention to her husband. "He has broken his leg, they say, but this is not at all likely," said the general. Anna did not look at her husband, but taking her glass, she gazed at the place where Vronsky had fallen. It was so distant, and the crowd was so dense, that she could not make anything out of it. She dropped her binocle and started to go, but at that instant an officer came galloping up to make some report to the Emperor. Anna leaned forward and listened. "Stiva! Stiva!" she cried to her brother. He did not hear her. She again made an effort to leave the pavilion. "I again offer you my arm, if you wish to go," repeated Alexey Alexandrovitch, touching her hand. Anna drew back from him with aversion, and replied without looking at him, "No, no, leave me. I am going to stay." She now saw an officer riding at full speed across the race course from the place of the accident to the pavilion. Betsy beckoned to him with her handkerchief. The officer brought the news that the rider was uninjured, but the horse had broken her back. When she heard this, Anna quickly sat down and hid her face behind her fan. Alexey Alexandrovitch noticed, not only that she was weeping, but that she could not keep back the tears or even control the sobs that heaved her bosom. He stepped in front of her to shield her from the public gaze and give her a chance to regain her self-command. "For the third time I offer you my arm," said he, turning to her at the end of a few moments. Anna looked at him, not knowing what to say. The Princess Betsy came to her aid. "No, Alexey Alexandrovitch, I brought Anna, and I will be responsible for bringing her home," said Betsy, interfering. "Excuse me, princess," he replied, politely smiling, and looking her full in the face, "but I see that she is not well, and I wish her to go home with me." Anna looked round in terror, and, rising hastily, took her husband's arm. "I will send to inquire for him and let you know," whispered Betsy. As Alexey Alexandrovitch left the pavilion with his wife, he spoke in his ordinary manner to all whom he met, and Anna was forced to listen and to reply as usual. But she was not herself, and as in a dream she passed along on her husband's arm. "Is he killed or not? Can it be true? Will he come? Shall I see him today?" she asked herself. In silence she got into Alexey Alexandrovitch's carriage, and she sat in silence as they left the throng of vehicles. In spite of all he had seen, Alexey Alexandrovitch did not allow himself to think of his wife's present attitude. He saw only the external signs. He saw that her deportment had been improper, and he felt obliged to speak to her about it, but it was very difficult not to say more, to say only that. He opened his mouth to tell her how improperly she had behaved, but, in spite of himself, he said something absolutely different. "How strange that we all like to see these cruel spectacles. I notice—" "What? I did not understand you," said Anna scornfully. He was wounded and instantly began to say what was on his mind. "I am obliged to tell you," he began. Now, thought Anna, comes the explanation, and a terrible feeling came over her. "I am obliged to tell you that your conduct today has been extremely improper," said he, in French. "Wherein has my conduct been improper?" she demanded angrily, raising her head quickly and looking him straight in the eyes, no longer hiding her feelings under a mask of gaiety, but putting on a bold front, under which, with difficulty, she hid her fears. "Be careful," said he, pointing to the open window behind the coachman's back. He leaned forward and raised the pane. "What impropriety did you remark?" she asked again. "The despair which you took no pains to conceal when one of the riders was thrown." He awaited her answer, but she said nothing and looked straight ahead. "I have always requested you to so behave when in society that evil tongues cannot find anything to say against you. There was a time when I spoke of your inner feelings. I now say nothing about them. Now I speak only of outward appearances. You have behaved improperly, and I would ask you not to let this happen again." She did not hear half of his words. She felt overwhelmed with fear, and she thought only of Vronsky and whether he was killed. Was it he who was meant when they said the rider was safe but the horse had broken her back? When Alexey Alexandrovitch ceased speaking, she looked at him with an ironical smile and answered not a word, because she had not noticed what he said. At first he had spoken boldly, but as he saw clearly what he was speaking about, the terror which possessed her seized him also. He noticed that smile of hers, and it led him into a strange mistake. She is amused at my suspicions. She is going to tell me now what she said once before, that there is no foundation for them, that this is absurd. Now, when the discovery of the whole thing hung over him, he desired nothing so much as that she should answer derisively as she had done before, that his suspicions were ridiculous and had no foundation. What he now knew was so terrible to him that he was ready to believe anything she might say. But the expression of her gloomy and frightened face now allowed him no further chance of falsehood. "Possibly I am mistaken," said he. "In that case I beg you to forgive me." "No, you are not mistaken," she replied with measured words, casting a look of despair on her husband's icy face. "You are not mistaken. I was in despair, and I could not help being. I hear you, but I am thinking only of him. I love him. I am his mistress. I cannot endure you. I fear you. I hate you. Do with me what you please." And throwing herself into a corner of the carriage, she covered her face with her hands and burst into tears. Alexey Alexandrovitch did not move, or change the direction of his eyes, but his whole face suddenly assumed the solemn rigidity of a corpse, and this expression remained unchanged throughout the drive to the datcha. As they approached the house, he turned his head to her still with the same expression. "So, but I insist on the preservation of appearances until," and here his voice trembled, "I decide on the measures which I shall take to save my honour and communicate them to you." He stepped out of the carriage and assisted Anna out. Then, in the presence of the domestics, he shook hands with her, re-entered the carriage, and drove back to Petersburg. He had just gone when a lackey from Betsy brought a note to Anna. "I sent to Alexey Vronsky to learn how he was. He writes to tell me that he is safe and sound, but in despair. Then he will come," she thought. "How well I did to tell him all." She looked at her watch. Scarcely 3 hours had passed since she saw him, but the memory of their interview made her heart hot within her. "Bose moi! How light it is! It is terrible. But I love to see his face, and I love this fantastic light. My husband. Oh, yes. Well, thank God it is all over with him." End of chapter 29. Part 2, Chapter 30 of Anna Karenina by Leo Tolstoy, translated by Nathan Haskell Doyle. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by MaryAnn Spiegel. As in all places where human beings congregate, so in the little German village where the Shtcherbatskys went to take the waters, there is formed a sort of social crystallization which puts every one in his exact and unchangeable place. Just as a drop of water exposed to the cold always and invariably takes a certain crystalline form, so each new individual coming to the spa immediately finds himself fixed in the place peculiar to him. Fürst Shtcherbatsky, samt Gemahlin und Tochter. Prince Shtcherbatsky, wife and daughter, both by the apartments that they occupied and by their name and the acquaintances that they found, immediately crystallized into the exact place that was predestined to receive them. This year a genuine German Fürstin or princess was at the spa, and in consequence the crystallization of society took place even more energetically than usual. The Russian princess felt called on to present her daughter to the German princess, and the ceremony took place 2 days after their arrival. Kitty, dressed in a very simple toilette, that is to say, a very elegant summer costume imported from Paris, made a low and graceful curtsy. The Fürstin said, "I hope that roses will soon bloom again in this pretty little face." And immediately the Shtcherbatsky family found themselves in the fixed and definite walk of life from which it was impossible to descend. They made the acquaintance of the family of an English lady, of a German Gräfin and her son who had been wounded in the late war, of a scientific man from Sweden, and of a Monsieur Quenu and his sister. But, for the most part, the Shtcherbatskys spontaneously formed social relations among the people from Moscow, among them Marya Yevgenyevna Rishevaya and her daughter, whom Kitty did not like because she likewise was ill on account of a love affair, and a Moscow colonel whom she had seen in society since childhood, and known by his uniform and his epaulets, and who now, with his little eyes and his bare neck and flowery cravats, seemed to Kitty supremely ridiculous, and the more unendurable because she could not get rid of him. When they were all established, it became very tiresome to Kitty, the more as her father had gone to Carlsbad and she and her mother were left alone. She could not interest herself in her old acquaintances, because she knew that she would not find anything novel in them, and so her principal amusement was in studying the people whom she had never seen before. It was in accordance with Kitty's nature to see the best side of people, especially of strangers, and now, in making her surmises about the persons whom she saw, who they were and what they were like and what relationship they bore to one another, she amused herself in imagining the most wonderful and beautiful characters, and found justification for her observations. Of all these people, there was one in whom she took a most lively interest. This was a young Russian girl who had come to the baths with a sick Russian lady named Madame Stahl. Madame Stahl belonged to the high nobility, but she was so ill that she could not walk, and only occasionally, on very fine days, appeared at the baths in a wheeled chair. But it was rather from pride than illness, as the princess judged, that she failed to make any acquaintances among the Russians. The girl was her nurse, and, as Kitty remarked, she frequently went to those who were seriously ill, and there were many at the baths, and with the most natural, unaffected zeal took care of them. This young Russian girl, Kitty discovered to her surprise, was no relation to Madame Stahl, or even a hired companion. Madame Stahl called her simply Varenka, but her friends called her Mademoiselle Varenka. Kitty not only found it extremely interesting to study the relations between this young girl and Madame Stahl, and other persons whom she did not know, but as often happens, she also felt an unaccountable sympathy drawing her toward Mademoiselle Varenka, and, when their eyes met, she imagined that it pleased her also. This Mademoiselle Varenka was not only no longer in her first youth, but she seemed like a creature without any youth. Her age might be guessed as either 19 or 30. If one analyzed her features, she was rather good-looking, in spite of the sickly pallor of her face. If her head had not been rather large, and her figure too slight, she would have been considered handsome. But she was not one to please men. She made one think of a beautiful flower, which, though still preserving its petals, was faded and without perfume. There was one other reason why she could not be attractive to men, and that was the fact that she lacked exactly what Kitty had in excess, the repressed fire of life and a consciousness of her fascination. Varenka seemed always absorbed in some important work, and therefore it seemed she could not take any interest in anything irrelevant. It was this very contrast to herself that especially attracted Kitty to her. Kitty felt that in her and in her mode of life she might find what she was seeking with so much trouble, an interest in life, the dignity of life outside of the social relationships of young women to young men, which now seemed to Kitty like an ignominious exposure of merchandise awaiting a purchaser. The more she studied her unknown friend, the more convinced she became that this girl was the most perfect creature which she could imagine, and the more she longed to become acquainted with her. The two girls passed each other many times every day, and every time they met Kitty's eyes seemed always to ask, "Who are you? What are you? Are you not, in truth, the charming person that I imagine you to be? But for heaven's sake," the look seemed to add, "don't think that I would permit myself to demand your acquaintance. I simply admire you and love you." "I also love you, and you are very, very charming, and I would love you still better if I had time," replied the unknown maiden's look. And indeed Kitty saw that she was always busy. Either she was taking the children of a Russian family home from the baths, or carrying a plaid for an invalid and wrapping her up in it, or she was trying to divert some irritable sick man, or selecting and buying confections for some other sick persons. One morning, soon after the arrival of the Shtcherbatskys, two new persons appeared who immediately became the object of rather unfriendly criticism. The one was a very tall, stooping man with enormous hands, black eyes, at once innocent and terrifying, and wearing an old, ill-fitting short coat. The other was a pock-marked woman with a kindly face and dressed very badly and inartistically. Kitty instantly recognized that they were Russians, and in her imagination set to work constructing a beautiful and touching romance about them. But the princess, learning by the Kurlista, or list of arrivals, that this was Nikolai Levin and Marya Nikolaevna, explained to her what a bad man this Levin was, and all her illusions about these two persons vanished. The fact that he was Konstantin Levin's brother, even more than her mother's words, suddenly made these two people particularly repulsive to Kitty. This Levin, with his habit of twitching his head, aroused in her an unsurmountable feeling of repulsion. It seemed to her that in his great, wide eyes, as they persistently followed her, was expressed a sentiment of hatred and irony, and she tried to avoid meeting him. End of chapter 30. Part 2, Chapter 31 of Anna Karenina by Leo Tolstoy, translated by Nathan Haskell Doyle. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by MaryAnn. It was a stormy day. The rain fell all the morning, and the invalids with umbrellas thronged the gallery. Kitty and her mother, accompanied by the Muscovite colonel, playing the elegant in his European overcoat, bought ready-made in Frankfurt, were walking on one side of the gallery, in order to avoid Nikolai Levin, who was on the other. Varenka, in her dark dress and a black hat, with the brim turned down, was walking up and down the whole length of the gallery with a little blind Frenchwoman. Each time that she and Kitty met, they exchanged friendly glances. "Mamma, may I speak with her?" asked Kitty, as she happened to be following her unknown friend and noticed that she was approaching the spring where they might meet. "Yes, if you wish it so much. I will inquire about her and make her acquaintance first," said her mother. "But what do you find especially interesting in her? She is only a lady's companion. If you like, I can speak to Madame Stahl. I knew her belle sœur," added the princess, proudly raising her head. Kitty knew that her mother was vexed because Madame Stahl seemed to avoid making her acquaintance, and she did not press the point. "How wonderfully charming she is," said she, as she saw Varenka give the blind French lady a glass. "See how lovely and gentle everything is that she does." "You amuse me with your engagements," replied the princess. "No, we had better go back," she added, as she saw Levin approaching with Marya and a German doctor, with whom he was speaking in a loud and angry tone. As they turned to go back, suddenly they heard, not loud voices, but a cry. Levin had stopped, and was shrieking. The doctor was also angry. A crowd was gathering around them. The princess and Kitty hurried away, but the colonel joined the throng to find out what the trouble was. After a few moments the colonel came back to him. "What was it?" asked the princess. "It's a shame and a disgrace," replied the colonel. "There's only one thing you need to fear, and that is to meet with Russians abroad. This tall gentleman was quarreling with his doctor, heaped indignities upon him for not attending to him as he wished, and finally he threatened him with his cane. It is simply disgraceful." "Oh, how unpleasant!" said the princess. "Well, how did it end?" "Fortunately that girl with a hat like a toadstool interfered. A Russian, it seems," said the colonel. "Mademoiselle Varenka?" joyously exclaimed Kitty. Yes. She went quicker than anyone else and took the gentleman by the arm and led him off." "There, mamma," said Kitty, "and you wonder at my enthusiasm for Varenka." The next morning Kitty, watching her unknown friend, noticed that Mademoiselle Varenka had the same relations with Levin and Marya as with her other protégés. She joined them and talked with them, and acted as interpreter to the woman, who did not know any language beside her own. Kitty again begged her mother even more urgently to let her become acquainted with Varenka, and though it was unpleasant to the princess to seem to be making advances to the haughty and exclusive Madame Stahl, she made some inquiries about Varenka, and learning enough to satisfy herself that there was no possible harm, though very little that was advantageous, in the proposed acquaintance, she went first to Varenka and introduced herself. Choosing a time when Kitty was at the spring and Varenka was opposite the baker's, the princess went up to her. "Allow me to introduce myself," said she, with her dignified smile. "My daughter has taken a great fancy to you, but perhaps you do not know me. "It is more than reciprocal, princess," replied Varenka quickly. "What a good thing you did yesterday toward our wretched fellow countrymen," said the princess. Varenka blushed. "I do not remember," she replied. "I don't think I did anything." "Yes, indeed. You saved this Levin from an unpleasant affair." "Ah, yes. Ce compagne called me, and I tried to calm him. He is very sick and dissatisfied with his doctor. I am quite used to this kind of invalids." "Oh, yes. I have heard that you live at Metoni with your aunt, Madame Stahl. I used to know her belle sœur." "No, Madame Stahl is not my aunt. I call her maman, but I am no relation to her. I was brought up by her," replied Varenka, again blushing. All this was said with perfect simplicity, and the expression of her pleasing face was so frank and sincere that the princess began to understand why Kitty was so charmed by this Varenka. "Well, and what is this Levin going to do?" she asked. He is going away." At this moment Kitty, radiant with pleasure because her mother had made the acquaintance of her unknown friend, came in from the spring. "See here, Kitty, your ardent desire to know Mademoiselle—" "Varenka," said the girl smilingly. "Every one calls me so." Kitty was flushed with delight, and without speaking long pressed her new friend's hand, which gave no answering pressure, but lay passive in hers. Her hand gave no answering pressure, but Mademoiselle Varenka's face shone with a quiet, joyous, though melancholy smile, which showed her large but handsome teeth. "I have been longing to know you," said she. "But you are so busy." "Oh, on the contrary, I haven't anything to do," replied Varenka, but at the same instant she had to leave her new acquaintances because two little Russian girls, the daughter of an invalid, ran to her. "Varenka, mamma is calling," they cried, and Varenka followed them. Chapter 31. Part 2, Chapter 32 of Anna Karenina by Leo Tolstoy, translated by Nathan Haskell Dole. This recording is in the public domain. Read by MaryAnn Spiegel. The particulars which the princess learned about Varenka's past life, and her relations with Madame Stahl, and about Madame Stahl herself, were as follows. Madame Stahl had always been a sickly and excitable woman, who was said by some to have tormented the life out of her husband, and by others to have been tormented by his unnatural behavior. After she was divorced from her husband, she gave birth to her first child, which did not live. And Madame Stahl's parents, knowing her sensitiveness, and fearing that the shock would kill her, substituted for the dead child the daughter of a court cook, born on the same night and in the same house at Petersburg. This was Varenka. Madame Stahl afterwards learned that the child was not her own, but continued to take charge of her, the more willingly as the true parents shortly after died. For more than 10 years Madame Stahl lived abroad, in the south, never leaving her bed. Some said that she was a woman who had made a public show of her piety and good works. Others said that she was at heart the most highly moral of women, and that she lived only for the good of her neighbor, that she was really what she pretended to be. No one knew whether she was Catholic, Protestant, or Orthodox. One thing alone was certain, that she had friendly relations with the high dignitaries of all the churches and of all communions. Varenka always lived with Madame Stahl abroad, and all who knew Madame Stahl knew Mademoiselle Varenka also, and loved her. When she had learned all the particulars, the princess found nothing objectionable in her daughter's acquaintance with Varenka, the more because Varenka had the most cultivated manners and a fine education. She spoke French and English admirably, and chief of all she brought from Madame Stahl her regrets that, owing to her illness, she was deprived of the pleasure of making the princess's acquaintance. After she had once made Varenka's acquaintance, Kitty became more and more attached to her friend, and each day discovered some new charm in her. The princess, having discovered that Varenka sang well, invited her to come and give them an evening of music. Kitty plays, and we have a piano, not a very good instrument, to be sure, but you would give us great pleasure, said the princess, with her hypocritical smile which was displeasing to Kitty, especially as she knew that Varenka did not want to sing. But Varenka came that same evening and brought her music. The princess had invited Marya Yevgenyevna and her daughter and the colonel. Varenka seemed perfectly indifferent to the presence of these people, who were strangers to her, and she went to the piano without being urged. She could not accompany herself, but in singing she read the notes perfectly. Kitty, who played very well, accompanied her. "You have a remarkable talent," said the princess after the first song, which Varenka sang beautifully. Marya Yevgenyevna and her daughter added their compliments and their thanks. "See," said the colonel, looking out of the window, "what an audience you have attracted." In fact, a large number of people had gathered in front of the house. "I am very glad to have given you pleasure," said Varenka without affectation. Kitty looked at her friend proudly. She admired her art and her voice and her face, and, more than all, she was enthusiastic over the way in which Varenka made it evident that she took little account of her singing, and was perfectly indifferent to compliments. She simply seemed to say, Shall I sing some more, or is that enough? If I were in your place, how proud I should be! How happy I should be to see that crowd under the window! But she seems perfectly unconscious of it. All that she seemed to want was not to refuse, but to please maman. What is there about her? What is it that gives her this power of indifference, this calmness and independence? How I should like to learn this of her, thought Kitty, as she looked into her peaceful face. The princess asked Varenka to sing again, and she sang this time as well as the first, with the same care and the same perfection, standing erect near the piano, and beating time with her thin brown hand. The next piece in her music roll was an Italian aria. Kitty played the introduction and looked at Varenka. "Let us not do that one," she said, blushing. Kitty, in alarm and wonder, fixed her eyes on Varenka's face. "Well, another one," she said, hastily turning the pages and somehow feeling an intuition that the Italian song brought back to her friend some painful association. "No," replied Varenka, putting her hand on the notes and smiling. "Let us sing this." And she sang it as calmly and coolly as the one before. After the singing was over, they all thanked her again and went out into the dining room to drink tea. Kitty and Varenka went down into the little garden next to the house. "You had some association with that song, did you not?" asked Kitty. "You need not tell me about it," she hastened to add. "Simply say, 'Yes, I have.'" "Why should I not tell you about it? Yes, there is an association," said Varenka calmly, and not waiting for Kitty to say anything. "And it is a painful one. I once loved a man, and used to sing that piece to him." Kitty, with wide open eyes, looked at Varenka meekly, but did not speak. "I loved him, and he loved me also, but his mother was unwilling, and he married some one else. He does not live very far from us now, and I sometimes see him. You didn't think that I also had my romance, did you?" And her face lighted up with a rare beauty and a fire such as Kitty imagined might have been habitual in other days. "Why shouldn't I have thought so? If I were a man I could never have loved any one else after knowing you," said Kitty. "What I cannot conceive is, that he was able to forget you, and make you unhappy for the sake of obeying his mother. He couldn't have had any heart." "Oh, no. He was an excellent man, and I am not unhappy. On the contrary, I am very happy. Well, shall we sing any more this evening?" she added, starting to go toward the house. "How good you are! How good you are!" cried Kitty, and stopping her, she kissed her. "If I could only be a bit like you!" "Why should you resemble anyone else besides yourself? You are a good girl as you are," said Varenka, with her sweet and melancholy smile. "No, I am not good at all. Now, tell me, stay, let us sit down for a little while," said Kitty, drawing her down into a settee near by. "Tell me how it can be other than a pain to think of a man who has scorned your love, who has jilted you." "But no, he did not scorn it at all. I am sure that he loved me. But he was a dutiful son, and—" "Yes, but suppose it had not been for his mother's sake, but simply of his own free will," said Kitty, feeling that she was betraying her secret, and her face, glowing red with mortification, convicted her. "Then he would not have behaved honorably, and I should not mourn for him," replied Varenka, perceiving that the supposition concerned, not herself, but Kitty. "But the insult!" cried Kitty. "One cannot forgive the insult. It is impossible," said she, remembering her own look when the music stopped at the last ball. "Whose insult? You didn't act badly." "Worse than badly, shamefully." Varenka shook her head, and laid her hand on Kitty's. "Well, but why shamefully?" she asked. "You surely did not tell a man who showed indifference to you that you loved him?" "Certainly not. I never uttered a word. But he knew it. There are looks, there are ways. No, no, not if I lived 100 years should I ever forget it." "Now, what is it? I don't understand you. The question is solely this: do you love him now or not?" said Varenka, who liked to call things by their right names. "I hate him, but I cannot forgive myself." "But what for?" "The shame, the insult." "Ah, if everyone were as sensitive as you. There is never a young girl who does not sometimes feel the same way. It is all such a trifling thing." "But what, then, is important?" asked Kitty, looking at Varenka with astonishment and curiosity. "Oh, many things are important," replied Varenka with a smile. "Yes, but what?" "Oh, there are many things more important," replied Varenka, not knowing what to say, but at that moment the voice of the princess was heard from the window. "Kitty, it is getting cool. Put on your shawl, or come in." "It is time to go," said Varenka, getting up. "I must go and see Madame Berthe. She asked me to come." Kitty held her by the hand, and her eyes, full of passionate, almost supplicating, curiosity, asked her: "What is it that is so important that can give you such calm? You know. Tell me." But Varenka did not understand the meaning of Kitty's look. She remembered only that she had still to go to see Madame Berthe, and to get home at midnight for tea with maman. She went back to the room, picked up her music, and, having said good night to all, started to go. "Allow me, I will escort you," said the colonel. "Certainly," said the princess. "How could you go home alone at night? I was going to send Parasha with you." Kitty saw that Varenka could hardly keep from smiling at the idea that she needed any one to go home with her. "No, I always go home alone, and nothing ever happens to me," said she, taking her hat, and after kissing Kitty again, though she did not tell her the one important thing, she hurried away with firm steps, her music roll under her arm, and disappeared in the semi-darkness of the summer's night, carrying with her her secret of "what is important," and what gave her her enviable calmness and dignity. Chapter 33. Part 2, Chapter 33 of Anna Karenina by Leo Tolstoy, translated by Nathan Haskell Doyle. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by MaryAnn. Kitty also made Madame Stahl's acquaintance, and her relations with this lady and her friendship with Varenka had not only a powerful influence on her, but also soothed her grief. She found this consolation in the fact that, through this friendship, there opened before her an entirely new world, which had nothing in common with her past, a beautiful, supernal world, from the lofty heights of which she could look down calmly on her past. She discovered that this world, which was entirely apart from the instinctive life which she had hitherto led, was the spiritual life. This life was reached by religion, a religion which had nothing in common with the religion to which Kitty had been accustomed since infancy, a religion which consisted of going to morning and evening service and to the House of Windows where she met her acquaintances, or of learning by heart Slavonic texts with the parish priest. This was a lofty, mystic religion, united with the purest thoughts and feelings, and believed in not because one was commanded to do so, but through love. Kitty learned all this, but not by words. Madame Stahl talked to her as to a dear child whom she loved as the type of her own youth, and only once did she make any allusion to the consolation brought by faith and love for human sorrows, and to the compassion of Christ, who looked on no sorrows as insignificant, and she immediately changed the subject. But in all this lady's motions, in her words, in her heavenly looks, as Kitty called them, and, above all, in the story of her life, which she knew through Varenka, Kitty discovered the important thing, which till now had been but a sealed book to her. But, lofty as Madame Stahl's character was, touching as was her history, high-minded and affectionate her discourse, Kitty could not help noticing certain peculiarities which troubled her. One day, for example, when her relatives were mentioned, Madame Stahl smiled disdainfully. It was contrary to Christian charity. Another time Kitty noticed, when she met a Roman Catholic dignitary calling on her, that Madame Stahl kept her face carefully shaded by the curtain, and smiled peculiarly. Insignificant as these two incidents were, they gave her some pain, and caused her to doubt Madame Stahl's sincerity. Varenka, on the other hand, alone in the world, without family connections, without friends, hoping for naught, harboring no ill will after her bitter disappointment, seemed to her absolute perfection. Through Varenka she learned how to forget herself and to love her neighbor, if she wanted to be happy, calm, and good. And Kitty did wish this. And, when once she learned what was the important thing, Kitty was no longer willing simply to admire, but gave herself up with her whole heart to the new life which opened before her. After the stories which Varenka told her of Madame Stahl and others whom she named, Kitty drew up a plan for her coming life. She decided that, following the example of Aline, Madame Stahl's niece, whom Varenka often told her about, she would visit the unhappy, no matter where she might be living, and that she would aid them to the best of her ability, that she would distribute the Gospel, read the New Testament to the sick, to the dying, to criminals. The thought of reading the New Testament to criminals, as this Aline had done, especially appealed to Kitty. But she indulged in these dreams secretly, without telling them to her mother or even to her friend. However, while she was waiting to be able to carry out her schemes on a wider scale, it was easy for Kitty to put her new principles in practice at the waters, and even then and there at the spa, where the sick and unhappy are easily found, and she did as Varenka did. The princess swiftly noticed that Kitty had fallen under the powerful influence of her engagement with Madame Stahl, as she called it, and particularly with Varenka. She saw that Kitty imitated Varenka, not only in her deeds of charity, but even in her gait, in her speech, in her way of shutting her eyes. Later she discovered that her daughter was passing through a sort of crisis of the soul quite independent of the influence of her friends. The princess saw that Kitty was reading the Gospels evenings in a French Testament loaned her by Madame Stahl, a thing which she had never done before. She also noticed that she avoided her society friends, and gave her time to the sick under Varenka's care, and particularly to the poor family of a sick painter named Petrov. Kitty seemed proud to fill, in this household, the functions of a sister of charity. All this was very good, and the princess had no fault to find with it, and opposed it all the less from the fact that Petrov's wife was a woman of good family, and that one day the Fürstin, noticing Kitty's charitable activity, had praised her and called her the ministering angel. All would have been very good if it had not been carried to excess. But the princess saw that her daughter was going to extremes, so she spoke to her about it. Il ne faut rien autre. One must never go to extremes, she said to her. But her daughter made no reply. She only questioned from the bottom of her heart whether one could ever talk about going to extremes in the matter of religion. How could there be any possibility of extremes in following the teachings which bid you offer your left cheek when the right has been struck, and to give your shirt when your cloak is taken from you? But the princess was displeased with this tendency to exaggeration, and she was still more displeased to feel that Kitty was unwilling to open her heart to her. In point of fact, Kitty kept secret from her mother her new views and feelings. She kept them secret, not because she lacked affection or respect for her mother, but simply because she was her mother. It would have been easier to confess them to a stranger than to her mother. "It is a long time since Anna Pavlovna has been to see us," said the princess one day, speaking of Madame Petrov. "I invited her to come, but she seems offended." "No, I don't think so, maman," replied Kitty, with a guilty look. "You have not been with her lately, have you?" "We planned a walk on the mountain for tomorrow," said Kitty. "I see no objection," replied the princess, noticing her daughter's confusion and trying to fathom the reason. That same day Varenka came to dinner and announced that Anna Pavlovna had given up the proposed expedition. The princess noticed that Kitty again blushed. "Kitty, has there been anything unpleasant between you and the Petrovs?" she asked, as soon as they were alone. "Why have they ceased to send their children, or to come themselves?" Kitty replied that nothing had happened, and that she really did not understand why Anna Pavlovna seemed to be angry with her, and she told the truth. She did not know the reasons for the change in Madame Petrov, but she suspected them, and thus also she suspected a thing which she dared not to confess, even to herself, still less to her mother. This was one of those things which you know, but which are impossible to speak, even to yourself, so humiliating and painful would it be if you are mistaken. Again and again she passed in review all the memories of her relations with this family. She remembered the innocent joy which shone on Anna Pavlovna's honest, round face when they first met. She remembered their secret discussions to find means to distract the invalid and keep him from the forbidden work, and to get him out of doors, the attachment of the youngest child, who called her Moya Kitty, and would not go to bed without her. How beautiful everything was at that time! Then she remembered Petrov's thin face, his long neck stretching out from his brown coat, his thin curly hair, his blue eyes with their questioning look, which she had feared at first, his painful efforts to seem lively and energetic when she was near. She recalled the effort that she had to make at first to overcome the repugnance which he, as well as all consumptives, caused her to feel, and the trouble which she had in finding something to talk with him about. She remembered the sick man's humble and timid looks when he saw her, and the strange feeling of compassion and awkwardness which came over her at first, followed by the pleasant consciousness of her charitable deeds. How lovely it had all been, but it lasted only for a brief moment. Now, and for several days, there had been a sudden change. Anna Pavlovna received Kitty with pretended friendliness, and did not cease to watch her and her husband. Could it be that the invalid's pathetic joy at the sight of her was the cause of Anna Pavlovna's coolness? Yes, she said to herself, there was something unnatural and quite different from her ordinary sweet temper when she said to me day before yesterday, sharply, "There, he will not do anything without you. He would not even take his coffee, though he is awfully faint." Yes, perhaps it was not agreeable to her when I gave him his plaid. It was such a simple thing to do, but he seemed so strange, and thanked me so warmly, that I felt ill at ease. And then that portrait of me which he painted so well, but above all, his gentle and melancholy look. Yes, yes, it must be so, Kitty repeated with horror. No, it cannot be, it must not be. He is to be pitied so, she added in her secret heart. This suspicion poisoned the pleasure of her new life. End of chapter 33. Part 2, Chapter 34 of Anna Karenina by Leo Tolstoy. Translated by Nathan Haskell Doyle. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by MaryAnn Spiegel. Just before their season at the spa was over, Prince Shtcherbatsky rejoined them. He had been to Carlsbad, to Baden, and to Kissingen with Russian friends, to get a breath of Russian air, as he expressed it. The prince and princess had conflicting ideas in regard to living abroad. The princess thought that everything was lovely, and notwithstanding her assured position in Russian society, while she was abroad she put on the airs of a European lady, which she was not, for she was in every way a genuine Russian barunya. The prince, on the other hand, considered everything abroad detestable, and the European life unendurable, and he even exaggerated his Russian characteristics, and tried to be less of a European than he really was. He came back emaciated and with drooping sacks under his eyes, but in the happiest spirits, and his happy frame of mind was still further enhanced when he found that Kitty was on the road to health. The accounts that he heard of Kitty's intimacy with Madame Stahl and Varenka, and the princess's description of the moral transformation through which his daughter was passing, rather vexed the prince, awakening in him that feeling of jealousy which he always had in regard to everything that might draw Kitty away from under his influence. He was afraid that she might ascend to regions unattainable to him. But these disagreeable presentiments were swallowed up in the sea of gaiety and good humor which he always carried with him, and which his sojourn at Carlsbad had increased. The day after his arrival, the prince, in his long paletot, and with his Russian wrinkles and his puffy cheeks standing out above his stiffly starched collar, went in the very best of spirits with Kitty to the spring. The morning was beautiful. The neat, gay houses, with their little gardens, the sight of the German servants, with their red faces and red arms, happily working, the brilliant sun, everything filled the heart with pleasure. But as they came nearer the spring they met more and more invalids, whose lamentable appearance contrasted painfully with the trim and beneficent German surroundings. For Kitty, the bright sunlight, the vivid green of the trees, the sounds of the music, all formed a natural framework for these well-known faces, whose changes for better or worse she had been watching. But for the prince there was something cruel in the contrast between this bright June morning, the orchestra playing the latest waltz, and especially the sight of these healthy-looking servants, and the miserable invalids, from all corners of Europe, dragging themselves painfully along. In spite of the return of his youth which the prince experienced, and the pride that he felt in having his favourite daughter on his arm, he confessed to a sense of shame and awkwardness in walking along with his firm step and his vigorous limbs. Introduce me to your new friends," said he to his daughter, pressing her arm with his elbow. "I am beginning to like your abominable Soden for the good which it has done you. Only it is melancholy for you. Who is this?" Kitty told the names of the acquaintances and strangers that they met on their way. At the very entrance of the garden they met Madame Berthe and her companion, and the prince was pleased to see the expression of joy on the old Frenchwoman's face at the sound of Kitty's voice. With true French exaggeration, she immediately overwhelmed the prince with compliments, congratulating him on having such a charming daughter, whose merits she praised to the skies, declaring to her face that she was a treasure, a pearl, a ministering angel. "Well, she must be angel number 2, said the prince gallantly, "for she calls Mademoiselle Varenka angel number 1. "Oh, Mademoiselle Varenka is truly an angel, à l'aise," said Madame Berthe vivaciously. They met Varenka herself in the gallery. She hastened up to them carrying an elegant red bag. "Here's papa," said Kitty. Varenka made the prince a simple and natural salutation, almost like a curtsy, and without any false modesty immediately entered into conversation with him, as she conversed with everyone, without restraint or affectation. "Of course I know you very well already," said the prince, with a pleasant expression that made Kitty see that her friend pleased her father. "Where were you going so fast?" "Maman is here," she replied, turning to Kitty. "She did not sleep all night, and the doctor advised her to take the air. I have brought her work." "So that is angel number 1," said the prince, when Varenka had gone. Kitty saw that he intended to rally her about her friend, but he refrained because her friend had pleased him. "Well, let us go and see them all," said he. "All your friends, even Madame Stahl, if she will deign to remember me." "But did you ever know her, papa?" asked Kitty, with fear, as she saw an ironical flash in her father's eyes as he mentioned Madame Stahl. "I knew her husband, and I knew her a little, before she joined the Pietists." "What are Pietists, papa?" asked Kitty, troubled because such a nickname was given to what in Madame Stahl she valued so highly. "I myself do not know much about them. I only know this, that she thanks God for everything, even for her tribulations, and, above all, she thanks God because her husband is dead. Now, that is comical, because they did not live happily together. But who is that? What a melancholy face," he added, seeing an invalid sitting in a shop in cinnamon-colored paletot, with white pantaloons making strange folds around his emaciated legs. This gentleman had raised his straw hat, and bared his sparse curly hair and high sickly forehead, on which showed the red line made by the brim. "That is Petrov, a painter," replied Kitty, with a blush. "And there is his wife," she added, indicating Anna Pavlovna, who, at their approach, had evidently made the excuse of running after the children playing in the street. "Poor fellow, and what a pleasant face he has," said the prince. "But why did you not go to him? He seemed anxious to speak to you." "Well, let us go back to him," said Kitty, resolutely turning about. "How do you feel today?" she asked of Petrov. Petrov arose, leaning on his cane, and looked timidly at the prince. "This is my daughter," said the prince. "Allow me to make your acquaintance." The painter bowed and smiled, showing teeth of strangely dazzling whiteness. "We expected you yesterday, princess," he said to Kitty. He staggered as he spoke, and to conceal the fact that it was involuntary, he repeated the motion. "I expected to come, but Varenka told me that Anna Pavlovna sent word that you were not going." "That we weren't going?" said Petrov, troubled, and beginning to cough. Then, looking toward his wife, he called hoarsely, "Annetta! Annetta!" while the great veins on his thin white neck stood out like cords. Anna Pavlovna drew near. "How did you send word to the princess that we were not going?" he demanded angrily, in a whisper. "Good morning, princess," said Anna Pavlovna, with a constrained smile, totally different from her former effusiveness. "Very glad to make your acquaintance," she added, addressing the prince. "You have been long expected, prince." "How could you have sent word to the princess that we were not going?" again demanded the painter, in his hoarse whisper, and still more irritated because he could not express himself as he wished. "Oh, good heavens! I thought that they were not going," said his wife testily. "How? When?" He coughed and made a gesture of despair with his hand. The prince raised his hat and went away with his daughter. "Oh, ugh!" he said with a deep sigh. "Oh, these poor creatures!" "Yes, papa," said Kitty, "and you must know that they have 3 children, and no servant, and almost no means. He receives a pittance from the academy," she continued eagerly, so as to conceal the emotion caused by the strange change in Anna Pavlovna in her behavior to her. "Ah, there is Madame Stahl," said Kitty, directing his attention to a wheeled chair, in which was lying a human form, wrapped in gray and blue, propped up by pillows, and shaded by an umbrella. It was Madame Stahl. A solid and sturdy German laborer was pushing her chair. Beside her walked a light-complexioned Swedish count, whom Kitty knew by sight. Several people had stopped near the wheeled chair, and were gazing at this lady as if she were some curiosity. The prince approached her, and Kitty instantly noticed in her father's eyes that ironical gleam which had troubled her before. He went up to Madame Stahl and addressed her in that excellent French which so few Russians nowadays are able to speak, and was extremely polite and friendly. "I do not know whether you still recollect me, but it is my duty to bring myself to your remembrance, in order that I may thank you for your kindness to my daughter," said he, taking off his hat and holding it in his hand. "Prince Alexander Shtcherbatsky," said Madame Stahl, looking at him with her heavenly eyes, in which Kitty detected a shade of dissatisfaction. "I am very glad to see you. I love your daughter so." "Your health is not always good." "Oh, I am pretty well used to it now," replied Madame Stahl, and she presented the prince to the Swedish count. "You have changed very little," said the prince to her, "during the 10 or 12 years since I had the honor of seeing you." "Yes, God gives the cross and gives also the power to carry it. I often ask myself why my life is so prolonged." "Not like that," she said crossly to Varenka, who had not succeeded in putting her plaid over her shoulders to her satisfaction. "For doing good, without doubt," said the prince with laughing eyes. "It is not for us to judge," replied Madame Stahl, observing the gleam of irony in the prince's face. "I pray you send me that book, dear count. I will thank you 1,000 times," said she, turning to the young Swede. "Ah!" cried the prince, who had just caught sight of the Muscovite colonel standing near, and bowing to Madame Stahl, he went away with his daughter and the Muscovite colonel, who had joined him. "This is our aristocracy, prince," said the colonel with sarcastic intent, for he also was piqued because Madame Stahl refused to be friendly. "Always the same," replied the prince. "Did you know her before her illness, prince? That is, before she became an invalid?" "Yes, she became an invalid after I knew her." "They say that she has not walked for 10 years." "She does not walk because one leg is shorter than the other. She was very badly put together." "Papa, it is impossible!" cried Kitty. "Evil tongues say so, my dear, and your friend Varenka ought to see her as she is. Oh, these invalid ladies!" "Oh, no, papa, I assure you, Varenka adores her," cried Kitty eagerly. "And besides, she does so much good. Ask anyone you please. Everyone knows her, Emmeline Stahl." "Maybe," replied her father, pressing her arm gently. "But it would be better when people do such things that no one should know about it." Kitty was silent, not because she had nothing to say, but she was unwilling to reveal her inmost thoughts even to her father. There was one strange thing, however, decided though she was not yet to unbosom to her father, not to let him penetrate into the sanctuary of her reflections. She nevertheless was conscious that her ideal of holiness, as seen in Madame Stahl, which she had for a whole month carried in her soul, had irrevocably disappeared, as a face seen in a garment thrown down by chance disappears when one really sees how the garment is lying. She retained only the image of a lame woman who, because she was deformed, stayed in bed, and who tormented the patient Varenka because she did not arrange her plaid to suit her. And it became impossible for her imagination to bring back to her the remembrance of the former Madame Stahl. Chapter 34. Part 2, Chapter 35 of Anna Karenina by Leo Tolstoy, translated by Nathan Haskell Doyle. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by MaryAnn Spiegel. The prince's gaiety and good humor were contagious. His household and acquaintances, and even their German landlord, felt it. When he came in with Kitty from the Springs, the prince invited the colonel, Marya Yevgenyevna and her daughter, and Varenka to luncheon, and had the table and chairs brought out under the chestnut trees in the garden, and there the guests were served. The landlord and his domestics were filled with zeal under the influence of his good spirits. They knew his generosity, and before half an hour was over a sick Hamburg doctor, who had rooms on the upper floor, was looking down with envy on the happy group of hearty Russians sitting under the chestnut trees. Under the flickering shade of the sun-flecked leaves sat the princess, in a bonnet trimmed with lilac ribbons, presiding over the table spread with a white cloth, whereon were placed the coffee service, the bread, butter, cheese, and cold game, and she was distributing cups and tarts. At the other end of the table sat the prince, eating with good appetite, and talking with great animation. He had spread out in front of him his purchases, carved boxes, jackstraws, paper cutters of all kinds, which he had brought back from all the places where he had been, and he was distributing them around to all, including Lieschen, the maid, and the landlord, with whom he joked in his comically bad German, assuring him that it was not the waters that had cured Kitty, but his excellent cuisine, and particularly his prune soup. The princess laughed at her husband for his Russian peculiarities, but never, since she had been at the spa, had she been so gay and lively. The colonel, as always, was amused at the prince's jests, but he agreed with the princess on the European question, which he imagined that he understood thoroughly. The good Marya Yevgenyevna laughed at every good thing that the prince said, and even Varenka, to Kitty's great astonishment, laughed till she was tired, with undemonstrative but infectious hilarity awakened by the prince's jests. This was something Kitty had never known to happen before. All this delighted Kitty, but she could not free herself from mental agitation. She could not resolve the problem which her father had unintentionally given her by his jesting, humorous attitude toward her friends and the life which offered her so many attractions. Moreover, she could not help puzzling herself with the reasons for the change in her relations with the Petrovs, which had struck her that day so plainly and disagreeably. All the rest were gay, but Kitty could not be gay, and this still more annoyed her. She experienced a feeling analogous to that which she had known in her childhood, when, as a punishment for some offense, she was shut up in her room and heard the gay merriment of her sisters. "Now, why did you purchase this heap of things?" asked the princess, smiling and offering her husband a cup of coffee. "You go out for a walk. Well, and you come to a shop, and they address you and say, 'Erlaucht, Excellenz, Durchlaucht.' When they say Durchlaucht, I cannot resist any longer, and my $10 vanish." "It was merely because you were bored," said the princess. "Certainly I was bored. It was ennui which one does not know how to escape from." "But how can you be bored? There are so many interesting things to see in Germany now," said Marya Yevgenyevna. "Yes, I know all which is interesting just at the present time. I know soup with prunes. I know pea pudding. I know everything." "Just as you please, prince. But their institutions are interesting," said the colonel. "Yes, but what is there interesting about them? They are as contented as copper kopecks. They have whipped the world. Now why should I find anything to content me here? I never conquered anybody, but I have to take off my boots myself, and, what is worse, I put them out myself in the corridor. In the morning I get up and have to dress myself and go down to the dining room and drink execrable tea. 'Tisn't like that at home. There you can get up when you please. If you are out of sorts, you can grumble. You have all the time you need for remembering things, and you can do whatever you please without hurrying." "But time is money. You forget that," said the colonel. "That depends. There are whole months which you would sell for 50 kopecks, and half hours which you would not give any amount of money for. Isn't that so, Kitenka? But why are you so solemn?" "I am not, papa." "Where are you going? Stay a little longer," said the prince to Varenka. "But I must go home," said Varenka, rising and laughing gaily again. After she had excused herself, she took leave of her friends and went into the house to get her hat. Kitty followed her. Even Varenka seemed to her friend changed. She was not less good, but she was different from what she had imagined her to be. "Ah, it is such a long time since I have laughed so much," said Varenka, as she was getting her parasol and her satchel. "How charming your papa is!" Kitty did not answer. "When shall I see you again?" asked Varenka. "Maman wanted to go to the Petrovs'. Are you going to be there?" asked Kitty, trying to sound Varenka. "I'm going to be there," she replied. "They're expecting to leave, and I promised to help them pack." "Well, then I will go with you." "No. Why should you?" "Why not?" "Why not?" "Why not?" asked Kitty, opening her eyes very well and holding Varenka by her sunshade. "Wait a moment, and tell me why not." "Why not? Because your papa has come, and because they are vexed at you." "No, tell me honestly why you don't like to have me go to the Petrovs'. You don't like it. Why is it?" "I didn't say so," replied Varenka calmly. "I beg you to tell me." "Must I tell you all?" "All, all," replied Kitty. "Well, there's really nothing very serious. Only Mikhail Alexeyevitch, that was Petrov's name, a short time ago wanted to leave even before this, and now he does not want to go at all," replied Varenka, smiling. "Well, well," cried Kitty, looking at Varenka with a gloomy expression. "Now for some reason Anna Pavlovna imagines that he does not want to go because you are here. Of course this was unfortunate, but you have been the unwitting cause of a family quarrel, and you know how irritable these invalids are." Kitty grew still more melancholy and kept silent, and Varenka went on speaking, trying to smooth it over and put things in a better light, though she foresaw that the result would be either tears or reproaches, she knew not which. "So it is better for you not to go there, and you will not be angry." "But it was my fault! It was my fault!" said Kitty, speaking rapidly and snatching Varenka's parasol away from her and not looking at her. Varenka was amused at her friend's childish anger, but she was afraid of offending her. "How is it your fault? I don't understand." "My fault because it was all pretense, it was all hypocrisy, and because it did not come from the heart. What business had I to meddle in the affairs of a stranger? And so I have been the cause of a quarrel, and I have been doing what no one asked me to do, simply because it was all hypocrisy. Hypocrisy!" said she. "But why do you call it hypocrisy?" asked Varenka gently. "Oh, how stupid, how wretched! It was none of my business. Hypocrisy," mechanically opening and shutting the sunshade. "But it was your idea?" "'Twas to seem better to others, to myself, to God, to deceive everyone. No, I will not fall so low again. I may be wicked, but at least I will not be a liar and deceiver." "But who is a liar?" asked Varenka in a reproachful tone. "You speak as if—" But Kitty was thoroughly angry and did not let her finish. "I am not speaking of you, not of you at all. You are perfection. Yes, yes, I know that you are all perfection. How can I help it? I am wicked. This would not have occurred if I had not been wicked. So let me be what I am, but I will not be deceitful. What have I to do with Anna Pavlovna? Let them live as they want to, and I will do the same. I can't be somebody else. Besides, everything is different." "What is different?" asked Varenka in perplexity. "Everything. I can only live by my heart, but you live by your principles. I like you all, but you have had in view only to save me, to convert me." "You are not fair," said Varenka. "I'm not speaking for other people. I only speak for myself." "Kitty!" cried her mother's voice. "Come here and show papa your corals." Kitty, with a haughty face and not making it up with her friend, took the box with the corals from the table and carried it to her mother. "What is the matter? Why are you so flushed?" asked her father and mother with one voice. "Nothing. I'm coming right back." And she hurried back to the house. "She's still there," she thought. "What shall I tell her? Bozhe moi! What have I done? What have I said? Why did I hurt her feelings? What have I done? What shall I say to her?" she asked herself as she hesitated at the door. Varenka, with her hat on and her parasol in her hand, was sitting by the table, examining the spring which Kitty had broken. She raised her head. "Varenka, forgive me," whispered Kitty, coming up to her. "Forgive me. I don't know what I said. "Truly, I did not mean to cause you pain," said Varenka, smiling. Peace was made. But her father's coming had changed for Kitty the whole world in which she lived. She did not give up what she had learned, but she confessed that she had been under an illusion, by believing that she was what she had dreamed of being. She awoke, as it were, from a dream. She felt all the difficulty of staying without hypocrisy and boastfulness on the heights to which she had tried to raise herself. Moreover, she felt still more vividly all the weight of that world of misfortunes, of illnesses, of those who surrounded her, and she was tormented by the efforts which she had made to interest herself in them. And she began to long to breathe the pure, healthier atmosphere of Russia at Yergushovo, where Dolly and the children had gone, as she learned from a letter that had just come. But her love for Varenka had not diminished. When she went away, she begged her to come and visit them in Russia. "I will come when you are married," said she. "I shall never marry." "Well, then I shall never come." "Well, in that case I shall get married only for your sake. Don't forget your promise," said Kitty. The doctor's prophecies were realized. Kitty came home to Russia perfectly well. Possibly she was not as gay and careless as before, but her calmness was restored. The pains of the past were only a memory. End of chapter 35. And end of part 2 of Anna Karenina by Leo Tolstoy, translated by Nathan Haskell Doyle. Part 3, Chapter 1 of Anna Karenina. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by MaryAnn Spiegel. Anna Karenina by Leo Tolstoy, translated by Nathan Haskell Doyle. Part 3, Chapter 1. Sergey Ivanovitch Kozneuishchev wanted to rest after his intellectual labors, and, instead of going abroad as usual, he came, toward the end of May, to visit his brother in the country. In his opinion, the country life was best of all, and he came now to his brother's to enjoy it. Konstantin Levin was very glad to welcome him, the more because this summer he did not expect his brother Nikolai. But in spite of his love and respect for Sergey Ivanovitch, Konstantin was not at his ease with him in the country. He was not at his ease. He was even annoyed to see how his brother regarded the country. For Konstantin Levin, the country was the place for life, for pleasures, sorrows, labor. For Sergey Ivanovitch, the country, on the one side, offered rest from labor, and on the other, a profitable antidote against corruption, and he took it gladly, convinced of its utility. For Konstantin Levin the country was beautiful because it offered field for works of incontestable utility. For Sergey Ivanovitch the country was especially delightful because there was nothing he could do, or needed to do there, at all. Moreover, Sergey Ivanovitch's behavior toward the people somewhat piqued Konstantin. Sergey Ivanovitch said that he loved and knew the people, and he often chatted with the muzhiks as he was fully able to do, without pretense and without affectation, and discovered, in his interviews with them, traits of character honorable to the people, so that he felt convinced that he knew them thoroughly. Such relations with the people displeased Konstantin Levin. For him the peasantry was only the chief factor in associated labor, and though he respected the muzhik and, as he himself said, drew in with the milk of the woman who nursed him a genuine love for them, still he, as a factor associated with them in the general labors, while sometimes admiring their strength, their good nature, their sense of justice, very often when in the general work of the estate other qualities were needed, flew into a passion with the peasantry for their carelessness, slovenliness, drunkenness, untruthfulness. If he had been asked whether he liked the people, he would really have not known what reply to make. He liked and he did not like the people as the majority of men did. Of course, as a good man, he liked men more than he disliked them, and so it was with the peasantry. But to like or not to like the peasantry, as something out of the common, was an impossibility to him, because he not only lived with the peasantry, because not only were his interests bound up with those of the peasantry, but also he looked on himself as a part of the people, saw no qualities or faults in the people that he did not himself possess, and could not take his stand contrary to the people. Moreover, although he had long lived in the closest relationship with his muzhiks as their landlord, their mediator, and, what was more, their adviser, for the muzhiks had faith in him and came to him from 40 versts around to ask his advice, he passed no definite judgment on them, and to the question, did he know the people, he would have found it as hard to find an answer as to the question, did he like the people? But to say that he knew the peasantry would have meant in his opinion the same as to say that he knew men. He was constantly admiring and studying all kinds of men, and among them, men from among the peasantry whom he considered to be fine and interesting specimens of humanity. And he was all the time discovering in them new characteristics, and changing and revising his preconceived theories regarding them. Sergey Ivanovitch was just the opposite. Just exactly as he liked and enjoyed the country life for its contrariety to that which he did not like, so he liked the peasantry for their contrariety to that class of men which he did not like. And in exactly the same way he knew the people as being opposed to men in general. His methodical mind clearly differentiated the definite forms of life among the peasantry, deducing it partly from the life of the peasantry itself, but principally from its contrarieties. He never changed his opinions in regard to the people and his sympathetic relationship to them. In the discussions which arose between the brothers in consequence of their divergence of views, Sergey Ivanovitch always won the victory because he had definite opinions concerning the people, their character, peculiarities, and tastes, while Konstantin Levin, ceaselessly modifying his, was easily convicted of contradicting himself. Sergey Ivanovitch looked on his brother as a splendid fellow, whose heart was bien placé, as he expressed it in French, but whose mind, though quick and active, was open to the impressions of the moment, and therefore full of contradictions. With the condescension of an elder brother, he sometimes explained to him the real meaning of things, but he did not take genuine pleasure in discussing with him, because his opponent was so easy to vanquish. Konstantin Levin looked on his brother as a man of vast intelligence and learning, endowed with extraordinary faculties, most advantageous to the community at large. But as he advanced in life and learned to know him better, he sometimes asked himself, in the secret chambers of his heart, if this devotion to the general interests which he felt that he himself entirely lacked, was really a good quality, or rather a lack of something. Not a lack of good-natured, upright, benevolent wishes and tastes, but the lack of the motive power of life, which is called heart of that impulse which constrains a man to choose one out of all the multitudes of paths which life offers to men, and to desire this alone. The better he knew his brother, the more he remarked that Sergey Ivanovitch and many other workers for the common good were not drawn by their affections to this work, but that they used their reason to justify themselves in the interest they took in it. Levin was still further confirmed in this hypothesis by the observation that his brother did not really take much more to heart the questions concerning the common good and the immortality of the soul than those connected with a game of chess or the ingenious construction of a new machine. Again Levin felt, also, constraint with his brother from the fact that while he was in the country, and especially in the summer-time, he was all the time busy with his work on the estate. The days seemed to him too short for him to accomplish all that he wanted to do, while his brother was taking his ease. But, though Sergey Ivanovitch was enjoying his vacation, in other words, he was not working at his writing, he was so used to intellectual activity that he enjoyed expressing in beautiful, concise form the thoughts that occurred to him, and he liked to have some one listen to him. His most habitual and most natural auditor was his brother, and therefore, notwithstanding the friendly simplicity of their relations, Konstantin felt awkward to be alone with him. Sergey Ivanovitch liked to lie on the grass, in the sun, stretched out at full length, and to talk lazily. "You wouldn't believe," he would say to his brother, "how I enjoy this tufted idleness. I have not an idea in my head. It is empty as a shell." But Konstantin Levin quickly wearied of sitting down and hearing him talk, especially because he knew that in his absence they were spreading the manure on the unplowed field, and would be up to God knows what mischief, unless he should be on hand to superintend this work. He knew that they would not screw up the cutters in his plows, but would be taking them off, and then say the plows were foolish devices, and that Andreyev's Soka did the work, and the like. "Don't you ever get weary going about so in this heat?" asked Sergey Ivanovitch. "No, only I must run over to the office for a minute," said Levin, and he hurried across the field. Chapter 2. Part 3, Chapter 2 of Anna Karenina by Leo Tolstoy, translated by Nathan Haskell Dole. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by MaryAnn. Early in June, Agafya Mikhailovna, the old nurse, an ekonomka, or housekeeper, in going down the cellar with a pot of salted mushrooms, slipped and fell and dislocated her wrist. The district doctor, a loquacious young medical student who had just taken his degree, came and, after examining the arm, declared that it was not out of joint. During dinner, proud of finding himself in the society of the distinguished Sergey Ivanovitch Kozneushef, he began to relate all the petty gossip of the district in order to display his enlightened view of things, and he expressed his regrets at the bad condition of provincial affairs. Sergey Ivanovitch listened attentively, asking various questions, and animated by the presence of a new hearer, he made keen and shrewd observations, which were received by the young doctor with respectful appreciation, and his spirits rose high, which, as his brother knew, was liable to be the case with him after a lively and brilliant conversation. After the doctor's departure, he expressed his desire to go to the river and fish. He was fond of fishing, and seemed to take pride in showing that he could amuse himself with such a stupid occupation. Konstantin had to go to certain fields and meadows, and offered to take his brother in the cabriolet as far as the river. It was the time of year, the very top of the summer, when the prospects of harvest may be estimated, when the labors of the next year's plantings begin to be thought of, and the mowing time has come, when the rye is already eared and sea-green in color, but still not fully formed, when the ears of corn swing lightly in the breeze, when the green oats, with scattered clumps of yellow grass, peep irregularly from the late-sown fields, when the early buckwheat already is up and hides the soil, when the fallow fields, beaten as hard as stone by the cattle and with paths deserted, on which the soka, or primitive plough, has no effect, are half broken up, when the odor of the dry manure, heaped in little hillocks over the fields, mingles at twilight with the perfume of the honey-grass, and on the bottom-lands, waiting for the scythe, stand the protected meadows, like a boundless sea with the darkening clumps of sorrel that has done blooming. It was the time when there is a brief breathing spell before the harvest, that great event which the muzhik with eagerness expects each year. The crops promised to be superb, and there was a succession of bright, clear summer days, followed by short, dewy nights. The two brothers had to go through the woodland to reach the fields. Sergey Ivanovitch was all the time admiring the beauty of the forest with its dense canopy of leaves, and he pointed out to his brother, as they rode along, now an old linden almost in flower, dark on its shady side and variegated with yellow stipules, now at the emerald-shining young shoots of the same year. But Konstantin did not himself like to speak or to hear about the beauties of nature. Words, he thought, spoiled the beauty of the thing that he saw. He assented to what his brother said, but allowed his mind to concern itself with other things. After they left the wood, his whole attention was absorbed by a fallow field on the hillock, where in some places the grass was growing yellow, where in others whole squares of it had been cut, and in others raked up into haycocks, and where in still other places the men were ploughing. The carts were thronging up toward the field. Levin counted them, and was satisfied with the work which was going on. His thoughts were diverted by the sight of the meadows to the question of haymaking. He always experienced something which went to his very heart at the hay harvesting. When they reached the meadow Levin stopped his horse. The morning dew was still damp on the thick grass, and Sergey Ivanovitch begged his brother, in order that he might not wet his feet, to drive him in his cabriolet as far as a clump of laburnums near where perch were to be caught. Though Levin disliked to trample down his grass, he drove over through the field. The tall grass clung round the wheels and the horse's legs, and scattered its seed on the damp spokes and naves. Sergey sat down under the laburnums and cast his line, but Levin drove the horse aside, fastened him, and then went off through the vast green sea of the meadow unstirred by a breath of wind. The silky grass with its ripe seeds was almost waist high in the places that had been overflowed. As Konstantin Levin crossed the meadow diagonally, he met on the road an old man with one of his eyes swollen and carrying a swarming basket full of bees. "Well, have you caught them, Fomitch?" he asked. "Caught them indeed, Konstantin Mitrich. If only I could keep my own. This is the second time the swarm has gone off. But thanks to the boys, they galloped after 'em. They're ploughing your fields. They unhitched the horse and dashed off after 'em. Well, what do you say, Fomitch? Should we begin mowing or wait?" "Just as you say. According to our notions we should wait till St. Peter's Day, but you always mow earlier. Well, just as God will have it. The grass is in fine condition. There'll be plenty of room for the cattle." "And what do you think of the weather?" "Well, all is in the hand of God. Maybe the weather will hold." Levin returned to his brother. Though he had caught nothing, Sergey Ivanovitch was undisturbed and seemed to be in the best of spirits. Levin saw that he was stimulated by his talk with the doctor, and that he was eager to go on talking. Levin, on the contrary, was anxious to get back to the house as soon as possible, to give some orders about hiring mowers for the next day, and to decide the question about the haymaking which occupied all his thoughts. "Well," said he, "shall we go?" "What is your hurry? Do let us sit down. But how drenched you are!" "No, I've had no luck, but I have enjoyed it all the same. All outdoor sports are beautiful because you have to do with nature. Now just notice how charming that steely water is," he exclaimed. "These meadow banks," he went on to say, "always remind me of an enigma, do you know? The grass says to the river, 'We have strayed far enough, we have strayed far enough.'" "I don't know that riddle," interrupted Konstantin in a melancholy tone. End of chapter 2. Part 3, Chapter 3 of Anna Karenina by Leo Tolstoy, translated by Nathan Haskell Doyle. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by MaryAnn Spiegel. "Do you know, I was thinking about you," said Sergey Ivanovitch. "It is not well at all, what is going on in your district, if that doctor tells the truth. He is not a stupid fellow. And I have told you all along, and I say today, you are wrong in not going to the assembly meetings and in generally holding aloof from the affairs of the commune. If men of standing don't take an interest in affairs, God knows how things will turn out. The taxes we pay will be spent in salaries, and not for schools, or hospitals, or midwives, or pharmacies, or anything." "But I have tried it," replied Levin, faintly and unwillingly. "I can't do anything. What is to be done about it?" "Now, why can't you do anything? I confess I don't understand it. I cannot admit that it is indifference or lack of intelligence. Isn't it simply laziness?" "It is not that, or the first, or the second. I have tried it, and I see that I cannot do anything," said Levin. He was not paying great heed to what his brother said, but was looking intently across the fields on the other side of the river. He saw something black, but he could not make out whether it was only a horse or his overseer on horseback. "Why can't you do anything? You have made an experiment, and it does not turn out to your satisfaction, and you give up. Why not have a little pride about you?" "Pride?" said Levin, touched to the quick by his brother's reproach. "I don't see what that has to do with it. If at the university they had told me that others would understand the integral calculus, but I did not, that would have touched my pride. But here one must be convinced in advance that one needs special aptitude for these things, and first of all that these things are very important." "What? Do you mean to say that they are not important?" asked Sergey Ivanovitch, in his turn touched to the quick because his brother seemed to attach so little importance to what so deeply interested him, and more than all because he apparently gave him such poor attention. "What you wish does not seem to me important, and I cannot feel interested in it," replied Levin, who now saw that the black speck was the overseer, and that the overseer was probably taking some muzhiks from their work. They had canted over their ploughs. "Can they have finished ploughing?" he asked himself. "Now, listen. Nevertheless," said his brother, his handsome intellectual face growing a shade darker, "there are limits to everything. It is very fine to be an original and outspoken man, and to hate falsehood. All that I know. But the fact is, what you say has no sense at all, or has very bad sense. How can you think it unimportant that this people, which you love, as you assert—" "I never asserted any such thing," said Konstantin Levin to himself, "that this people should perish without aid. Coarse peasant women act as midwives, and the people remain in ignorance, and are at the mercy of every letter writer. But the means is given into your hands to remedy all this, and you don't assist them, because, in your eyes, it is not important." And Sergey Ivanovitch offered him the following dilemma. "Either you are not developed sufficiently to see all that you might do, or you do not care to give up your own comfort, or your vanity, I don't know which, in order to do this." Konstantin Levin felt that he must make a defense or be convicted of indifference for the public weal, and this was vexatious and offensive to him. "Ah, but there is still another thing," he said resolutely. "I do not see how it is possible." "What? Impossible to give medical aid if the funds were watched more closely?" "Impossible, it seems to me, in the 4,000 square versts of our district, with our floods, snowstorms, and busy seasons. I don't see the possibility of giving public medical aid. Besides, I don't much believe in medicine, anyway." "Well now, what nonsense! You are unjust. I could name you 1,000 cases. Well, but how about schools?" "Why schools?" "What do you say? Can you doubt the advantages of education? If it is good for you, then it is good for everyone." Konstantin Levin felt that he was morally pushed to the wall, and so he grew irritated, and involuntarily revealed the chief reason for his indifference to the communal affairs. "Maybe all this is a good thing," said he, "but why should I put myself out to have medical dispensaries located which I shall never make use of, or schools where I shall never send my children, and where the peasants won't want to send their children, and where I am not sure that it is wise to send them, anyway?" Sergey Ivanovitch for a moment was disconcerted by this unexpected way of looking at the matter, but he immediately developed a new plan of attack. He was silent, pulled in one of his lines and wound it up. Then with a smile he turned to his brother. "Now, excuse me. In the first place, the dispensary has proved necessary. Here, we ourselves have just sent for the communal doctor for Agafya Mihalovna." "Well, I still think her wrist was out of joint." "That remains to be proved. In the next place, the muzhik who can read is a better workman and more useful to you." "Oh, no," replied Konstantin Levin resolutely. "Ask any one you please. They will tell you that the educated muzhik is far worse as a laborer. He will not repair the roads, and when they build bridges he will only steal the planks." "Now, that is not the point," said Sergey, frowning because he did not like contradictions, and especially those that leaped from one subject to another, and kept bringing up new arguments without any apparent connection, so that it was impossible to know what to say in reply. "That is not the point. Excuse me. Do you admit that education is a benefit to the peasantry?" "I do," said Levin, at haphazard, and instantly he saw that he had not said what he thought. He realized that, by making this admission, it would be easy to convict him of speaking nonsense. How it would be brought up against him he did not know, but he knew that he would surely be shown his logical inconsequence, and he awaited the demonstration. It came much sooner than he expected. "If you admit its value," said Sergey Ivanovitch, "then as an honest man you cannot refuse to delight in this work, and sympathize with it, and give it your cooperation." "But I still do not admit that this activity is good," said Konstantin Levin, his face flushing. "What? But you just said—" "That is, I don't say that it is bad, but that it is not possible." "But you can't know this, since you have not made any effort to try it." "Well, let us admit that the education of the people is advantageous," said Levin, although he did not in the least admit it. "Let us admit that it is so. Still, I don't see why I should bother myself with it." "Why not?" "Well, if we are going to discuss the question, then explain it to me from your philosophical point of view." "I don't see what philosophy has to do here," retorted Sergey Ivanovitch, in a tone which seemed to cast some doubt on his brother's right to discuss philosophy, and this nettled Levin. "This is why," he said warmly, "I think that the motive power in all our actions is forever personal happiness. Now, I see nothing in our provincial institutions that contributes to my well-being as a nobleman. The roads are not better, and cannot be made so. My horses carry me, even on bad roads. The doctor and the dispensary are no use to me. The justice of the peace does me no good. I never went to him, and never shall go to him. The schools seem to me not only useless, but, as I have said, are even harmful. And these communal institutions oblige me to pay 18 kopecks a destian to go to town, to sleep with bugs, and to hear all sorts of vulgar and obscene talk. But my personal interests are not helped." "Excuse me," said Sergey Ivanovitch with a smile. "Our personal interests did not compel us to work for the emancipation of the serfs, and yet we worked for it." "No," replied Konstantin, with still more animation. "The emancipation of the serfs was quite another affair. It was for personal interest. We wanted to shake off this yoke that hung on the necks of all of us decent people. But to be a member of the council, to discuss how much the night workmen should be paid, and how to lay sewer pipes in streets where one does not live, to be a juryman and sit in judgment on a muzhik who has stolen a ham, to listen for 6 hours to all sorts of rubbish which the defendant and the prosecutor may utter, and, as presiding officer, to ask my old friend, the half-idiotic Alashka, 'Do you plead guilty, Mr. Accused, of having stolen this ham?'" And Konstantin, carried away by his subject, enacted the scene between the president and the half-idiotic Alashka. It seemed to him that this was in the line of the argument. But Sergey Ivanovitch shrugged his shoulders. "Nu, what do you mean by this?" "I only mean that I will always defend with all my powers those rights which touch me, my interests. that when the policemen came to search us students and read our letters, I was ready to defend these rights with all my might, to defend my right to instruction, to liberty. I am interested in the military obligation which concerns the fate of my children, of my brothers, and of myself. I am willing to discuss this because it touches me, but to deliberate on the employment of 40,000 rubles of communal money, or to judge the crack-brained Aloshka, I won't do it, and I can't." Konstantin Levin discoursed as if the fountains of his speech were unloosed. Sergey Ivanovitch smiled. "Supposing tomorrow you were arrested, would you prefer to be tried by the old criminal court?" "But I am not going to be arrested. I am not going to cut anyone's throat, and this is of no use to me. Now see here," he continued, again jumping to a matter entirely foreign to their subject. "Our provincial institutions, and all that, remind me of the little twigs which on Trinity Day we stick into the ground to imitate a forest. The forest has grown of itself in Europe, but I cannot on my soul have any faith in our birch sprouts, or water them." Sergey Ivanovitch only shrugged his shoulders again, as a sign of astonishment that birch twigs should be mingled in their discussion, although he understood perfectly what his brother meant. "Excuse me," said he, "that is no way to reason." But Konstantin Levin was eager to explain his self-confessed lack of interest in matters of public concern, and he went on to say, "I think that there can be no durable activity if it is not founded in individual interest. This is a general, a philosophical truth," said he, laying special emphasis on the word philosophical, as if he wished to show that he also had the right, as well as anyone else, to speak of philosophy. Again Sergey Ivanovitch smiled. He also, thought he, has his own special philosophy for the benefit of his inclinations. "Well, have done with philosophy," he said. "Its chief problem has been in all times to grasp the indispensable bond which exists between the individual interest and the public interest. This is not to the point, however. But I can make your comparison fit the case. The little birch twigs have not been merely stuck in, but have been sowed, planted, and it is necessary to watch them carefully. The only nations which can have a future, the only nations which deserve the name of historic, are those which feel the importance and the value of their institutions, and prize them." And Sergey Ivanovitch transferred the question over to the domain of the historico-philosophical, which Konstantin was by no means able to appreciate, and showed him all the erroneousness of his views. "As to your distaste for affairs, excuse me if I refer it to our Russian indolence and gentility, and I trust that this temporary error of yours will pass away." Konstantin was silent. He felt himself routed on every side, but he felt also that his brother had not understood what he wished to say. He did not know exactly whether it was because he did not know how to express himself clearly, or because his brother did not wish to understand him, or whether he could not understand him. He did not try to fathom this question, but, without replying to his brother, he became absorbed in entirely different thoughts, connected with his own work. Sergey Ivanovitch reeled in his last line. He unhitched the horse, and they drove away. Chapter 4. Part 3, Chapter 4 of Anna Karenina by Leo Tolstoy, translated by Nathan Haskell Dole. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by MaryAnn Spiegel. The thought that was absorbing Levin at the time of his discussion with his brother was this. The year before, having come one day to the hayfield, Levin had fallen into a passion with his overseer. He had employed his favorite means of calming himself, had taken the scythe from a music and began to mow. He enjoyed the work so much that he had tried it again and again. He had mowed the whole of the lawn in front of his house, and this year, early in the spring, he had formulated a plan of spending whole days mowing with the musics. Since his brother's arrival, he had been in doubt. Should he mow or not? He had scruples about leaving his brother alone for whole days at a time, and he was afraid that his brother would make sport of him on account of this. But as they crossed the meadow, and he recalled the impression that the mowing had made on him, he had almost made up his mind that he would mow. Now, after his vexatious discussion with his brother, he again remembered his project. "I must have some physical exercise, or my character will absolutely spoil," he thought, and made up his mind to mow, no matter what his brother or his servants should say. That very evening Konstantin Levin went to the office, gave some directions about the work to be done, and sent to the village to hire some mowers for the morrow, so as to attack his field at Kalanovo, which was the largest and best. "And here, please send my scythe over to Seth, and have him put it in order and bring it back tomorrow. Perhaps I will come and mow too," said he, trying to hide his confusion. The overseer smiled and said, "I will obey you. Slushayus." Later, at the tea-table, Levin said to his brother, "It seems like settled weather. Tomorrow I'm going to begin the mowing." "I like this work very much," said Sergey Ivanovitch. "I like it extremely," said Levin. "Last year I myself mowed with the muzhiks, and tomorrow I am going to spend all day at it." Sergey Ivanovitch raised his head and gazed with astonishment at his brother. "What did you say? Like the muzhiks, all day long?" "Certainly. It is very enjoyable," said Levin. "It is excellent physical exercise. But can you stand such work?" asked Sergey Ivanovitch, without meaning to say anything ironical. "I have tried it. At first it is hard work, but afterwards you get used to it. I think I shall not leave off." "Really? But tell me, how do the muzhiks look at it? Naturally they make sport because the barin is queer, don't they?" "No, I don't think so. But this is such pleasant and at the same time hard work that they don't think about it." "But how do you and they do about dinner? You could hardly have a bottle of Lafitte and a roast turkey sent you out there." "No, I come home while the workmen have their nooning." The next morning Konstantin Levin got up earlier than usual, but his duties about the house detained him, and when he came to the mowing field he found the men had already mowed the first time across. From the top of the slope the part of the meadow still in the shade and already mowed spread out before him with its long windrows and the little black heaps of kaftans thrown down by the men who went by the first time. As he drew nearer he saw also the band of muzhiks, some in their kaftans, some in their shirt-sleeves, moving in a long line and swinging their scythes in unison. He counted 42 men of them. They were advancing slowly over the uneven bottom-land of the meadow, where there was an old dike. Many of them Levin knew. There was the old round-shouldered Yermil, in a very clean white shirt, wielding the scythe. There was the young small Vaska, who used to be Levin's coachman. There was Seth, a little thin old peasant who had taught him how to mow. He was cutting a wide swath without stooping, and handling his scythe as if he were playing with it. Levin dismounted from his horse, tied her near the road, and went across to Seth, who immediately got a second scythe from a clump of bushes and handed it to him. "All ready, bairn? 'Tis like a razor, cuts of itself," said Seth with a smile, taking off his cap and handing him the scythe. Levin took it and began to try it. The mowers, having finished their line, were returning one after the other on their track, covered with sweat, but gay and lively. They laughed timidly and saluted the barin. All of them looked at him, but no one ventured to speak until at last a tall old man, with a wrinkled, beardless face, and dressed in a sheepskin jacket, thus addressed him. "Look here, barin, if you put your hand to the rope you must not let go," said he, and Levin heard the sound of stifled laughter among the mowers. "I will try not to be left behind," he said, as he took his place behind Seth and waited for the signal to begin. "'Tention!" cried the old man. Seth opened the way, and Levin followed in his track. The grass was short and tough, and Levin, who had not mowed in a long time, and was confused by the watchful eyes of the men, at first made very bad work of it, though he swung the scythe energetically. Voices were heard behind him. "He does not hold the scythe right. The snead is too high. See how he stoops like," said one. "Bears his hand on too much," said another. "No matter, it goes pretty well," said the head man. "Look, he goes at a great rate, cuts a wide swath. He'll get played out. The master is trying it for himself as hard as he can, but look at his row! For such work my brother was beaten once." The grass became less tough, and Levin, listening and making no reply, trying to mow as well as he could, followed Seth. Thus they went 100 steps. Seth kept on without any intermission, and without showing the least fatigue, but Levin began by this time to feel terribly, and feared that he could not keep up, he was so tired. He was just thinking that he was using his last strength, and had determined to ask Seth to rest, but at this time the music of his own accord halted, bent over, and, taking a handful of grass, began to wipe his scythe and to wet it. Levin straightened himself up, and with a sigh of relief looked about him. Just behind was a peasant, and he also was evidently tired, because instantly, without catching up to Levin, he also stopped, and began to wet his scythe. Seth wetted his own scythe and Levin's, and they started again. At the second attempt it was just the same. Seth advanced a step at every swing of the scythe, without stopping and without sign of weariness. Levin followed him, striving not to fall behind. But each moment it came harder and harder. But, as before, just as he believed himself at the end of his forces, Seth stopped and wetted his scythe. Thus they went over the first swath, and this long stretch seemed especially hard for Levin. When the swath was finished and Seth, throwing the scythe over his shoulder, slowly walked back in the tracks made by his heels as he had mowed, and Levin also retraced his steps in the same way, although the sweat stood on his face and dropped from his nose, and all his back was as wet as if he had been plunged in water, still he felt very comfortable. He was especially glad that he knew now that he could keep up with the rest. His pleasure was marred only by the fact that his swath was not good. "I will work less with my arms and more with my whole body," he said to himself, carefully comparing Seth's smooth, straight swath with his own rough and irregular line. The first time, as Levin observed, Seth went very rapidly, apparently wishing to test his baron's endurance, and the swath seemed endless. But the succeeding swaths grew easier and easier. Still Levin had to exert all his energies not to fall behind the muzhiks. He had no other thought, no other desire, than to reach the other end of the meadow as soon as the others did, and to do his work as perfectly as possible. He heard nothing but the swish of the scythes, saw nothing but Seth's straight back, plodding on in front of him, and the semicircle described in the grass which fell over, slowly carrying with it the delicate heads of flowers, and then far in front of him the end of the row, where he would be able to get breath. Not at first realizing what it was or whence it came, suddenly in the midst of his labors he felt a pleasant sensation of coolness on his shoulders. He looked up at the sky while Seth was plying the whetstone, and he saw an inky black cloud. A heavy shower had come up, and the raindrops were falling fast. Some of the muzhiks were putting on their kaftans. Others, like Levin himself, were glad to feel the rain on their hot, sweaty shoulders. The work went on and on. Some of the swaths were long, others were short. Here the grass was good, there it was poor. Levin absolutely lost all idea of time, and knew not whether it was early or late. In his work a change now began to be visible, and this afforded him vast satisfaction. While he was engaged in this labor there were moments during which he forgot what he was doing, and it seemed easy to him, and during these moments his swath came out almost as even and perfect as that done by Seth. But as soon as he became conscious of what he was doing and strove to do better, he immediately began to feel all the difficulty of the work, and his swath became poor. After they had gone over the field one more time, he started to turn back again, but Seth halted and, going to the old man, whispered something to him. Then the two studied the sun. "What are they talking about? And why don't they keep on?" thought Levin, without considering that the muzhiks had been mowing for more than 4 hours, and it was time for them to have their morning meal. "Breakfast, Baron," said the old man. "Time, is it? Well, breakfast then." Levin gave his scythe to Seth, and together with the muzhiks, who were going to their kaftans for their bread, he crossed the wide stretch of field, where the mown grass lay lightly moistened by the shower, and went to his horse. Then only he perceived that he had made a false prediction about the weather, and that the rain had wet his hay. Now the hay will be spoiled," he said. "No harm done, barin. Mow in the rain, rake in the sun," said the old man. Levin unhitched his horse and went home to take coffee. Sergey Ivanovitch had just got up. Before he was dressed and down to the dining room, Konstantin was back to the field again. Chapter 5 of Anna Karenina by Leo Tolstoy, translated by Nathan Haskell Doyle. This recording is in the public domain. Read by MaryAnn. After breakfast, Levin took his place in the line not where he had been before, but between the quizzical old man, who asked him to be his neighbor, and a young muzhik, who had been married only since autumn and was now mowing for the first time. The old man, standing very erect, mowed straight on with long, regular strides, and the swinging of the scythe seemed no more like labor than the swinging of his arms when walking. His well-whetted scythe cut, as it were, of its own energy through the succulent grass. Behind Levin came the young Mishka. His pleasant youthful face, under a wreath of green grass which bound his hair, worked with the energy that employed the rest of his body. But when anyone looked at him, he would smile. He would rather die than confess that he found the labor hard. Levin went between the two. The labor seemed lighter to him during the heat of the day. The sweat in which he was bathed refreshed him, and the sun, burning his back, his head, and his arms bared to the elbow, gave him force and tenacity for his work. More and more frequently the moments of oblivion, of unconsciousness of what he was doing, came back to him, and the scythe went of itself. Those were happy moments. Then, still more gladsome were the moments when, coming to the river where the windrows ended, the old man, wiping his scythe with the moist thick grass, rinsed the steel in the river, then, dipping up a ladleful of the cool water, gave it to Levin. "This is my kvass. It's good, isn't it?" he exclaimed, winking. And indeed, it seemed to Levin that he had never tasted any liquor more refreshing than this lukewarm water, in which grass floated, and tasting of the rusty tin cup. Then came the glorious slow promenade, when, with scythe on the arm, there was time to wipe the heated brow, fill the lungs full, and glance round at the long line of haymakers, and the busy work that had been accomplished in field and forest. The longer Levin mowed, the more frequently he felt the moments of oblivion, when his hands did not wield the scythe, but the scythe seemed to have a self-conscious body, full of life, and carrying on, as it were, by enchantment, a regular and systematic work. These were indeed joyful moments. It was hard only when he was obliged to interrupt this unconscious activity to think about something, when he had to remove a clod or a clump of wild sorrel. The old man did this easily. When he came to a clod he changed his motion, and now with his heel, now with the end of the scythe, pushed it aside with repeated taps. And while doing this he noticed everything and examined everything that was to be seen. Now he picked a strawberry and ate it himself, or gave it to Levin. Now he snipped off a twig with the end of the scythe. Now he discovered a nest of quail from which the mother was scurrying away, or impaled a snake as if with a spear, and, having shown it to Levin, flung it out of the way. But for Levin and the young fellow behind him these changes of motion were difficult. When once they got into the swing of work, they could not easily change their movements and at the same time observe what was before them. Levin did not realize how the time was flying. If he had been asked how long he had been mowing, he would have answered, "Half an hour," and here it was almost dinner time. After they finished one row, the old man drew his attention to some little girls and boys, half concealed by the tall grass, who were coming from all sides through the tall grass and down the roads, bringing to the haymakers their parcels of bread and rag-stoppered jugs of kvass, which seemed too heavy for their little arms. "See, here come the midgets," said he, pointing to them, and, shading his eyes, he looked at the sun. Twice more they went across the field, and then the old man stopped. "Well, barin, dinner," said he, in a decided tone. Then the mowers, walking along the riverside, went back through the windrows to their caftans, where the children were waiting with the dinners. The muzhiks gathered together. Some clustered around the carts. Others sat in the shade of a laburnum bush where the mown grass was heaped up. Levin sat down near them. He had no wish to leave them. All constraint in the presence of the baron had disappeared. The muzhiks prepared to take their dinner. Some washed themselves. The children went in swimming in the river. Others found places to nap in, or undid their bags of bread and uncorked their jugs of kvass. The old man crumbled his bread into his cup, mashed it with the shank of his spoon, poured water on it from his tin basin, and, turning to the east, he said his prayer. "Here now, baron, try my breadcrumbs," said he, kneeling down before his cup. Levin found the soaked bread so palatable that he decided not to go home to dinner. He dined with the old man, and talked with him about his domestic affairs, in which he took a lively interest, and in his turn told the old man about such of his plans and projects as would interest him. He felt far nearer to him than to his brother, and he could not help smiling at the affection which he felt for this simple-hearted man. When the old man got up from his dinner, offered another prayer, and arranged a pillow of fresh mown grass, and composed himself for a nap, Levin did the same, and, in spite of the stubborn, sticky flies and insects tickling his heated face and body, he immediately went off to sleep, and did not wake until the sun came out on the other side of the laburnum bush and began to shine in his face. The starek had been long awake, and was sitting up cutting the children's hair. Levin looked around him, and did not know where he was. Everything seemed so changed. The vast level of the mown field with its windrows of already fragrant hay was lighted and glorified in a new fashion by the oblique rays of the afternoon sun. The trimmed bushes down by the river, and the river itself, before invisible but now shining like steel with its windings, and the busy peasantry, and the high wall of grass where the meadow was not yet mowed, and the young vultures flying high above the bare field, all this was absolutely new to him. Levin calculated how much had been mowed, and how much could still be done that day. The work accomplished by the 42 men was considerable. The whole great meadow, which in time of serfdom used to take 30 scythes 2 days, was now almost mowed. Only a few corners with short rows were left. But Levin wanted to do as much as possible that day, and he was vexed at the sun which was sinking too early. He felt no fatigue. He only wanted to do more rapid work and get as much done as possible. "Do you think we shall get Mashkin Verk mowed today?" he asked of the old man. "If God allows. The sun is getting low. Will there be little sips of vodka for the boys?" At the time of mid-afternoon luncheon, when the men rested again, and the smokers were lighting their pipes, the elder announced to the boys, "Mow Mashkin Verk, extra vodka." "All right. Come on, serf. Let's tackle it lively. We'll eat after dark. Come on," cried several voices, and, even while still munching their bread, they got to work again. "Well, boys, keep up good hearts," said Seth, setting off again almost on the run. "Come, come," cried the old man, hastening after him and easily outstripping him. "I am first. Look out." Old and young mowed as if they were racing, and yet, with all their haste, they did not spoil their work, but the windrows lay in neat and regular swaths. The triangle was finished in 5 minutes. The last mowers had just finished their line when the first, throwing their caftans over their shoulders, started down the road to the Mashkin Verk. The sun was just hovering over the tree-tops when, with rattling cans, they came to the little wooded ravine of Mashkin Verk. The grass here was as high as a man's waist, tender, succulent, thick, and variegated with the flower called Ivan de Marya. After a short parley to decide whether to take it across or lengthwise, an experienced mower, Prokhor Yermolin, a huge black-bearded muzhik, went over it first. He took it lengthwise, and came back in his track. And then all followed him, going along the hill above the hollow and skirting the wood. The sun was setting. The light was going behind the forest. The dew was already falling. Only the mowers on the ridge were in the sun. But down in the hollow, where the mist was beginning to rise, and behind the slope, they went in fresh, dewy shade. The work went on. The grass, cut off with a juicy sound and falling evenly, lay in high windrows. The mowers came close together from all sides as the rows converged, rattling their drinking cups, sometimes hitting their sides together, working with joyful sounds, rallying one another. Levin still kept his pace between the short young man and the elder. The elder, with his sheepskin jacket loosened, was as gay, jocose, free in his movements as ever. They kept finding birch mushrooms in the woods lurking in the juicy grass and cut off by the scythes. But the elder bent down whenever he saw one and, picking it up, put it in his breast. "Still another present for my old woman," he would say. Easy as it was to mow the tender and soft grass, it was hard to climb and descend the steep sides of the ravine. But the elder did not let this appear. Always lightly swinging his scythe, he climbed with short, firm steps, and his feet shod in heavy lapti or bast shoes, though he trembled with his whole body, and his drawers were slipping down below his shirt, he let nothing escape him, not an herb or a mushroom, and he never ceased to joke with Levin and the muzhiks. Levin went behind him, and more than once felt that he would surely drop, trying to climb, scythe in hand, this steep hillside, where even uncumbered it would be hard to go. But he persevered all the same, and did what was required. He felt as if some interior force sustained him. End of chapter 5. Part 3, Chapter 6 of Anna Karenina by Leo Tolstoy, translated by Nathan Haskell Doyle. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by MaryAnn. The men had mowed the Mashkin Verk. They had finished the last rows, and had taken their kaftans, and were gaily going home. Levin mounted his horse and regretfully took leave of his companions. On the hilltop he turned round to take a last look, but the evening's mist, rising from the bottoms, hid them from sight. But he could hear their loud, happy voices and laughter, and the sound of their clinging scythes. Sergey Ivanovitch had long finished dinner, and sitting in his room was taking iced lemonade and reading the papers and reviews which had just come from the post, when Levin, with his disordered hair matted down on his brow with perspiration, and with his back and chest black and wet, came into the room and joined him, full of lively talk. "Well, we mowed the whole meadow. Ah, how good! How delightful! And how has the day passed with you?" he asked, completely forgetting the unpleasant conversation of the evening before. "Ye saints, how you look!" exclaimed Sergey Ivanovitch, staring at first not over pleasantly at his brother. "There, shut the door, shut the door!" he cried. "You've certainly let in more than a dozen." Sergey Ivanovitch could not endure flies, and he never opened his bedroom windows except at night, and he made it a point to keep his doors always shut. "Indeed, not a one. And if I have, I'll catch him. If you knew what fun I've had! And how has it gone with you?" "First rate. But you don't mean to say that you have been mowing all day? You must be hungry as a wolf. Kuzma has your dinner all ready for you." "No, I'm not hungry. I ate yonder. But I'm going to polish myself up." "All right. I'll join you later," said Sergey Ivanovitch, shaking his head and gazing at his brother. "Be quick about it," he added with a smile, arranging his papers and getting ready to follow. He also suddenly felt enlivened, and was unwilling to be away from his brother. "Well, but where were you during the shower?" "What shower? Only a drop or two fell. I'll soon be back. And did the day go pleasantly with you? Well, that's capital." And Levin went to dress. About 5 minutes afterwards the brothers met in the dining room. Although Levin imagined that he was not hungry, and he sat down only so as not to hurt Kuzma's feelings, yet when he once began eating he found it excellent. Sergey Ivanovitch looked at him with a smile. "Oh, yes, there's a letter for you," he said. "Kuzma, go and get it. Be careful and see that you shut the door." The letter was from Oblonsky. Levin read it aloud. It was dated from Petersburg. "I have just heard from Dolly. She is at Yergushovo. Everything is going wrong with her. Please go and see her, and give her your advice. You who know everything. She will be so glad to see you. She is all alone, wretched. The mother-in-law is still abroad with the family." "This is admirable. Certainly I will go see her," said Levin. "Let us go together. She is a glorious woman, don't you think so?" "And they live near you?" "About 30 versts, possibly 40. But there's a good road. We can cover it quickly." "I shall be delighted," said Sergey Ivanovitch, smiling. The sight of his brother immediately filled him with happiness. "Well there, what an appetite you have!" he added, looking at his tanned, sunburned, glowing face and neck as he bent over his plate. "Excellent! You can't imagine how useful this régime is against whims. I'm going to enrich medicine with a new term, Arbeitskur, labor cure." "Well, you don't seem to need it much, it seems to me." "Yes, it is a sovereign specific against nervous troubles." "It must be looked into. I was coming to see you mow, but the heat was so insupportable that I did not go farther than the wood. I rested a while, and then I went to the village. I met your nurse there, and sounded her as to what the muzhiks thought about you. As I understand it, they don't approve of you. She said, 'Not gentleman's work.' I think that, as a general thing, the peasantry form very definite ideas about what is becoming for the gentry to do, and they don't like to have them go outside of certain fixed limits." "Maybe, but you see that I have never enjoyed anything more in all my life, and I do not do anybody any harm, do I?" asked Levin. "And suppose it doesn't please them, what is to be done? Whose business is it?" "Well, I see you are well satisfied with your day," replied Sergey Ivanovitch. "Very well satisfied. We mowed the whole meadow, and I made such friends with an old man, the elder. You can't imagine how he pleased me." "Well, you are satisfied with your day. So am I with mine. In the first place, I solved 2 chess problems, and one was a beauty. It opened with a pawn. I'll show it to you. And then, I thought of our last evening's discussion." "What, our last evening's discussion?" said Levin, half closing his eyes and drawing a long breath with a sensation of comfort after his dinner, and really unable to recollect the subject of their discussion. "I came to the conclusion that you are partly in the right. The discrepancy in our views lies in the fact that you assume personal interest as the motive power of our actions, while I claim that every man who has reached a certain stage of intellectual development must have for his motive the public interest. But you are probably right in saying that materially interested activity would be more to be desired. Your nature is, as the French say, premier sautier. You want strong, energetic activity, or nothing." Levin listened to his brother, but he did not understand him at all, and did not try to understand. His only fear was that his brother would ask him some question, by which it would become evident that he was not listening. "How is this, my dear boy?" asked Sergey Ivanovitch, touching him on the shoulder. "Yes, of course, but then I don't set much store on my own opinions," replied Levin, smiling like a guilty child. His thought was, "What was our discussion about? Of course, I am right, and he is right, and all is charming, but I must go to the office and give my orders." He rose, stretching himself and smiling. Sergey Ivanovitch also smiled. "If you want to go out, let's go together," he said, not wanting to be away from his brother, from whom emanated such a spirit of freshness and good cheer. "If you must go to the office, I'll go with you." "Oh, ye saints!" exclaimed Levin, so loud that Sergey Ivanovitch was startled. "What's the matter?" "Agafya Mikhailovna's hand," said Levin, striking his forehead. "I had forgotten all about her." "She is much better." "Well, I must go to her, all the same. I'll be back before you get on your hat." And he started downstairs on the run, his heels clattering on the steps. Chapter 7 of Anna Karenina by Leo Tolstoy, translated by Nathan Haskell Doyle. This LibriVox is in the public domain. Read by MaryAnn. At the time Stepan Arkadyevitch was off to Petersburg to fulfill the most natural of obligations, without which the service could not exist, unquestioned by all functionaries, however unimportant for non-functionaries, that of reporting to the ministry, and, while fulfilling this obligation, being well supplied with money, was enjoying himself at the races and his friends' dachas. Dolly, with the children, was on her way to the country, in order to reduce the expenses as much as possible. She was going to their country place, at Irgushovo, an estate which had been part of her dowry. It was where the wood had been sold in the spring, and was situated about 50 versts from Levin's Pokrovsky. The large old mansion at Irgushovo had long been demolished, and the prince had contented himself with enlarging and repairing one of the wings. 20 years before, when Dolly was a little girl, this wing was spacious and comfortable, though, in the manner of all wings, it stood sidewise as regarded the avenue and the south. But now this wing was old and out of repair. When Stepan Arkadyevitch went down in the spring to sell the wood, Dolly asked him to look over the house and have done to it whatever was necessary. Stepan Arkadyevitch, like all guilty husbands, being deeply concerned for his wife's comfort, inspected the house and made arrangements to have everything done that, in his opinion, was necessary. In his opinion it was necessary to have the furniture covered with cretonne, to hang curtains, to clear up the garden, to plant flowers, and to build a bridge across the pond. But he had overlooked many more essential matters, the lack of which afterwards caused Darya Alexandrovna great annoyance. Although Stepan strove to be a solicitous husband and father, he never could realize that he had a wife and children. His tastes remained those of a bachelor, and to them he conformed. When he got back to Moscow he proudly assured his wife that everything was in prime order, and the house would be perfection, and he advised her strongly to go there immediately. To Stepan Arkadyevitch his wife's departure to the country was delightful in many ways. It would be healthy for the children, expenses would be lessened, and he would be freer. Darya Alexandrovna, on her part, felt that a summer in the country was indispensable for the children, and especially for the youngest little girl, who gained very slowly after the scarlatina. Moreover, she would be freed from petty humiliations, from little duns of the butcher, the fish dealer, and the baker, which troubled her. And above all the departure was very pleasant to her for the especial reason that the happy thought had occurred to her to invite her sister Kitty, who was coming home from abroad about the middle of the summer and had been advised to take some cold baths. Kitty wrote her from the spa that nothing would delight her so much as to spend the rest of the summer with her at Yergushovo, that place that was so full of happy childhood memories for both of them. The first part of the time country life was very hard for Dolly. She had lived there when she was a child, and it had left the impression that it was a refuge from all the trials of the city, and if it was not very elegant, and Dolly was willing to put up with that, at least it would be comfortable and inexpensive, and the children would be happy. But now, when she came there as mistress of the house, she found that things were not at all as she had expected. On the morning after their arrival it began to rain in torrents, and by night the water was leaking in the corridor and the nursery, so that the little beds had to be brought down into the parlor. It was impossible to find a cook. Among the 9 cows in the barn, according to the dairywoman's report, some were going to calve, some had their first calf, still others were too old, and the rest had trouble with their udders, consequently they could not have butter or even milk for the children. Not an egg was to be had. It was impossible to find a hen. They had for roasting and broiling only tough old purple roosters. No women were to be found to do the washing. All were at work on the potatoes. They could not go driving because one of the horses was restive and pulled at the pole. There was no chance for bathing because the bank of the river had been trodden into a quagmire by the cattle and was visible from the road. They could not even go out walking because the cattle had got into the garden through the tumble-down fences, and there was a terrible bull which bellowed, and therefore, of course, tossed people with his horns. In the house there was no clothes-press. The closet doors either would not shut or flew open when anyone passed. In the kitchen there were no pots or kettles. In the laundry there were no tubs, or even any scrubbing boards for the domestics. At first, therefore, finding herself plunged into what seemed to her such terrible straits, instead of the rest and peace which she expected, Darya Alexandrovna was in despair. Though she exerted all her energies, she felt the hopelessness of her situation, and could not keep back her tears. The steward, who had been formerly a wachtmeister, or quartermaster, in the army, and on account of his good looks and fine presence had been promoted by Stepan Arkadyevitch from his place as Swiss, showed no sympathy with Darya Alexandrovna's tribulations, but simply said in his respectful way, "Nothing can be done. Such a beastly peasantry," and would not raise his hand to help. The situation seemed hopeless, but in the Oblonsky household, as in all well-regulated homes, there was one humble but still important and useful member, Matriona Philimonovna. She calmed the baryona, telling her that all would come out right. That was her phrase, and Matvey had borrowed it from her. And she went to work without fuss and without bother. She had made the acquaintance of the overseer's wife, and on the very day of their arrival went to take tea with her and the overseer under the acacias, and discussed with them the state of affairs. A club was quickly organized by Matriona Philimonovna under the acacia, and then through this club, which was composed of the overseer's wife, the starosta or village elder, and the bookkeeper, the difficulties one by one disappeared, and within a week everything, as Matriona said, came out all right. The roof was patched up, a cook was found in a friend of the starosta's, chickens were bought, the cows began to give milk, the garden fence was repaired, the carpenter made a mangle and drove in hooks and put latches on the closets, so that they would not keep flying open. The ironing board, covered with a piece of soldier's cloth, was stretched from the dresser across the back of a chair, and the smell of the ironing came up from below. "There now," exclaimed Matriona Philimonovna, pointing to the ironing board, "there is no need of worrying." They even built a board bath-house. Lily began to bathe, and Darya Alexandrovna's hope of a comfortable, if not peaceful country life became almost realized. Peaceful life was impossible to Darya Alexandrovna with 6 children. If one had an ill turn, another was sure to follow suit, and something would happen to a third, and the fourth would show signs of a bad disposition, and so it went on. Rarely came even short periods of rest. But these very anxieties and troubles were the only chances of happiness that Darya Alexandrovna had. If it had not been for this, she would have been alone with her thoughts about a husband who no longer loved her. But however cruel were the anxieties caused by the fear of illness, by the illnesses themselves, and by the grief a mother feels at the sight of evil tendencies in her children, these same children repaid her for her sorrows by their pleasures and enjoyments. Her joys were so small that they were almost invisible, like gold in sand, and in trying hours she saw only the sorrows, only the sand. But there were also happy moments when she saw only the joys, only the gold. Now in the quiet of the country she became more and more conscious of her joys. Often, as she looked on them, she made unheard-of efforts to persuade herself that she was mistaken, that she had a mother's partiality, but she could not help saying to herself that she had beautiful children, all 6, all of them charming in their own ways, such children as are rare to find, and she rejoiced in them and was proud of them. Chapter 7. Part 3, Chapter 8 of Anna Karenina by Leo Tolstoy, translated by Nathan Haskell Doyle. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by MaryAnn. Toward the beginning of June, when everything was more or less satisfactorily arranged, she received her husband's reply to her complaints about her domestic tribulations. He wrote, asking pardon because he had not remembered everything, and promised to come just as soon as he could. This had not yet come to pass, and at the end of June, Darya Alexandrovna was still living alone in the country. It was midsummer, Sunday, the feast of St. Peter, and Darya Alexandrovna took all her children to the Holy Communion. In her intimate philosophical discussions with her sister, her mother, or her friends, she often surprised them by the breadth of her views on religious subjects. A strange religious metempsychosis had taken place in her, and she had come out into a faith which had very little in common with ecclesiastical dogmas. But in her family, not merely for the sake of example, but in answer to the requirements of her own soul, she conformed strictly to all the obligations of the Church, and now she was blaming herself because her children had not been to communion since the beginning of the year, and, with the full approbation and sympathy of Matriona Philimonovna, she resolved to accomplish this duty. For several days beforehand she had been occupied in arranging what the children should wear, and now their dresses were arranged, all clean and in order, flutings and flouncings were added, new buttons were put on, and ribbons were gathered in knots. Only Tanya's frock, which had been entrusted to the English governess to alter, caused Dolly great vexation. The English governess, in making the changes, put the seams in the wrong place, cut the sleeves too short, and spoiled the whole garment, It fitted so badly about the shoulders that it was painful to look at her, but it occurred to Matryona Philimonovna to piece out the waist and to make a cape. The damage was repaired, but they almost had a quarrel with the English governess. By morning all was in readiness, and about 10 o'clock, the hour they had asked the father to give them for the communion, the children, in their best clothes and radiant with joy, were gathered on the steps before the calash waiting for their mother. Thanks to Matryona Philimonovna's watchful care, the overseer's brewoy had harnessed to the calash in place of the restive voron, and Darya Alexandrovna, who had taken considerable pains with her toilet, appeared in a white muslin gown and took her seat in the vehicle. Darya Alexandrovna had arranged her hair and dressed herself with care and with emotion. In former times she had liked to dress so well as to render herself handsome and attractive. But as she became older she lost her taste for adornment, and she saw how her beauty had faded. But now she once more found satisfaction and a certain emotion in being attractively arrayed. She did not now dress for her own sake, or to enhance her beauty, but so that, as mother of these lovely children, she might not spoil the general impression. And as she cast a final glance at the mirror, she was satisfied with herself. She was beautiful, not beautiful in the same way as at one time she liked to be at the ball, but beautiful for the purpose for which she now had in mind. There was no one at church except the Musics and the household servants, but Darya Alexandrovna noticed, or thought she noticed, the attention that she and her children attracted as they went along. The children were handsome in their nicely trimmed dresses, and still more charming in their behavior. Alyosha, to be sure, was not absolutely satisfactory. He kept turning round and trying to look at the tails of his little coat, but nevertheless he was wonderfully pretty. Tanya behaved like a grown-up lady and looked after the younger ones, but Lily, the smallest, was fascinating in her naive wonder at everything she saw, and it was not hard to smile when, after she had received the communion, she cried out in English, "Please, some more." After they got home, the children felt the consciousness that something solemn had taken place, and were very quiet. All went well in the house till at lunch Grisha began to whistle, and, what was worse than all, refused to obey the English governess, and he was sent away without any tart. Darya Alexandrovna would not have allowed any punishment on such a day if she had been there, but she was obliged to uphold the governess, and confirmed her in depriving Grisha of the tart. This was a cloud on the general happiness. Grisha began to cry, saying that Nikolinka also had whistled, but they did not punish him, and that he was not crying about the tart, that was no account, but because they had not been fair to him. This was very disagreeable, and Darya Alexandrovna, after a consultation with the English governess, decided to pardon Grisha and went to get him. But then, as she went through the hall, she saw a scene which brought such joy to her heart that the tears came to her eyes, and she herself forgave the culprit. The little fellow was sitting in the drawing-room by the bay window. Near him stood Tanya with a plate. Under the pretext of wanting some dessert for her dolls, she had asked the English governess to let her take her portion of the pie to the nursery, but instead of this she had taken it to her brother. Grisha, still sobbing over the unfairness of his punishment, was eating the pie and saying to his sister in the midst of his tears, "Take some too. We will eat together." Tanya was full of sympathy for her brother, and had the sentiment of having performed a generous action, and the tears stood in her eyes, but she accepted the portion and was eating it. When they saw their mother, they were scared, but they felt assured, by the expression of her face, that they were doing right. They both laughed, and, with their mouths still full of pie, they began to wipe their laughing lips with their hands, and their shining faces were stained with tears and jam. "Ye saints! My new white gown! Tanya! Grisha!" exclaimed the mother, endeavoring to save her gown, but at the same time smiling at them with a happy, beatific smile. Afterwards the new frocks were taken off, and the girls put on their old blouses, and the boys their old jackets, and the lineika, or two-seated dotsky, was brought out, and again, to the overseer's annoyance, brewoy was at the pole, so that they might go out after mushrooms and to have a bath. It is needless to say that enthusiastic shouts and squeals arose in the nursery, and did not cease until they actually got started for their excursion. They soon filled a basket with mushrooms. Even Lily found some of the birch agarics. Always before Miss Hull had found them and pointed them out to her, but now she herself found a huge birch shallupik, and there was a universal cry of enthusiasm. "Lily has found a mushroom!" Afterwards they came to the river, left the horses under the birch trees, and went to the bath house. Their coachman, Terenti, leaving the animals to switch away the flies with their tails, stretched himself out on the grass in the shade of the birches, and smoked his pipe, and listened to the shouts and laughter of the children in the bath house. Though it was rather embarrassing to look after all these children, and to keep them from mischief, though it was hard to remember and not mix up all these stockings, shoes, and trousers for so many different legs, and to untie, unbutton, and then fasten again so many tapes and buttons, still Darya Alexandrovna always took a lively interest in the bathing, looking on it as advantageous for the children, and never feeling happier than when engaged in this occupation. To fit the stockings on those plump little legs, to take the younger ones by the hand and dip their naked little bodies into the water, to hear their cries, now joyful, now terrified, to see these breathless faces of those splashing cherubimchiks of hers, with their scared or sparkling eyes wide open with excitement, all this was a perfect delight to her. When half of the children were dressed, some peasant women, in Sunday attire, on their way to get herbs, came along, and stopped timidly at the bath house. Matryona Philimonovna called to one of them, in order to give her a sheet and a shirt to dry that had fallen into the water, and Darya Alexandrovna talked with the women. At first they laughed behind their hands, not understanding her questions, but little by little their courage returned, and they began to chatter, and they quite won Darya Alexandrovna's heart by their sincere admiration of the children. "Ish twi, ain't she lovely now, white as sugar," said one, pointing to Tanya, and nodding her head, "but thin." "Yes, because she has been ill." "Vish twi," said still another, pointing to the youngest child. "It seems you don't take him into the water, do you?" "No," said Darya Alexandrovna proudly. "He is only 3 months old." "You don't say so! And have you any children?" "I've had 4. 2 are alive, a boy and a girl. I weaned the youngest before Lent." "How old is she?" "Well, she is going into her 2nd year." "Why did you nurse her so long?" "It's our way, 3 springs." And then the women asked Darya Alexandrovna about the birth of her baby. Did she have a hard time? Where was her husband? Would he come often? Darya Alexandrovna was reluctant to part with the peasant women, so delightful did she find the conversation with them, so perfectly identical were their interests and hers, and it was more pleasant to her than anything else to see how evidently all these women were filled with admiration because she had so many and such lovely children. The women made Darya Alexandrovna laugh, and it offended Miss Hull for the very reason that she was the cause of their unaccountable laughter. One of the young women gazed with all her eyes at the English governess, who was dressing last, and when she put on the 3rd petticoat, she could not restrain herself any longer, but burst out laughing. "Ish twi! She put on one, and then she put on another, and she hasn't got them all on yet!" And they all broke out into loud laughter. Chapter 9. Part 3, Chapter 9 of Anna Karenina by Leo Tolstoy, translated by Nathan Haskell Dole. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by MaryAnn Spiegel. Darya Alexandrovna, with a kerchief on her head, and surrounded by all her flock of bathers with wet hair, was just drawing near the house when the coachman called out, "Here comes some baron. Pokrovsky, it looks like." Darya Alexandrovna looked out, and, to her great joy, saw that it was indeed Levin's well-known form in gray hat and gray overcoat. She was always glad to see him, but now she was particularly delighted because he saw her in all her glory. No one could appreciate her splendor better than Levin. When he caught sight of her, it seemed to him that he saw one of his visions of family life. "You are like a brooding hen, Darya Alexandrovna." "Oh, how glad I am!" she said, offering him her hand. "Glad! But you did not let me know. My brother is staying with me. I had a little note from Stiva, telling me that you were here." "From Stiva?" repeated Dolly, astonished. "Yes. He wrote me that you had come into the country, and thought that you would allow me to be of some use to you," said Levin, and even while speaking he became confused, and breaking off suddenly, walked in silence by the Lenika, pulling off and biting linden twigs as he went. It had occurred to him that Darya Alexandrovna would doubtless find it painful to have a neighbor offer her the assistance which her husband should have given. In fact, Darya Alexandrovna was displeased at the way in which Stepan Arkadyevitch had thrust his domestic difficulties upon a stranger. She immediately perceived that Levin felt this, and she felt grateful to him for his tact and delicacy. "Of course, I understand," said Levin, "that this only meant that you would be glad to see me, and I was glad. Of course, I imagine that you, a city housekeeper, find it uncivilized here, and, if I can be of the least use to you, I am wholly at your service." "Oh no," said Dolly. "At first it was rather hard, but now everything has been beautifully arranged. I owe it all to my old nurse," she added, indicating Matryona Philimonovna, who, perceiving that they were speaking of her, gave Levin a pleasant, friendly smile. She knew him, and knew that he would make a splendid husband for the young lady, and she wished that it might be so. "Will you get in? We'll squeeze up a little," said she. "No, I will walk. Children, which of you will run with me to get ahead of the horses?" The children were very slightly acquainted with Levin, and did not remember where they had seen him, but they had none of that strange feeling of timidity and aversion which children are so often blamed for showing toward grown-up persons who are not sincere. Pretense in any person may deceive the shrewdest and most experienced of men, but a child of very limited intelligence detects it and is repelled by it, though it be most carefully hidden. Whatever faults Levin had, he could not be accused of a lack of sincerity, and consequently the children showed him the same goodwill that they had seen on their mother's face. The two eldest instantly accepted his invitation, and ran with him as they would have gone with their nurse, or Miss Hull, or their mother. Lily also wanted to go with him, and her mother entrusted her to him, so he set her on his shoulders and began to run with her. "Don't be frightened, Darya Alexandrovna," said he, laughing gaily. "I won't hurt her or let her fall." And when she saw his strong, agile, and at the same time prudent and careful movements, the mother felt reassured, and smiled as she watched him, with pleasure and approval. There in the country, with the children and with Darya Alexandrovna, whom he liked, Levin entered that boyhood, happy frame of mind which was not unusual with him, and which Darya Alexandrovna especially admired in him. He played with the children, and taught them gymnastic exercises. He jested with Miss Hull in his broken English, and he told Darya Alexandrovna of his undertakings in the country. After dinner, Darya Alexandrovna, sitting alone with him on the balcony, began to speak of Kitty. "Did you know? Kitty is coming here to spend the summer with me." "Indeed," replied Levin, confused, and instantly, in order to change the subject, he added, "Then I shall send you 2 cows, shall I? And if you insist on paying, and have no scruples, then you may give me 5 rubles a month." "No, thank you. We shall get along." "Well, then I am going to look at your cows, and, with your permission, I will give directions about feeding them. Everything depends on that." And Levin, in order to turn the conversation, explained to Darya Alexandrovna the whole theory of the proper management of cows, which was based on the idea that a cow is only a machine for the conversion of fodder into milk, and so on. He talked on this subject, and yet he was passionately anxious to hear the news about Kitty, but he was also afraid to hear it. It was terrible to him to think that his peace of mind, so painfully won, might be destroyed. "Yes, but in order to do all this, there must be some one to superintend it, and who is there?" asked Darya Alexandrovna, not quite convinced. Now that she carried on her domestic affairs so satisfactorily, through Matryona Philimonovna, she had no desire to make any changes. Moreover, she had no faith in Levin's knowledge about rustic management. His reasonings about a cow being merely a machine to produce milk were suspicious. It seemed to her that such theories would throw housekeeping into disorder. It even seemed to her that it was all far simpler, that it was sufficient, to do as Matryona Philimonovna did, to give Petrushka and Byelopaka more fodder and drink, and to prevent the cook from carrying dishwater from the kitchen to the cow. That was clear. But the theories about meal and grass for fodder were not clear, but dubious, and the principal point was that she wanted to talk about Kitty. End of chapter 9. Part 3, Chapter 10 of Anna Karenina by Leo Tolstoy. Translated by Nathan Haskell Doyle. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by MaryAnn Spiegel. Kitty writes me that she is longing for solitude and repose, began Dolly, after a moment's silence. Is her health better? Asked Levin, with emotion. Thank the Lord, she is entirely well. I never believed that she had any lung trouble. Oh, I am very glad, said Levin, and Dolly thought that, as he said it, and then looked at her in silence, his face had a pathetic, helpless expression. Tell me, Konstantin Dmitrievitch, said Darya Alexandrovna, with a friendly and at the same time a rather mischievous smile, why are you angry with Kitty? I'm not angry with her, said Levin. Yes, you are. Why didn't you come to see any of us the last time you were in Moscow? Darya Alexandrovna, he exclaimed, blushing to the roots of his hair, I'm astonished that, with your kindness of heart, you can think of such a thing. How can you not pity me when you know? What do I know? You know that I offered myself and was rejected. And as he said this, all the tenderness that he had felt for Kitty a moment before changed in his heart into a sense of anger at the memory of this injury. How could you suppose that I knew? Because everybody knows it. That is where you are mistaken. I suspected it, but I knew nothing positive. Ah, well, and so you know now. All that I know is that there was something which keenly tortured her, and that she has besought me never to mention it. If she had not told me, then she has not told anyone. Now, what have you against her? Tell me. I have told you all that there was. When was it? When I was at your house the last time. But do you know? I will tell you, said Darya Alexandrovna. I am sorry for Kitty, awfully sorry. You suffer only in your pride. Perhaps so, said Levin, but, she interrupted him, but she, poor little girl, I am awfully sorry for her. Now I understand all. Well, Darya Alexandrovna, excuse me, said he, rising. Prashyati. Goodbye, Darya Alexandrovna. Das vidanya. No, wait, she cried, holding him by the sleeve. Wait. Sit down. I beg of you, let us not speak of this any more, said Levin, sitting down again, while a ray of that hope which he believed forever vanished flashed into his heart. If I did not like you, said Dolly, and the tears came into her eyes. If I did not know you as I do. The hope which he thought was dead awoke more and more, filled Levin's heart, and took masterful possession of it. Yes, I understand all now, said Dolly. You cannot understand this, you men, who are free in your choice. It is perfectly clear whom you love. But a young girl, with that feminine, maidenly reserve which is imposed on her, and seeing you men only at a distance, is constrained to wait, and she is, and must be, so agitated that she will not know what answer to give. Yes, if her heart does not speak. No, her heart speaks. But think for a moment. You men decide on some girl. You visit her home. You watch, observe, and you make up your minds whether you are in love or not. And then, when you have come to the conclusion that you love her, you offer yourselves. Well, now, we don't always do that. All the same, you don't propose until your love is fully ripe, or when you have made up your mind between two possible choices. But the young girl cannot make a choice. They pretend that she can choose, but she cannot. She can only answer yes or no. Well, the choice was between me and Vronsky, thought Levin, and the resuscitated dead love in his soul seemed to die a second time, giving his heart an additional pang. Darya Alexandrovna, said he, thus one chooses a gown or any trifling merchandise, but not love. Besides, the choice has been made, and so much the better, and it cannot be done again. Oh, pride, pride, said Dolly, as if she would express her scorn for the degradation of his sentiments compared with those which only women are able to comprehend. When you offered yourself to Kitty, she was in just that situation where she could not give an answer. She was in doubt. The choice was you or Vronsky. She saw him every day. You she had not seen for a long time. If she had been older, it would have been different. If I, for example, had been in her place, I should not have hesitated. He was always distasteful to me, and so that is the end of it." Levin remembered Kitty's reply. "No, this cannot be." "Darya Alexandrovna," he said, dryly, "I am touched by your confidence in me, but I think you are mistaken. But whether I am right or wrong, this pride which you so despise makes it impossible for me ever to think about Katerina Alexandrovna. You understand? Utterly impossible." "I will say only one thing more. You must know that I am speaking to you of my sister, whom I love as my own children. I don't say that she loves you, but I only wish to say that her reply at that moment amounted to nothing at all." "I don't know," said Levin, leaping suddenly to his feet. "If you only realized the pain that you cause me! It is just the same as if you had lost a child, and they came to you and said, 'He would have been like this, and he might have lived, and you would have had so much joy in him, but he is dead, dead, dead!'" "How absurd you are!" said Darya Alexandrovna, with a melancholy smile at the sight of Levin's emotion. "Well, I understand it all better and better," she continued pensively. "Then you won't come to see us when Kitty is here?" "No, I will not. Of course I will not avoid Katerina Alexandrovna, but, when it is possible, I shall endeavor to spare her the affliction of my presence." "You are very, very absurd," said Darya Alexandrovna, looking at him affectionately. "Well, then, let it be as if we had not said a word about it. What do you want, Tanya?" she said in French to her little girl who came running in. "Where's my little shovel, Maman?" "I speak French to you, and you must answer in French." The child tried to speak, but could not recall the French word for lopatka, shovel. Her mother whispered it to her, and then told her, still in French, where she should go to find it. This made Levin feel unpleasant. Everything now seemed changed in Darya Alexandrovna's household. Even the children were not nearly so attractive as before. "And why does she speak French with the children?" he thought. "How false and unnatural! Even the children feel it. Teach them French and spoil their sincerity," he said to himself, not knowing that Darya Alexandrovna had 20 times asked the same question, and yet, in spite of the harm that it did their simplicity, had come to the conclusion that this was the right way to teach them. "But why are you in such a hurry? Sit a little while longer." Levin stayed to tea, but his gaiety was gone, and he felt uncomfortable. After tea he went out into the anteroom to give orders about harnessing the horses, and when he came in he found Darya Alexandrovna in great disturbance, with flushed face and tears in her eyes. During his short absence an occurrence had ruthlessly destroyed all the pleasure and pride that she took in her children. Grisha and Tanya had quarreled about a ball. Darya Alexandrovna, hearing their cries, ran to them, and found them in a frightful state. Tanya was pulling her brother's hair, and he, with face distorted with rage, was pounding his sister with all his might. When Darya Alexandrovna saw it, something seemed to snap in her heart. A black cloud, as it were, came down on her life. She saw that these children of hers, of whom she was so proud, were not only ordinary and ill-trained, but were even bad, and inclined to the most evil and tempestuous passions. This thought troubled her so that she could not speak or think, or even explain her sorrow to Levin. Levin saw that she was unhappy, and he did his best to comfort her, saying that this was not so very terrible, after all, and that all children quarreled. But in his heart he said, "No, I will not bother myself to speak French with my children. I shall not have such children. There's no need of spoiling them and making them unnatural, and they will be charming. No, my children shall not be like these." He took his leave and rode away, and she did not try to keep him longer. End of chapter 10. Part 3, Chapter 11 of Anna Karenina by Leo Tolstoy. Translated by Nathan Haskell Doyle. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by MaryAnn Spiegel. Toward the end of July, Levin received a visit from the starosta of his sister's estate, situated about 20 versts from Pokrovskoye. He brought the report about the progress of affairs and about the haymaking. The chief income from his sister's estate came from the meadows inundated in the spring. In former years the muzhiks rented these hayfields at the rate of 20 rubles a desyatin. But when Levin undertook the management of this estate, and examined the hay crops, he came to the conclusion that the rent was too low, and he raised it to the rate of 25 rubles a desyatin. The muzhiks refused to pay this, and as Levin suspected, drove away other lessees. Then Levin himself went there, and arranged to have the meadows mowed partly by day laborers, partly on shares. His muzhiks were greatly discontented with this new plan, and did their best to thwart it, but it was attended with success, and even the very first year the yield from the meadows was nearly doubled. The opposition of the peasantry continued through the second and third summers, and the haymaking was conducted on the same conditions. But this year they had mowed the meadows on thirds, and now the starosta had come to announce that the work was done, and that he, fearing it was going to rain, had summoned the bookkeeper and made the division in his presence, and turned over the 18 hayricks which were the proprietor's share. By the unsatisfactory answer to his question, how much hay had been secured from the largest meadow, by the starosta's haste in making the division without orders, by the man's whole manner, Levin was induced to think there was something crooked in the division of the hay, and he concluded that it would be wise to go and look into it. Levin reached the estate just at dinner time, and leaving his horse at the house of his old friend, the husband of his brother's former nurse, he went to find the old man at the apiary, hoping to obtain from him some light on the question of the hay crop. The loquacious, beautiful-looking old man, whose name was Parmenuich, was delighted to see Levin, showed him all about his husbandry, and told him all the particulars about his bees and how they swarmed this year. But when Levin asked him about the hay, he gave vague and unsatisfactory answers. This still more confirmed Levin in his suspicions. He went to the meadows and, on examination of the hayricks, found that they could not contain 50 loads each, as the muzhiks said. So, in order to give the peasants a lesson, he had one of the carts which they had used as a measure to be brought, and ordered all the hay from one of the ricks to be carried into the shed. The hayrick was found to contain only 32 loads. Notwithstanding the starosta's protestations that the hay was measured right, and that it must have got pressed down in the cart, notwithstanding the fact that he called God to witness that it was all done in the most godly manner, Levin insisted on it that, as the division had been made without his orders, he would not accept the hayricks as equivalent to 50 loads each. After long parleys, it was decided that the muzhiks should take 11 of these hayricks for their share, but that the masters should be measured over again. The colloquy about the division of the hayricks lasted until the mid-afternoon luncheon hour. When the last of the hay had been divided, Levin, confiding the care of the work to the bookkeeper, sat down on one of the hayricks which was marked by a laburnum stake, and enjoyed the spectacle of the meadows alive with the busy peasantry. Before him, at the bend of the river beyond the marsh, he saw the peasant women in a variegated line, and heard their ringing voices as they gossiped together, while raking into long brown ramparts the hay scattered over the bright green aftermath. Behind the women came the men with pitchforks, turning the windrows into wide, high-swelling hayricks. Toward the left across the meadow, already cleared of the hay, came the creaking telyagas, or peasant carts, and one by one, as the hayricks were lifted on the point of monstrous forks, disappeared, and their places were taken by the horse wagons filled to overflowing with the fragrant hay, which almost hid the rumps of the horses. "A splendid hay weather. It will soon all be in," said Parmenuich, as he sat down near Levin. "Tea, not hay. It scatters like seed for the ducks when they pitch it up." Then, pointing to a hayrick which the men were demolishing, the old man went on, "Since dinner, pitched up a good half of it. Is that the last?" he shouted to a young fellow, who, standing at the pole of a cart and shaking the ends of his hempen reins, was driving by. The last, batyushka," shouted back the young fellow, pulling in his horse. Then he looked down with a smile on a happy-looking, rosy-faced woman who was sitting on the hay in the telyega, and whipped up his steed again. "Who is that? Your son?" asked Levin. "My youngest," said the elder, with an expression of pride. "What a fine fellow!" "Not bad." "Married yet?" "Yes, 3 years come next Filippovuk." "So! And are there children?" "How? Children? For a whole year I haven't heard anything about it, and it's a shame," said the old man. "Well, this is hay. Just tea," he repeated, wishing to change the subject. Levin looked with interest at Vanka Parmenov and his wife. They were loading on a hayrick near by. Ivan Parmenov was standing on the wagon, arranging, storing, and pressing down the fragrant hay which the handsome goodwife handed up to him in great loads, first in armfuls, then with the fork. The young woman worked gaily, industriously, and skillfully. First she arranged it with her fork, then with elastic and agile motions she exerted all her strength upon it, and, stooping over, she lifted up the great armful, and, standing straight, with full bosom under the white chemise, gathered with a red girdle, she piled it high upon the load. Ivan, working as rapidly as he could, so as to relieve her of every moment of extra work, stretched out his arms wide, and caught up the load which she extended, and trampled it down into the wagon. Then, raking up what was left, the woman shook off the hay that had got into her neck, and, tying a red handkerchief around her broad white brow, she crept under the cart to fasten down the load. Vanka showed her how the rope should be tied, and at some remark that she made burst into a roar of laughter. In the expression on the faces of both of them could be seen strong young love recently awakened. End of chapter 11. Part 3, Chapter 12 of Anna Karenina by Leo Tolstoy, translated by Nathan Haskell Dole. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by MaryAnn. The load was complete, and Ivan, jumping down, took his gentle fat horse by the bridle, and joined the file of telyagas going into the village. The young woman threw her rake on top of the load, and, swinging her arms, joined the other women who had collected in a group to sing. These women, with rakes on their shoulders and dressed in bright colors, suddenly burst forth into song with loud, happy voices as they followed the carts. One wild, untrained voice would sing a verse of pyesna, or folk song, and when she had reached the refrain, 50 other young, fresh, and powerful voices would take it up simultaneously and repeat it to the end. The peasant women, singing their folk song, came toward Levin, and it seemed to him that a cloud, freighted with the thunder of gaiety, was moving down upon him. The thunder cloud drew near, it took possession of him, and the haycock on which he was reclining, and the other haycocks, and the carts, and the whole meadow, and the far-off field, moved and swayed to the rhythm of this wild song, with its accompaniment of whistles, and shrill cries, and clapping of hands. The wholesome gaiety filled him with envy. He would have liked to take part in this expression of joyous life, but nothing of the sort could he do, and he was obliged to lie still, and look and listen. When the throng with their song had passed out of sight and hearing, an oppressive feeling of melancholy came over him at the thought of his loneliness, of his physical indolence, of the hostility which existed between him and this alien world. Some of these very muzhiks, even those who had quarrelled with him about the hay, or those whom he had injured, or those who had intended to cheat him, saluted him gaily as they passed, and evidently did not and could not bear him any malice, or feel any remorse, or even remembrance that they had tried to defraud him. All was swallowed up and forgotten in this sea of joyous universal labor. God gave the day, God gave the strength, and the day and the strength consecrated the labor and yielded their own reward. For whom was the work? What would be the fruits of the work? These were secondary, unimportant considerations. Levin had often looked with interest at this life, had often experienced a feeling of envy of the people that lived this life, but today, for the first time, especially under the impression of what he had seen in the bearing of Ivan Parmenov toward his young wife. He had clearly realized that it depended upon himself whether he would exchange the burdensome, idle, artificial, selfish existence which he led, for the laborious, simple, pure and delightful life of the peasantry. The elder who had been sitting with him had already gone home. The people were scattered. The neighboring villagers had already reached their houses. But those who lived at a distance were preparing to spend the night in the meadow and were getting ready for supper. Levin, without being noticed by the people, still reclined on the haycock, looking, listening, and thinking. The peasantry gathered in the meadow scarcely slept through the short summer night. At first gay gossip and laughter were heard while they were eating. Then followed songs and jests again. No trace of all the long, laborious day was left upon them, except its happiness. Just before the dawn there was silence everywhere. Nothing could be heard but the nocturnal sounds of the frogs ceaselessly croaking in the marsh, and the horses whinnying as they waited in the mist that rose before the dawn. Coming to himself, Levin got up from the haycock and, looking at the stars, saw that the night had gone. "Well, what am I going to do? How am I going to do this?" he asked himself, trying to give a shape to the thoughts and feelings that had occurred to him during this short night. All that he had thought and felt had taken three separate directions. First, it seemed to him that he must renounce his former mode of life, which was useful neither to himself nor to anyone else. This renunciation seemed to him very attractive and was easy and simple. The second direction that his thoughts and feelings took referred especially to the new life which he longed to lead. He clearly realized the simplicity, purity, and regularity of this new life, and was convinced that he should find in it that satisfaction, that calmness and mental freedom, which he now felt the lack of so painfully. The third line of thought brought him to the question how he should effect the transition from the old life to the new, and in this regard nothing clear presented itself to his mind. "I must have a wife. I must engage in work, and have the absolute necessity of work. Shall I abandon Pokrovskoye? Buy land? Join the commune? Marry a peasant woman? How can I do all this?" he again asked himself, and no answer came. "However," he went on, in his self-communings, "I have not slept all night, and my ideas are not very clear. I shall reduce them to order by and by. One thing is certain. This night has settled my fate. All my former dreams of family existence were rubbish. But all this is vastly simpler and better." "How lovely!" he thought as he gazed at the delicate white curly clouds, colored like mother of pearl, which floated in the sky above him. "How charming everything has been this lovely night! And when did that shell have time to form? I have been looking this long time at the sky, and yet nothing was to be seen, only two white streaks. Yes, thus, without my knowing it, my views about life have been changed." He left the meadow and walked along the highway that led to the village. A cool breeze began to blow, and it became gray and melancholy. The somber moment was at hand which generally precedes the dawn, the perfect triumph of light over the darkness. Shivering with the chill, Levin walked fast, looking at the ground. "What is that? Who is coming?" he asked himself, hearing the sound of bells. He raised his head. About 40 paces from him he saw, coming toward him on the highway, on the grassy edge where he himself was walking, a travelling carriage drawn by 4 horses. The post horses, to avoid the ruts, pressed close against the pole, but the skillful postilion, seated on one side of the box, kept the pole directly over the rut, so that the wheels kept only on the smooth surface of the road. Levin was so interested in this that, without thinking who might be coming, he only glanced heedlessly at the carriage. In one corner of the carriage an elderly lady was asleep, and by the window sat a young girl, evidently only just awake, holding with both hands the ribbons of her white bonnet. Serene and thoughtful, filled with a lofty, complex life which Levin could not understand, She was gazing beyond him at the glow of the morning sky. At the very instant that this vision flashed by him he caught a glimpse of her frank eyes. She recognized him, and a gleam of joy, mingled with wonder, lightened up her face. He could not be mistaken. Only she in all the world had such eyes. In all the world there was only one being who could concentrate for him all the light and meaning of life. It was she. It was Kitty. He judged that she was on her way from the railway station to Yergoshovo. And all the thoughts that had occupied Levin through his sleepless night, all the resolutions that he had made, vanished in a twinkling. Horror seized him as he remembered his dream of marrying a krestyanka, a peasant wife. In that carriage which flashed by him on the other side of the road and disappeared was the only possible answer to his life's enigma which had tormented and puzzled him so long. She was now out of sight. The rumble of the wheels had ceased, and scarcely could he hear the bells. The barking of the dogs told him that the carriage was passing through the village, and now there remained only the empty fields, the distant village, and himself an alien and a stranger to everything, walking solitary on the deserted highway. He looked at the sky, hoping to find there still the sea-shell cloud which he had admired, and which personified for him the movement of his thoughts and feelings during the night. But in the sky there was nothing that resembled the shell. There, at immeasurable heights, that mysterious change had already taken place. There was no trace of the shell, but in its place there extended over a good half of the heavens a carpet of cirrus clouds sweeping on and sweeping on. The sky was growing blue and luminous, and with the same tenderness and also with the same unsatisfactoriness it answered his questioning look. No, he said to himself, however good this simple and laborious life may be, I cannot bring myself to it. I love her. End of chapter 12. Part 3, Chapter 13 of Anna Karenina by Leo Tolstoy, translated by Nathan Haskell Doyle. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by MaryAnn. No one except Alexey Alexandrovitch's most intimate friends suspected that this apparently cold and sober-minded man had one weakness absolutely contradictory to the general consistency of his character. He could not look with indifference at a child or a woman who was weeping. The sight of tears caused him to lose his self-control, and destroyed for him his reasoning faculties. The manager of his chancellery and his secretary understood this, and warned women who came to present petitions not to allow their feelings to overcome them unless they wanted to injure their prospects. He will fly into a passion and will not listen to you, they said. And it was a fact that the trouble which the sight of weeping caused Alexey Alexandrovitch was expressed by hasty irritation. I cannot do anything for you. Please leave me, he would exclaim, as a general thing, in such cases. When, on their way back from the races, Anna confessed her relations with Vronsky, and, immediately afterwards covering her face with her hands, burst into tears, Alexey Alexandrovitch, in spite of his anger against his wife, was conscious at the same time of that deep, soul-felt emotion welling up which the sight of tears always caused him. Knowing this, and knowing that any expression of it would be incompatible with the situation, he endeavored to restrain any sign of agitation, and therefore he neither moved nor looked at her. Hence arose that strange appearance of death-like rigidity in his face which so impressed Anna. When they reached home, he helped her from the carriage, and having made a great effort, he left her with ordinary politeness, saying only those words which would not oblige him to follow any course. He simply said that on the morrow he would let her know his decision. His wife's words, confirming his worst suspicions, caused a keen pain in his heart, and this pain was made still keener by the strange sensation of physical pity for her, caused by the sight of her tears. Yet as he sat alone in his carriage, Alexey Alexandrovitch, to his surprise and pleasure, was conscious of an absolute freedom, not only from that sense of pity, but also from the doubts and the pangs of jealousy which had of late been tormenting him. He experienced the feelings of a man who has been suffering for a long time from a toothache. After one terrible moment of agony, and the sensation of something enormous, greater than the head itself, which is wrenched out of the jaw, the patient, hardly able to believe in his good fortune, suddenly discovers that the pain that has been poisoning his life so long has ceased, and that he can live and think and interest himself in something besides his aching tooth. This feeling Alexey Alexandrovitch now experienced. The pain had been strange and terrible, but now it was over. He felt that he could live again, and think of something besides his wife. Without honor, without heart, without religion, an abandoned woman. I have always known this, and I have always seen it, though out of pity for her I tried to shut my eyes to it, he said to himself. And it really seemed to him that he had always seen this. He recalled many details of their past lives, and things which had once seemed innocent in his eyes now clearly came up as proofs that she had always been corrupt. I made a mistake when I joined my life to hers, but my mistake was not my fault, and therefore I ought not to be unhappy. I am not the guilty one, said he, but she is. But I have nothing more to do with her. She does not exist for me. All that would befall her as well as his son, toward whom also his feelings underwent a similar change, now ceased to occupy him. The only thing that did occupy him now was the question how to make his escape from this wretched crisis in a manner at once wise, correct, and honorable for himself, and having cleared himself from the mud with which she had spattered him by her fall, how he would henceforth pursue his own path of honorable, active, and useful life. Must I make myself wretched because a wretched woman has committed a crime? All I want is to find the best way out from this situation to which she has brought me, and I will find it, he added, getting more and more indignant. I am not the first, nor the last. And not speaking of the historical examples, beginning with La Belle Helene of Menelaus, which had recently been brought to all their memories by Offenbach's opera, Alexey Alexandrovitch went over in his mind a whole series of contemporary episodes, where husbands of the highest position had been obliged to mourn the faithlessness of their wives. Daryelov, Poltavsky, Prince Karabanov, Count Paskudin, Drom, yes, even Drom, honorable, industrious man as he is, Semenov, Shagin, Sagonin. Admit that they cast unjust ridicule on these men. As for me, I never saw anything except their misfortune, and I always pitied them, said Alexey Alexandrovitch to himself, although this was not so, and he had never sympathized with misfortune of this sort, and had only plumed himself the more as he had heard of wives deceiving their husbands. This is a misfortune which is likely to strike anyone, and now it has struck me. The only thing is to know how to find the best way of settling the difficulty. And he began to recall the different ways in which these men, finding themselves in such a position as he was, had behaved. Daryelov fought a duel. Dueling had been a subject of consideration to Alexey Alexandrovitch when he was a young man, and for the reason that physically he was a timid man, and he knew it. He could not think without a shudder of having a pistol leveled at him, and never in his life had he practiced with firearms. This instinctive horror had in early life caused him often to think about dueling, and to imagine himself to expose his life to this danger. Afterward, when he had attained success and a high social position, he had got out of the way of such thoughts, but his habit of mind now reasserted itself, and his timidity, owing to his cowardice, was so great that Alexey Alexandrovitch long deliberated about the matter, turning it over on all sides, and questioning the expediency of a duel, although he knew perfectly well that in any case he would never fight. Undoubtedly the state of our society is still so savage, he said, though it is not so in England, that very many, and in these many, to whom such a solution was satisfactory, there were some for whose opinions Alexey Alexandrovitch had the very highest regard. Looking at the duel from its good side, to what result does it lead? Let us suppose that I send a challenge. and Alexey Alexandrovitch went on to draw a vivid picture of the night that he would spend after the challenge, and he imagined the pistol aimed at him and shuddered, and realized that he could never do such a thing. "Let us suppose that I challenge him to a duel. Let us suppose that I learn how to shoot," he forced himself to think. "That I am standing, that I pull the trigger," he said to himself, shutting his eyes, "and it happens that I kill him." He shook his head, to drive away these absurd notions. What sense would there be in causing a man's death, in order to settle my relations to a sinful woman and her son? Even then I should have to decide what I ought to do with her. But suppose, and this is vastly more likely to happen, that I am the one killed or wounded. I, an innocent man, the victim, killed or wounded? Still more absurd. But, moreover, would not the challenge to a duel on my part be a dishonorable action, certain as I am beforehand that my friends would never allow me to fight a duel? Would never permit the life of a government official, who is so indispensable to Russia, to be exposed to danger? What would happen? This would happen, that I, knowing in advance that the matter would never result in any danger, should seem to people to be anxious to win notoriety by a challenge. It would be dishonorable. It would be false. It would be an act of deception to others and to myself. A duel is not to be thought of, and no one expects it of me. My sole aim should be to preserve my reputation, and not to suffer any unnecessary interruption of my activity. The service of the state, always important in the eyes of Alexey Alexandrovitch, now appeared to him of extraordinary importance. Having decided against the duel, Alexey Alexandrovitch began to discuss the question of divorce, a second expedient which had been employed by several of the men whom he had in mind. Calling to mind all the well-known examples of divorce, and there had been many in the very highest circles of society, as he well knew, he could not name a single case where the aim of the divorce had been such as he proposed. The husband in each case had sold or given up the faithless wife, and the guilty party, who had no right to a second marriage, had entered into relations, imagined to be sanctioned, with a new husband. Alexey Alexandrovitch saw that, in his case at least, legal divorce, whereby the faithless wife would be repudiated, was impossible. He saw that the complicated conditions of his life precluded the possibility of those coarse proofs which the law demanded for the establishment of a wife's guilt. He saw that the distinguished refinement of his life precluded the public use of such proofs, even if they existed, and that the public use of these proofs would cause him to fall lower in public opinion than the guilty wife. Divorce could only end in a scandalous lawsuit, which would be a godsend to his enemies and to lovers of gossip, and would disgrace him from his high position in society. His principal object, the determination of his position with the least possible confusion, would not be attained by a divorce. Divorce, moreover, broke off all intercourse between wife and husband, and united her to her paramour. Now in Alexey Alexandrovitch's heart, in spite of the scornful indifference which he affected to feel toward his wife, there still remained one very keen sentiment, and that was his unwillingness for her, unhindered, to unite her lot with Vronsky, so that her fault would turn out to her advantage. This possible contingency was so painful to Alexey Alexandrovitch that, merely at the thought of it, he bellowed with mental pain, and he got up from his seat, changed his place in the carriage, and for a long time, darkly scowling, wrapped his woolly plaid about his thin and chilly legs. "Besides formal divorce," he said to himself, as, growing a little calmer, he continued his deliberations, "it would be possible to act as Karabanov, Paskudin, and that gentle Dram have done. That is to say, I could separate from my wife." But this measure had almost the same disadvantages as the other. It was practically to throw his wife into Vronsky's arms. "No, it is impossible, impossible," he said aloud, again trying to wrap himself up in his plaid. "I cannot be unhappy, but neither she nor he ought to be happy." The feeling of jealousy which had tormented him while he was still ignorant had passed away when by his wife's words the aching tooth had been pulled, But this feeling was replaced by a different one, the desire not only that she should not triumph, but that she should receive the reward for her sin. He did not express it, but in the depths of his soul he desired that she should be punished for the way in which she had destroyed his peace and honor. After once more passing in review the conditions of the duel, the divorce, and the separation, and once more rejecting them, Alexey Alexandrovitch came to the conclusion that there was only one way to escape from his trouble, and that was to keep his wife under his protection, shielding his misfortune from the eyes of the world, employing all possible means to break off the illicit relationship, and, above all, though he did not avow it to himself, punishing his wife's fault. "I must let her know that, in the cruel situation into which she has brought our family, I have come to the conclusion that the status quo is the only way that seems advisable for both sides, and that I will agree to preserve it under the strenuous condition that she, on her part, fulfill my will, and break off all relations with her paramour." For the bolstering of this resolution when once he had finally adopted it, Alexey Alexandrovitch brought up one convincing argument. "Only by acting in this manner do I conform absolutely with the law of religion," said he to himself. "Only by this reasoning do I refuse to send away the adulterous woman, and I give her the chance of amending her ways, and likewise, painful as it will be to me, I consecrate a part of my powers to her regeneration and salvation." Though Alexey Alexandrovitch knew that he could have no moral influence over his wife, and that the attempts which he should make to reform his wife would have no other outcome than falsehood, although during the trying moments that he had been living he had not for an instant thought of finding his guidance in religion, yet now, when he felt that his determination was in accordance with religion, this religious sanction of his resolution gave him full comfort and a certain share of satisfaction. He was consoled with the thought that in such a trying period of his life no one would have the right to say that he had not acted in conformity to the religion whose banner he bore aloft in the midst of coolness and indifference. As he went over in his mind the remotest contingencies, Alexey Alexandrovitch even saw no reason why his relations with his wife should not remain pretty much as they had always been. Of course, it would be impossible for him to feel great confidence in her, but he saw no reason why he should ruin his whole life, and suffer personally, because she was a bad and faithless wife. "Yes, time will pass," he said to himself, "time which solves all problems, and our relations will be brought into the old order, so that I shall not feel the disorder that has broken up the current of my life. She must be unhappy, but I am not to blame, and so I do not see why I must be unhappy too." Chapter 13. Part 3, Chapter 14 of Anna Karenina by Leo Tolstoy, translated by Nathan Haskell Doyle. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by MaryAnn Spiegel. Alexey Alexandrovitch, during his drive back to Petersburg, not only fully decided on the line of conduct which he should adopt, but even composed in his head a letter to be sent to his wife. When he reached his Switzer's room, he glanced at the official papers and letters which had been brought from the ministry, and ordered them to be brought into the library. "Shut the door, and let no one in," he said in reply to a question of the Swiss, emphasizing the last words, "Ni prinamment," let no one in, with some satisfaction, which was an evident sign that he was in a better state of mind. Alexey Alexandrovitch walked up and down the library once or twice, and then, coming to his huge writing table, on which his lackey, before going out, had placed 6 lighted candles, he cracked his fingers and sat down, and began to examine his writing materials. Then, leaning his elbow on the table, he bent his head to one side, and after a moment of reflection, he began to write without the slightest hesitancy. He wrote in French without addressing her by name, employing the pronoun vous, which has less coldness than the corresponding Russian word vieux has. He wrote, "At our recent interview I expressed the intention of communicating to you my resolution concerning the subject of our conversation. Having carefully taken everything into consideration, I am writing now with the view of fulfilling my promise. This is my decision. Whatever your conduct may have been, I do not acknowledge that you have the right to break the bonds which a power supreme has consecrated. The family cannot be broken up through a caprice, an arbitrary act, even through the crime of one of the parties, and our lives must remain unchanged. This must be so for my sake, for your sake, for the sake of our son. I am fully persuaded that you have been repentant, that you still feel repentant for the deed that obliges me to write to you, that you will cooperate with me in destroying root and branch the cause of our estrangement and in forgetting the past. In case this be not so, you yourself must understand what awaits you and your son. In regard to all this, I hope to have a more specific conversation at a personal interview. As the summer season is nearly over, I beg of you to come back to Petersburg as soon as possible, and certainly not later than Tuesday. All the necessary measures for your return hither will be taken. I beg you to take notice that I attach a very peculiar importance to your attention to my request. A. Karenina. P.S. I enclose in this letter money, which you may need at this particular time. He reread his letter, and was satisfied with it, especially with the fact that he had thought of sending the money. There was not an angry word, not a reproach, neither was there any condescension in it. The essential thing was the golden bridge for their reconciliation. He folded his letter, smoothed it with a huge paper cutter of massive ivory, enclosed it in an envelope together with the money, and rang the bell, feeling that sense of satisfaction which the use of his well-ordered, perfect epistolary arrangements always gave him. "Give this letter to the courier for delivery to Anna Arkadyevna at the dacha to-morrow," he said, and arose. "I will obey your Excellency. Will you have tea here in the library?" Alexey Alexandrovitch ordered tea brought to him in the library, and then, still playing with the paper cutter, he went toward his armchair, near which were a shaded lamp and a French work on cuneiform inscriptions which he had begun. Above the chair, in an oval gilt frame, hung a portrait of Anna, the excellent work of a distinguished painter. Alexey Alexandrovitch looked at it. The eyes, as inscrutable as they had been on the evening of their attempted explanation, looked down at him ironically and insolently. Everything about this remarkable portrait seemed to Alexey Alexandrovitch insupportably insolent and provoking, from the black lace on her head and her dark hair, to the white, beautiful hand and the ring finger covered with jeweled rings. After gazing at this portrait for a moment, Alexey Alexandrovitch shuddered, his lips trembled, and with a "brr," he turned away. Hastily sitting down in his armchair, he opened his book. He tried to read, but he could not regain the keen interest which he had felt before in the cuneiform inscriptions. His eyes looked at the book, but his thoughts were elsewhere. He was thinking, not of his wife, but of a complication which had recently arisen in important matters connected with his official activity, and which at present formed the chief interest of his service. He felt that he was more deeply than ever plunged into this complicated affair, and that he could without self-conceit claim that the idea which had originated in his brain was bound to disentangle the whole difficulty, to confirm him in his official career, to put down his enemies, and thus enable him to do a signal service to the state. As soon as his servant had brought him the tea and left the room, Alexey Alexandrovitch got up and went to his writing table. Pushing to the center of it a portfolio which contained papers relating to this affair, he seized a pencil from the stand, and, with a faintly sarcastic smile of self-satisfaction, buried himself in the perusal of the documents relative to the complicated business under consideration. The complication was as follows. The distinguishing trait of Alexey Alexandrovitch as a government official, the one characteristic trait peculiar to him alone, though it must mark every progressive chinovnik, the trait which had contributed to his success no less than his eager ambition, his moderation, his uprightness, and his self-confidence, was his detestation of red tape, and his sincere desire to avoid, as far as he could, unnecessary writing, and to go straight on in accomplishing needful business with all expedition and economy. It happened that, in the famous commission of the 14th of June, a project was mooted for the irrigation of the fields in the government of Zaraï, which formed a part of Alexey Alexandrovitch's jurisdiction, and this project offered a striking example of the few results obtained by official correspondence and expenditure. Alexey Alexandrovitch knew that it was a worthy object. The matter of the irrigation of the fields in the government of Zaraï had come to him by inheritance from his predecessor in the ministry, and, in fact, had already cost much money and brought no results. When Alexey Alexandrovitch entered the ministry, he had perceived this, and had wanted immediately to put his hand to this work, but at first he did not feel himself strong enough, and perceived that it touched too many interests, and was imprudent, and afterward, having become involved in other matters, he entirely forgot about it. The fertilization of the Zaraï fields, like all things, went in its own way by force of inertia. Many people got their living through it, and one family in particular, a very agreeable and musical family, all of the daughters of which played on stringed instruments. Alexey Alexandrovitch knew this family, and had been nuptial godfather when one of the elder daughters was married. The opposition to this affair, raised by his enemies in another branch of the ministry, was unjust, in the opinion of Alexey Alexandrovitch, because in every ministry there are similar cases which by a well-known rule of official etiquette no one ever bothers himself about. But now, since they had thrown down the gauntlet, he had boldly accepted the challenge and asked for the appointment of a special commission for examining and verifying the labors of the commissioners on the fertilization of the Zaraï fields. And this did not prevent him from also keeping these gentlemen busy in other ways. He had also demanded a special commission for investigating the status and organization of the foreign populations. This last question had likewise been raised by the commission of June 14th, and was energetically supported by Alexey Alexandrovitch, on the ground that no delay should be allowed in relieving the deplorable situation of these alien tribes. In committee this matter gave rise to the most lively discussions among the ministries. The ministry hostile to Alexey Alexandrovitch proved that the position of the foreign populations was perfectly flourishing, that to meddle with them would be to injure their well-being, and that, if any fault could be found in regard to the matter, it was due to the neglect of Alexey Alexandrovitch and his ministry in not carrying out the measures prescribed by law. Now Alexey Alexandrovitch had made up his mind to demand, first, the appointment of a new committee, whose duty should be to study on the spot the condition of the foreign populations. Secondly, in case their condition should be found such as the official data in the hands of the committee represented, that a new scientific commission should be sent to study into the causes of this sad state of things, with the aim of settling it from the A. Political, B. Administrative, C. Economical, D. Ethnographical, E. Physical, and F. Religious point of view. Thirdly, that the hostile ministry should be required to furnish the particulars in regard to the measures taken during the last 10 years to relieve the wretched situation in which these tribes were placed. And fourthly and finally, that this ministry should explain the fact that they had acted in absolute contradiction to the fundamental and organic law, volume T, page 18, with reference to Article 36, as was proved by an act of the committee under numbers 17015 and 18308 of the 17th of December, 1863, and the 19th of June, 1864. A flush of animation covered Alexey Alexandrovitch's face as he rapidly wrote down for his own use a digest of these thoughts. After he had covered a sheet of paper, he rang a bell, and sent a messenger to the director of the chancellery, asking for a few data which were missing. Then he got up and began to walk up and down the room, looking again at the portrait with a frown and a scornful smile. Then he resumed his book about the cuneiform inscriptions, and found that his interest of the evening before had come back to him. He went to bed about 11 o'clock, and as he lay, still awake, he passed in review the affair with his wife, and it no longer appeared to him in the same gloomy aspect. End of chapter 14. Part 3, Chapter 15 of Anna Karenina by Leo Tolstoy, translated by Nathan Haskell Dole. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by MaryAnn. Though Anna had obstinately and angrily contradicted Vronsky when he told her that her position was impossible, yet in the bottom of her heart she felt that it was false and dishonorable, and she longed with all her soul to escape from it. When, in a moment of agitation, she avowed all to her husband as they were returning from the races, notwithstanding the pain which it cost her, she felt glad. After Alexey Alexandrovitch left her, she kept repeating to herself that she was glad, and now all was explained, and that henceforth there would be at least no more need of falsehood and deception. It seemed to her indubitable that now her possession would be henceforth determined. It might be bad, but it would be definite, and there would be an end to lying and equivocation. The pain which her words had cost her husband and herself would have its compensation, she thought, in the fact that now all would be definite. That very evening Vronsky came to see her, but she did not tell him what had taken place between her husband and herself, although it was needful to tell him in order that the affair might be definitely settled. The next morning, when she awoke, her first memory was of the words that she had spoken to her husband, and they seemed to her so odious that she could not imagine now how she could have brought herself to say such strange, brutal words, and she could not conceive what the result of them would be. But the words were irrevocable, and Alexey Alexandrovitch had departed without replying. I have seen Vronsky since, and I did not tell him. Even at the moment he went away, I wanted to hold him back and tell him, but I postponed it because I felt how strange it was that I did not tell him at the first moment. Why did I have the desire, and yet not speak? And, in reply to this question, the hot flush of shame kindled in her face. She realized that it was shame that kept her from speaking. Her position, which the evening before had seemed to her so clear, suddenly presented itself as very far from clear, as inextricable. She began to fear the dishonor about which she had not thought before. When she considered what her husband might do to her, the most terrible ideas came to her mind. It occurred to her that at any instant the steward might appear to drive her out of house and home, and that her shame might be proclaimed to all the world. She asked herself where she could go if they drove her from home, and she found no answer. When she thought of Vronsky, she imagined that he did not love her, and that he was already beginning to tire of her, and that she could not impose herself on him, and she felt angry with him. It seemed to her that the words which she spoke to her husband, and which she incessantly repeated to herself, were spoken so that everybody could hear them, and had heard them. She could not bring herself to look into the faces of those with whom she lived. She could not bring herself to ring for her maid, and still less to go down and meet her son and his governess. The maid came, and stood long at the door, listening. Finally she decided to go to her without a summons. Anna looked at her questioningly, and in her terror she blushed. The maid apologized for coming, saying that she thought she heard the bell. She brought a gown and a note. The note was from Betsy. Betsy reminded her that Lisa Merkolova and the Baroness Stolz, with their adorers, Kaluzhsky and the old man Stremov, were coming to her house that morning for a game of croquet. "Come and look on, please, as a study of manners. I shall expect you," was the conclusion of the note. Anna read the letter and sighed profoundly. "Nothing, nothing. I need nothing," she said to Annushka, who was arranging the brushes and toilet articles on her dressing table. "Go away. I will dress myself immediately and come down. I need nothing." Annushka went out, yet Anna did not begin to dress, but sat in the same attitude, with bent head and folded hands, and occasionally she would shiver and begin to make some gesture, to say something, and then fall back into listlessness again. She kept saying, "Bozhe moi, but the words had no meaning in her mind. The thought of seeking a refuge from her situation in religion, although she never doubted the faith in which she had been trained, seemed to her as strange as to go and ask help of Alexey Alexandrovitch himself. She knew beforehand that the refuge offered by religion was possible only by the absolute renunciation of all that constituted for her the meaning of life. She suffered, and was frightened besides, by a sensation that was new to her experience hitherto, and which seemed to take possession of her inmost soul. She seemed to feel double, just as sometimes eyes, when weary, see double. She knew not what she feared, what she desired. She knew not whether she feared and desired what had passed, or what was to come, and what she desired she did not know. "Oh, what am I doing?" she cried, suddenly feeling a pain in both temples, and she discovered that she had taken her hair into her two hands and was pulling it. She got up and began to walk the floor. "The coffee is served, and Mademoiselle and Seroza are waiting," said Annushka, coming in again and finding her mistress in the same condition as before. "Seroza? What is Seroza doing?" suddenly asked Anna, remembering for the first time that morning the existence of her son. "He has been naughty, I think," said Annushka with a smile. "How naughty?" "You had some peaches in the corner cupboard. He took one and ate it on the sly, it seems." The thought of her son suddenly called Anna from the impassive state in which she had been sunk. She remembered the partly sincere, though somewhat exaggerated, rôle of devoted mother, which she had taken on herself for a number of years, and she felt with joy that in this relationship she had a standpoint independent of her relation to her husband and Vronsky. This standpoint was her son. In whatever situation she might be placed, she could not give him up. Her husband might drive her from him and put her to shame. Vronsky might turn his back on her and resume his former independent life, and here again she thought of him with a feeling of anger and reproach. But she could not leave her son. She had an aim in life, and she must act so as to safeguard this relation toward her son, so that they could not take him from her. She must act as speedily as possible before they took him from her. She must take her son and go off. That was the one thing which she now had to do. She must calm herself and get away from this tormenting situation. The very thought of an action having reference to her son, and of going away with him anywhere, already gave her consolation. She dressed in haste, went downstairs, and with firm steps entered the drawing room, where, as usual, she found lunch ready, and Seroza and the governess waiting for her. Seroza, all in white, was standing near a table under the mirror, with the expression of concentrated attention which she knew so well, and in which he resembled his father. Bending over, he was busy with some flowers which he had brought in. The governess had a very stern expression. Seroza, as soon as he saw his mother, uttered a sharp cry, which was a frequent custom of his. "Ah, mamma!" Then he stopped, undecided whether to throw down the flowers and run to his mother and let the flowers go, or to finish his bouquet and take it to her. The governess bowed and began a long and circumstantial account of the naughtiness that Seroza had committed, but Anna did not hear her. She was thinking whether she should take her with them. "No, I will not," she decided. "I will go alone with my son." "Yes, that was very naughty," said Anna, and taking the boy by the shoulder, she looked with a gentle, not angry, face at the confused but happy boy, and kissed him. "Leave him with me," she said to the wondering governess, and not letting go his arm, she sat down at the table where the coffee was waiting. "Mamma, I didn't," stammered Seroza, trying to judge by his mother's expression what fate was in store for him for having pilfered the peach. "Seroza," she said, as soon as the governess had left the room, "that was naughty. You will not do it again, will you? Do you love me?" She felt that the tears were standing in her eyes. "Why can I not love him?" she asked herself, studying the boy's frightened and yet happy face. "And can he join with his father to punish me? Will he not have pity on me?" The tears began to course down her face, and, in order to hide them, she rose up quickly, and hastened, almost ran, to the terrace. Clear, cool weather had succeeded the stormy rains of the last few days. In spite of the warm sun which shone on the thick foliage of the trees, it was cool in the shade. She shivered both from the coolness and from the sentiment of fear which in the cool air seized her with new force. "Go and find Marietta," she said to Seroza, who had followed her, and then she began to walk up and down on the straw carpet which covered the terrace. "Will they not forgive me?" she asked herself. "Will they not understand that all this could not possibly have been otherwise?" As she stopped and looked at the top of the aspens waving in the wind, with their freshly washed leaves glittering brightly in the cool sunbeams, it seemed to her that they would not forgive her, that everything would be as pitiless toward her as that sky and that foliage. And again she felt that mysterious sense in her inmost soul that she was in a dual state. "I must not think," she said to herself. "I must have courage. Where shall I go? When? Whom shall I take? Yes, to Moscow by the evening train, with Annushka and Seroza, and only the most necessary things. But first I must write to them both." She hurried back into the house to her boudoir, sat down at the table, and wrote to her husband. "After what has passed, I can no longer remain in your house. I am going away, and I shall take my son. I do not know the laws, and so I do not know with which of his parents the child should remain, but I take him with me because I cannot live without him. Be magnanimous, let me have him." Up to this point she wrote rapidly and naturally, but this appeal to a magnanimity which she had never seen in him, and the need of ending her letter with something affecting, brought her to a halt. "I cannot speak of my fault and my repentance, because—" and again she stopped, unable to find the right words to express her thoughts. "No," she said, "nothing more is necessary," and tearing up this letter she began another, from which she left out any appeal to his generosity, and sealed it. She had to write a second letter to Vronsky. "I have confessed to my husband," she began, and she sat long wrapped in thought, without being able to write more. That was so coarse, so unfeminine. "And then, what can I write to him?" she asked herself. Again the crimson of shame mantled her face as she remembered how calm he was, and she felt so vexed with him that she tore the sheet of paper with its one phrase into bits. "I cannot write," she said to herself, and closing her desk she went upstairs, told the governess and the domestics that she was going to Moscow that evening, and instantly began to make her preparations. Chapter 16. Part 3, Chapter 16 of Anna Karenina by Leo Tolstoy, translated by Nathan Haskell Doyle. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by MaryAnn Spiegel. In all the rooms of the villa, the men servants, the gardeners, the lackeys, were hurrying about laden with various things. Cupboards and commodes were cleared of their contents. Twice they had gone to the shop for packing cord. On the floor lay piles of newspapers. 2 trunks, traveling bags, and a bundle of plaids had been carried into the anteroom. A carriage and 2 cabs were waiting at the front door. Anna, who in the haste of packing had somewhat forgotten her inward anguish, was standing by her table in her boudoir and packing her bag, when Annushka called her attention to the rumble of a carriage approaching the house. Anna looked out of the window and saw on the steps Alexey Alexandrovitch's messenger boy ringing the front bell. "Go and see what it is," said she, and then sat down in her chair and, folding her hands on her knees, waited with calm resignation. A lackey brought her a fat packet directed in Alexey Alexandrovitch's handwriting. "The messenger was ordered to wait an answer," said he. "Very well," she replied, and as soon as he left the room she opened the packet with trembling fingers. A roll of fresh, new banknotes in a wrapper fell out first. She unfolded the letter and began to read it at the end. "All the necessary measures for your return hither will be taken. I attach my very particular importance to your attention to my request," she read. She ran it through hastily backwards a second time, read it all through, and then she read it again from beginning to end. When she had finished it, she felt chilled, and had the consciousness that some terrible and unexpected misfortune was crushing her. That very morning she had regretted her confession to her husband, and desired nothing so much as that she had not spoken those words, and this letter treated her words as if they had not been spoken, gave her what she desired, and yet it seemed to her more cruel than anything that she could have imagined. "Right, he is right," she murmured. "Of course, he is always right. He is a Christian. He is magnanimous. Yes, the low, vile man. No one understands. No one knows him but me, and I cannot explain it. People say, he is a religious, moral, honorable, intellectual man, but they have not seen what I have seen. They do not know how for 8 years he has crushed my life, crushed everything that was vital in me, how he has never once thought of me as a living woman who needed love. They do not know how at every step he has insulted me, and yet remained self-satisfied. Have I not striven with all my powers, to find a justification of my life? Have I not done my best to love him, to love his son, when I could not love my husband? But the time came when I found I could no longer deceive myself, that I am a living being, that I am not to blame, that God has made me so, and that I must love and live. And now what? He might kill me. He might kill him, and I could endure it. I could forgive it. But no, why should I have not foreseen what he would do? He does exactly in accordance with his despicable character. He stands on his rights. But I, poor unfortunate, am sunk lower and more irreclaimably than ever toward ruin. You may surmise what awaits you and your son," she repeated to herself, remembering a sentence in his letter. "It is a threat that he means to rob me of my son, and doubtless their wretched laws allow it. But do I not see why he said that? He has no belief in my love for my son, or else he is deriding, as he always does, in his sarcastic manner, is deriding this feeling of mine, for he knows that I will not abandon my son. I cannot abandon him, that without my son life would be insupportable, even with him whom I love, and that to abandon my son, and leave him, I should fall like the worst of women. This he knows, and knows that I should never have the power to do so. Our lives must remain unchanged," she continued, remembering another sentence in the letter. "This life was a torture before, but of late it has grown worse than ever. What will it be now? And he knows all this, knows that I cannot repent because I breathe, because I love. He knows that nothing except falsehood and deceit can result from this, but he must needs prolong my torture. I know him, and I know that he swims in perjury like a fish in water. But no, I will not give him this pleasure. I will break this network of lies in which he wants to enwrap me. Come what may, anything is better than lies and deception. But how? Pose moi, was there ever a woman so unhappy as I? No, I will break it. I will break it," she cried, springing to her feet and striving to keep back the tears. And she went to her writing table to begin another letter to him. But in the lowest depths of her soul she felt that she had not the power to break the network of circumstances, that she had not the power to escape from the situation in which she was placed, false and dishonorable though it was. She sat down at the table, but instead of writing, she folded her arms on the table, and bowed her head on them, and began to weep like a child, with heaving breast and convulsive sobs. She wept because her visions about an explanation, about a settlement of her position, had vanished for ever. She knew that now all things would go on as before, and even worse than before. She felt that her position in society, which she had slighted, and even that morning counted as dross, was dear to her, that she should never have the strength to abandon it for the shameful position of a woman who has deserted her husband and son and joined her lover. She felt that in spite of all her efforts she could never be stronger than herself. she never would know what freedom to love meant, but would be always a guilty woman, constantly under the threat of detection, deceiving her husband for the disgraceful society of an independent stranger, with whose life she could never join hers. She knew that this would be so, and yet at the same time it was so terrible that she could not acknowledge, even to herself, how it would end. And she wept, unrestrainedly as a child who has been punished sobs. The steps of a lackey approaching brought her to herself, and hiding from him her face, she pretended to be writing. "The courier would like his answer," said the lackey. "His answer? Oh, yes," said Anna. "Let him wait. I will ring." "What can I write?" she asked herself. "How decide by myself alone? What do I know? What do I want? Whom do I love?" Again it seemed to her that in her soul she felt the dual nature. She was alarmed at this feeling, and seized on the first pretext for activity that presented itself, so that she might be freed from thoughts about herself. "I must see Alexey." Thus in thought she called Vronsky. "He alone can tell me what I must do. I will go to Betsy's. Perhaps I shall find him there." She completely forgot that on the evening before, when she told him that she was not going to the Princess Tverskaya's, he said that in that case he should not go there either. She went to the table again and wrote her husband. "I have received your letter. A." She rang and gave it to the lackey. "We are not going," she said to Annushka, who was just coming in. "Not going at all?" "No, but don't unpack before tomorrow, and have the carriage wait. I am going to the princess's." "What gown shall you wear?" Chapter 16. Part 3, Chapter 17 of Anna Karenina by Leo Tolstoy, translated by Nathan Haskell Doyle. This recording is in the public domain. Read by MaryAnn Spiegel. The croquet party to which the Princess Tverskaya invited Anna was to consist of 2 ladies and their adorers. These 2 ladies were the leading representatives of a new and exclusive Petersburg clique, called, in imitation of an imitation, Les 7 Merveilles du Monde, the 7 Wonders of the World. Both of them belonged to the highest society, but to a circle absolutely hostile to that in which Anna moved. Moreover, old Stremov, one of the influential men of the city, and Lisa Merkolov's lover, was in the service of Alexey Alexandrovitch's enemies. From all these considerations Anna did not care to go to Betsy's, and her refusal called forth the hints in the Princess Tverskaya's note. But now she decided to go, hoping to find Vronsky there. She reached the Princess Tverskaya's before the other guests. Just as she arrived, Vronsky's lackey, with his well-combed side whiskers, like a kammerjunker, was at the door. Raising his cap, he stepped inside to let her pass. Anna recognized him, and only then remembered that Vronsky had told her that he was not coming. Undoubtedly he had sent him with his excuses. As she was taking off her wraps in the anteroom, she heard the lackey, who rolled his r's like a kammerjunker, say, "From the Count to the Princess." At the same time he delivered his note. She wanted to ask him where his baron was. She wanted to go back and write him a note asking him to come to her, or to go and find him herself. But she could not follow out any of these plans, for the bell had already announced her presence, and one of the princess's lackeys was waiting at the door to usher her into the rooms beyond. "The princess is in the garden. Word has been sent to her. Would you not like to step into the garden?" said a second lackey in the second room. Her position of uncertainty, of darkness, was just the same as at home. It was even worse, because she could not make any decision. She could not see Vronsky, and she was obliged to remain in the midst of a company of strangers diametrically opposed to her present mood. She wore a toilet which she knew was very becoming. She was not alone, she was surrounded by that solemn atmosphere of indolence so familiar. And on the whole it was better to be there than at home. She was not obliged to think what she would do. Things would arrange themselves. Betsy came to meet her in a white toilet absolutely stunning in its elegance, and Anna greeted her, as usual, with a smile. The Princess Tverskaya was accompanied by Tushkevitch and a young relative who, to the great delight of the provincial family to which she belonged, was spending the summer with the famous princess. Apparently there was something unnatural in Anna's appearance, for Betsy immediately remarked it. "I did not sleep well," replied Anna, looking furtively at the lackey, who was coming, as she supposed, to bring Vronsky's note to the princess. "How glad I am that you came!" said Betsy. "I am just up, and should like to have a cup of tea before the others come. And you," she said, addressing Tushkevitch, "had better go with Maska and try the croquet ground, which has just been clipped. You and I will have time for a little confidential talk while taking our tea. We'll have a cozy chat, won't we?" she added, in English, addressing Anna with a smile, and taking her hand, in which she held a sunshade. "All the more willingly because I cannot stay long. I must call on old Verdi. I have been promising for 100 years to come and see her," said Anna, to whom the lie, though contrary to her nature, seemed not only simple and easy, but even pleasurable. Why she said a thing which she forgot the second after, she herself could not have told. She said it at haphazard, so that, in case Vronsky were not coming, she might have a way of escape, and try to find him elsewhere. And why she happened to select the name of old Fräulein Vrede rather than any other of her acquaintances was likewise inexplicable. But, as events proved, out of all possible schemes for meeting Vronsky, she could not have chosen better. "No, I shall not let you go," replied Betsy, scrutinizing Anna's face. "Indeed, if I were not so fond of you, I should be tempted to be vexed with you. Anybody would think that you are afraid of my company compromising you. Tea in the little parlor, if you please," she said to the lackey, blinking her eyes as was habitual with her, and taking the letter from him, she began to read it. "Alexei disappoints us," she said in French. "He writes that he cannot come," she added, in a tone as simple and unaffected as if it had never entered her mind that Vronsky was of any more interest to Anna than as a possible partner in a game of croquet. Anna knew that Betsy knew all, but, as she heard Betsy speak of Vronsky now, she almost brought herself to believe for a moment that she knew nothing. "Ah," she said indifferently, as if it was a detail which did not interest her. "How," she continued, still smiling, "could your society compromise anyone?" This manner of playing with words, this hiding a secret, had a great charm for Anna, as it had for all women. And it was not the necessity of secrecy, or the reason for secrecy, but the process itself, that gave the pleasure. "I cannot be more Catholic than the Pope," she said. "Stremov and Liza Merkaloff, they are the cream of society. They are received everywhere. But she laid special stress on the I have never been severe and intolerant. I simply have not had time." "No, but perhaps you prefer not to meet Stremov? Let him break lances with Alexey Alexandrovitch in committee hearings, that does not concern us. But in society he is a lovely man, as I know, and a passionate lover of croquet. But you shall see him. And you must see how admirably he conducts himself in his ridiculous position as Liza's aged lover. He is very charming. Don't you know Sappho Stolz? She is the latest, absolutely the latest style." While Betsy was saying all this, Anna perceived, by her joyous, intelligent eyes, that she saw her embarrassment and was trying to put her at her ease. They had gone into the little boudoir. "By the way, I must write a word to Alexey." And Betsy sat down at her writing table, hastily penned a few lines, and enclosed them in an envelope. "I wrote him to come to dinner. One of the ladies who is going to be here has no gentleman. See if I am imperative enough. Excuse me if I leave you a moment. Please seal it and direct it," she said, at the door. "I have some arrangements to make." Without a moment's hesitation Anna took Betsy's seat at the table, and, without reading her note, added these words: "I must see you without fail. Come to the Brady's garden. I will be there at 6 o'clock." She sealed the letter, and Betsy, coming in a moment later, dispatched it at once. The two ladies took their tea at the little table in the cool boudoir, and had indeed a very cozy chat, as the princess had promised, until the arrival of her guests. They expressed their judgments on them, beginning with Liza Merkaloff. "She is very charming, and she has always been congenial to me," said Anna. "You ought to like her. She adores you. Yesterday evening, after the races, She came to see me, and was in despair not to find you. She says you are a genuine heroine of a romance, and that if she were a man she would commit 1,000 follies for your sake. Stremov told her she did that, even as she was." "But please, tell me one thing I could never understand," said Anna, after a moment of silence, and in a tone which clearly showed that she did not ask an idle question, but that what she wanted explained was more important to her than would appear. "Please tell me, what are the relations between her and Prince Koluzsky, the man they call Mishka? I've rarely seen them together. What are their relations?" A smile came into Betsy's eyes, and she looked keenly at Anna. "It's a new kind," she replied. "All the ladies have adopted it. They've thrown their caps behind the mill. But there are ways, and ways, of throwing them." "Yes, but what are her relations with Koluzsky?" Betsy, to Anna's surprise, broke into a gale of irresistible laughter, which was an unusual thing with her. "But you are trespassing on the Princess Myakaya's province. It is the question of an enfant terrible," said Betsy, trying in vain to restrain her gaiety, but again breaking out into that contagious laughter which is the peculiarity of people who rarely laugh. "But you must ask them," she at length managed to say, with the tears running down her cheeks. "Well, you laugh," said Anna, in spite of herself joining in her friend's amusement, "but I never could understand it at all, and I don't understand what part the husband plays." "The husband? Lisa Merkalov's husband carries her plaid for her and is always at her beck and call. But the real meaning of the affair no one cares to know. You know that in good society people don't speak and don't even think of certain details of the toilet. Well, it is the same here." "Are you going to Rolandaki's fête?" asked Anna, to change the conversation. "I don't think so," replied Betsy, and not looking at her companion, she carefully poured the fragrant tea into their little transparent cups. Then, having handed one to Anna, she rolled a cigarette, and, putting it into a silver holder, she began to smoke. "You see, I am in a fortunate position," she began seriously, holding her cup in her hand. "I understand you, and I understand Lisa. Lisa is one of these naïve, childlike natures, who cannot distinguish between ill and good. At least, she was so when she was young, and now she knows that this simplicity is becoming to her. Now perhaps she purposely fails to understand the distinction," said Betsy with a sly smile. "But all the same it becomes her. You see, it is quite possible to look on things from a tragic standpoint, and to get torment out of them. And it is quite possible to look on it simply, and even gaily. Possibly you are inclined to look on things too tragically." "How I should like to know others as well as I know myself," said Anna, with a serious and pensive look. "Am I worse than others, or better? Worse, I think." "You are an enfant terrible, was Betsy's comment. "But here they are." Chapter 17. Part 3, Chapter 18 of Anna Karenina by Leo Tolstoy, translated by Nathan Haskell Doyle. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by MaryAnn Spiegel. Steps were heard, and a man's voice, then a woman's voice and laughter, and immediately after the expected guests came in, Sappho Stolz and a young man called Vaska, whose face shone with exuberant health. It was evident that rich blood-making beef, burgundy, and truffles had accomplished their work. Vaska bowed to the two ladies and glanced at them, but only for a second. He followed Sappho into the drawing-room, and he followed her through the drawing-room as if he had been tied to her, and he kept his brilliant eyes fastened on her as if he wished to devour her. Sappho Stolz was a blonde with black eyes. She wore shoes with enormously high heels, and she came in with slow, vigorous steps, and shook hands with the ladies energetically, like a man. Anna had never before met with this new celebrity, and was struck, not only by her beauty, but by the extravagance of her toilet and the boldness of her manners. On her head was a veritable scaffolding of false and natural hair of a lovely golden hue, and of a height corresponding to the mighty proportions of her protuberant and very visible bosom. Her dress was so tightly pulled back that at every movement it outlined the shape of her knees and thighs, and involuntarily the question arose, where, under this enormous, tottering mountain, did her neat little body, so exposed above and so tightly laced below, really end? Betsy made haste to introduce her to Anna. "Can you imagine it? We almost ran over 2 soldiers," she instantly began to relate, winking, smiling, and kicking back her train, which she in turn threw too far over to the other side. "I was coming with Vaska. Oh, yes, you are not acquainted," and she introduced the young man by his family name, laughing heartily at her mistake in calling him Vaska before strangers. Vaska bowed a second time to Anna, but said nothing to her. He turned to Sappho. "The wager is lost. We came first," said he, smiling. "You must pay." Sappho laughed still more gaily. "Not now, though," she said. "All right. I'll take it by and by." "Very well, very well. Oh, by the way," she suddenly cried out to the hostess, "I forgot. Stupid that I was. I bring you a guest. He is here." The young guest whom Sappho presented, after having forgotten him, was a guest of such importance that, notwithstanding his youth, all the ladies rose to receive him. This was Sappho's new adorer, and, just as Vaska did, he followed her every step. Immediately after came Prince Kalusky and Liza Merkaloff, with Stremov. Liza was a rather thin brunette, with an oriental, indolent type of countenance, and with ravishing, and as everybody said, inscrutable eyes. The style of her dark dress was absolutely in keeping with her beauty. Anna noticed it, and approved. Liza was as quiet and unpretentious as Sappho was loud and obstreperous. But Liza, for Anna's taste, was vastly more attractive. Betsy, in speaking of her to Anna, had ridiculed her affectation of the manner of an innocent child, but when Anna saw her, she felt that this was not fair. Liza was really an innocent, gentle, and irresponsible woman, a little spoiled. To be sure, her morals were the same as Sappho's. She also had in her train, as if sewed to her, 2 adorers, one young, the other old, who devoured her with their eyes. But there was something about her better than her surroundings. She was like a diamond of the purest water surrounded by glass. The brilliancy shone out of her lovely, enigmatical eyes. The wearied and yet passionate look of her eyes, surrounded by dark circles, struck one by its absolute sincerity. Anyone looking into their depths would think that he knew her completely, and to know her was to love her. At the sight of Anna her whole face suddenly lighted up with a happy smile. "Oh, how glad I am to see you," she said, as she went up to her. "Yesterday afternoon at the races I wanted to get to you, but you had just gone. I was so anxious to see you yesterday especially. Too bad, wasn't it?" she said, gazing at Anna with a look which seemed to disclose her whole soul. "Yes, I would never have believed that anything could be so exciting," replied Anna, with the same color. The company now began to get ready to go to the lawn. "I am not going," said Liza, sitting down near Anna. "You're not going, are you? What pleasure can anyone find in croquet?" "But I am very fond of it," said Anna. "There, how is it that you don't get ennui? To look at you is a joy. You live, but I vegetate." "How vegetate? Why, they say that you have the gayest society in Petersburg," said Anna. "Perhaps those who are not of our circle are still more ennui, but we, it seems to me, are not happy, but bored, terribly bored." Sappho lighted a cigarette and went to the lawn with the 2 young men. Betsy and Stremov stayed at the tea table. "How bored?" asked Betsy. "Sappho says she had a delightful evening with you yesterday." "Oh, how unendurable it was," said Liza. "They all came to my house with me after the races, and it was all so utterly monotonous. It is for ever one and the same thing. They sat on the divans the whole evening. How could that be delightful? No, but what do you do to keep from being bored?" she asked again of Anna. "It is enough to look at you. You are evidently a woman who can be happy or unhappy, but never ennui. Now, explain what you do." "I don't do anything," said Anna, confused by such a stream of questions. "That is the best way," said Stremov, joining the conversation. Stremov was a man of 50 years old, rather gray but well preserved, very ugly but with a face full of character and intelligence. Lisa Merkaloff was his wife's niece, and he spent with her all his leisure time. Though he was an employee in the service of Alexey Alexandrovitch's political enemies, he endeavored, now that he met Anna in society, to act the man of the world and be exceedingly amiable to his enemy's wife. "The very best way is to do nothing," he continued with his wise smile. "I have been telling you this long time," turning to Lisa Merkaloff, "that if you don't want to be bored, you must not think it is possible to be bored, just as one must not be afraid of sleeping if he is troubled with insomnia. This is just what Anna Arkadyevna told you." "I should be very glad if I had said so," said Anna, "because it is not only clever, it is true." "But will you tell me why it is not hard to go to sleep, and not hard to be free from ennui?" "To sleep you must work, and to be happy you must also work." "But how can I work when my labor is useful to no one? But to make believe, I neither can nor will." "You are incorrigible," said he, looking at her, but turning to Anna again. He rarely met her, and could not speak well to her except in the way of small talk, but he understood how to say light things gracefully, and he asked her when she was going back to Petersburg, and whether she liked the Countess Lidia Ivanovna. And he asked her these questions in a manner which showed his desire to be her friend, and to express his consideration and respect. Tushkevich came in just then and explained that the whole company was waiting for the croquet players. "No, don't go, I beg of you," said Liza, when she found that Anna was not intending to stay. Stremov added his persuasions. "It is too great a contrast," said he, "between our society and old Vrede's. And then, you will be for her only an object of slander, while here you will only awaken very different sentiments, quite the opposite of slander and ill feeling." Anna remained for a moment in uncertainty. This witty man's flattering words, the childlike and naive sympathy shown her by Lisa Merkaloff, and all this agreeable social atmosphere, so opposed to what she expected elsewhere, caused her a moment of hesitation. Could she not postpone that terrible moment of explanation? But remembering what she had to expect alone at home if she should not come to some decision, remembering the pain that she had felt when she pulled her hair with both hands, not knowing what she did, so great was her mental anguish, she took leave and went. End of chapter 18. Part 3, Chapter 19 of Anna Karenina by Leo Tolstoy, translated by Nathan Haskell Doyle. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by MaryAnn Spiegel. Vronsky, in spite of his worldly life and his apparent frivolity, was a man who detested confusion. Once, when still a lad in the school of pages, he found himself short of money, and met with a humiliating refusal when he tried to borrow. He vowed that henceforth he would not expose himself to such a humiliation again, and he kept his word. In order to keep his affairs in order, he made more or less often, according to circumstances, but at least 5 times a year, an examination of his affairs. He called this straightening his affairs, or in French, faire sa lessive. The morning after the races Vronsky woke late, and without stopping to shave or take his bath, put on his kittel or soldier's linen frock, and, placing his money and bills and papers on the table, proceeded to the work of settling his accounts. Petritsky, knowing that his comrade was likely to be irritable when engaged in such occupation, quietly got up and slipped out without disturbing him. Every man acquainted, even to the minutest details, with all the complications of his surroundings, involuntarily supposes that the complications and tribulations of his life are a personal and private grievance peculiar to himself, and never thinks that others are subjected to the same complications of their personal troubles he himself is. Thus it seemed to Vronsky. And not without inward pride, and not without reason, he felt that, until the present time, he had done well in avoiding the embarrassments to which everyone else would have succumbed. But he felt that now it was necessary for him to examine into his affairs, so as not to be embarrassed. First, because it was the easiest to settle, Vronsky investigated his pecuniary status. He wrote in his fluent, delicate hand a schedule of all his debts, and adding them up, found that the total amounted to 17,000 rubles and some odd hundreds, which he let go for the sake of clearness. Counting up his ready money and his bank book, he had only 1,800 rubles, with no hope of more until the new year. Looking over the schedule of his debts, Vronsky classified them, putting them into 3 categories. First, the urgent debts, or, in other words, those that required ready money so that in case of requisition there might not be a moment of delay. These amounted to 4,000 rubles, 1,500 for his horse, and 2,500 as a guarantee for his young comrade, Benevsky, who had, in Vronsky's company, lost this amount in playing with the sharper. Vronsky, at the time, had wanted to hand over the money, since he had it with him, but Benevsky and Yashvin insisted on paying it rather than Vronsky, who had not been playing. This was all very well, but Vronsky knew that in this disgraceful affair, in which his only participation was going as Benevsky's guarantee, it was necessary to have these 2,500 rubles ready to throw at the rascal's head, and not to have any words with him. Thus, he had to reckon the category of urgent debts as 4,000 rubles. In the second category were 8,000 rubles of debts, and these were less imperative. These were what he owed on his stable account, for oats and hay, to his English trainer, and other incidentals. At a pinch, 2,000 would suffice to leave him perfectly easy in mind. The remaining debts were to his tailor and other furnishers, and they could wait. In conclusion, he found that he needed, for immediate use, 6,000 rubles, and he had only 1,800. For a man with an income of 100,000 rubles, as people supposed Vronsky to have, it would seem as if such debts as these could not be very embarrassing. But the fact was that he had not an income of 100,000 rubles. The large paternal estate, producing 200,000 rubles a year, had been divided between the 2 brothers. But when the elder brother, laden with debts, married the Princess Varya Tchurov, the daughter of a Decabrist, [Footnote: The Decabrists were the revolutionists of December 1825, who were banished at the time of the accession of the Emperor Nicholas.] who brought him no fortune, Alexei yielded him his share of the inheritance, reserving only an income of 25,000 rubles. He told his brother that this would be sufficient for him until he married, which he thought would never happen. His brother, who was in command of one of the most expensive regiments in the service, had only just married, and could not refuse this gift. His mother, who possessed an independent fortune, kept 25,000 rubles for herself, and gave her younger son a yearly allowance of 20,000 rubles, and Alexei spent the whole of it. Recently, the countess, angry with him on account of his departure from Moscow and his disgraceful liaison, had ceased to remit him any money. So that Vronsky, who was accustomed to living on a 45,000 ruble footing, and having this year only 25,000, found himself in extremity. He could not apply to his mother to help him out of his difficulty, for her letter which he had received the day before angered him by the insinuations which it contained. She was ready, it said, to help him along in society, or to advance him in his career, but not in this present life which was scandalizing all the best people. His mother's attempt to bribe him wounded him in the tenderest spot in his heart, and he felt more coldly towards her than ever. He could not retract his magnanimous promise given to his brother, although he felt now, in view of his rather uncertain relationship with Madame Karenina, that his magnanimous promise had been given too hastily, and that, even though he were not married, the 100,000 rubles might stand him in good stead, but it was impossible to retract. The impossibility of taking back what he had given was made clear to him, especially when he remembered his brother's wife, when he remembered how this gentle, excellent Varya had always made him understand that she should not forget his generosity and never cease to appreciate it. It would be as impossible to strike a woman, to steal, or to lie. There was only one possible and practical thing, and Vronsky adopted it without a moment's hesitation. To borrow 10,000 rubles from a usurer, there was no difficulty about this, to reduce his expenses as much as he could, and to sell his racehorses. Having decided to do this, he immediately wrote a letter to Rolandaki, who had many times offered to buy his stud. Then he sent for his English trainer and the usurer, and devoted the money which he had on hand to various accounts. Having finished this business, he wrote a cold and sharp reply to his mother, and then, taking from his portfolio Anna's last 3 letters, he reread them, burned them, and, remembering his last conversation with her, fell into deep meditation. End of chapter 19. Part 3, Chapter 20 of Anna Karenina by Leo Tolstoy, translated by Nathan Haskell Doyle. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by MaryAnn Spiegel. Vronsky's life had been especially happy, because he had a special code of rules, which infallibly determined all he ought to do and ought not to do. This code embraced a very small circle of duties, but the rules allowed no manner of question, and as Vronsky never had occasion to go outside of this circle, he had never been obliged to hesitate about what he had to do. These rules prescribed unfailingly that it was necessary to pay gambling debts, but not his tailor's bills, and it was not permissible to tell lies, except to women, that it was not right to deceive anyone except a husband, that insults could be committed but never pardoned. All these precepts might be wrong and illogical, but they were indubitable, and, in fulfilling them, Vronsky felt that he was calm and had the right to hold his head high. Only very recently, however, and during the progress of his intimacy with Anna, Vronsky began to perceive that his code did not fully determine all conditions, and the future promised to present difficulties and doubts through the labyrinth of which he could not find the guiding thread. Hitherto his relations with Anna and her husband had been, on his part, simple and clear. They were in harmony with the code that guided him. She was a perfect lady, and she had given him her love. He loved her, and therefore she had a right to his respect, even more than if she had been his legal wife. He would have cut off his hand sooner than permit himself a word or an allusion that might wound her, or that would seem to fail in that respect on which, as a woman, she ought to count. His relations with society were also clear. All might know or suspect his relations with her, but no one should dare to speak of it. At the first hint, he was prepared to cause the speaker to hold his peace, and to respect the non-existent honor of the woman whom he loved. Still more clear were his relations to the husband. From the first moment when Anna gave him her love, he considered his right, and his only, imprescriptible. The husband was merely a superfluous and meddlesome person. Without doubt, he was in a pitiable position. But what could be done about it? The only right that was left him was to demand satisfaction with arms in their hands, and for this Vronsky was wholly willing. In the last few days, however, new complications had arisen in their relationship, and Vronsky was alarmed at his uncertainty. Only the evening before, Anna had confessed that she was pregnant, and he felt that this news and what she expected from him demanded something that was not defined by the code of rules by which he ruled his life. Indeed, he was taken unawares, and at the first moment, when she told him her situation, his heart bade him take her from her husband. He saw this, but now on reflection he clearly saw that it would be better not to do so, but at the same time he was alarmed and perplexed. If I urge her to leave her husband, it would mean unite her life with mine. Am I ready for that? How can I elope with her when I have no money? Let us admit that I could manage that, but how can I take her away while I am connected with the service? If I should decide upon this, I should have to get money and throw up my commission. Here he fell into thought. The question of resigning or not brought him face to face with another interest of his life known only to himself, though it formed the principal spur to his action. Ambition had been the dream of his childhood and youth, a dream which he did not confess even to himself, but which was nevertheless a passion so strong that now it fought with his love. His first advances in society, and in his military career, had been brilliant, but 2 years before he had made a serious blunder. Wishing to show his independence, and to cause a sensation, he refused a promotion offered him, with the hope that his refusal would put a still higher value upon him. But it seemed that he was too confident, and since then he had been neglected. Finding himself reduced nolens volens to the position of an independent man, He accepted it, behaving with perfect propriety and wisdom, as if he had nothing to complain of, and counted himself slighted by no one, but asked only to be left in peace to amuse himself as he pleased. In reality, as the year went on, and even before he went to Moscow, this pleasure had begun to pall on him. He felt that this independent position of a man capable of doing anything, but caring to do nothing, was beginning to grow tame, that many people were beginning to think that he was incapable of doing anything, instead of being a good, honorable young fellow. His relations with Madame Karenin, by making such a sensation and attracting attention to him, for a time calmed the gnawings of the worm of ambition. But lately this worm had begun to gnaw with renewed energy. Serpukhoi, the friend of his childhood, belonging to his own circle, a chum of his in the school of pages, who had graduated with him, who had been his rival in the classroom and in gymnasium, in his pranks and in his dreams of ambition, had just returned from Central Asia, where he had been promoted 2 tchins and won honors rarely given to such a young general. He had only just come to Petersburg, and people were talking about him as a new rising star of the first magnitude. Just Vronsky's age, and his intimate friend, he was a general, and was expecting an appointment which would give him great influence in the affairs of the country, while Vronsky, though he was independent and brilliant, and loved by a lovely woman, was only a rotmeister, or a cavalry captain, whom they allowed to remain as independent as he pleased. "Of course," he said to himself, "I am not envious of Serpukhoi, and could not be. But his promotion proves that a man like me needs only to bide his time in order to make a rapid rise in his profession. 3 years ago he was in the same position as I am now. If I left the service, I should burn my ships. If I stay in the service, I lose nothing. She herself told me that she did not want to change her position, and I, who am sure of her love, cannot be envious of Serpukhoi." And, slowly twisting his moustache, he arose from the table and began to walk up and down the room. His eyes shone with extraordinary brilliancy, and he was conscious of that calm, even, joyous state of mind which he always felt after he had cleared up any situation. All was now clear and orderly as ever. He shaved, took a cold water bath, dressed, and prepared to go out. End of chapter 20. Part 3, Chapter 21 of Anna Karenina by Leo Tolstoy, translated by Nathan Haskell Doyle. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by MaryAnn. "I was coming for you," said Petritsky, entering the room. "Your cleaning up took a long time today, didn't it? Are you through?" "All through," said Vronsky, smiling only with his eyes and continuing to twist the ends of his moustache deliberately, as if, after this work of regulation were accomplished, any rash and quick motion might destroy it. "You always come out of this operation as from a bath," said Petritsky. "I come from Gritskas, so they called their regimental commander. They are waiting for you." Vronsky looked at his comrade without replying. His thoughts were elsewhere. "Ah, then that music is at his house," he remarked, hearing the well-known sounds of waltzes and polkas played by a military band. "What is the celebration?" "Serpukhoi has come." "Ah," said Vronsky, "I did not know it." The smile in his eyes was brighter than ever. Having once decided for himself that he was happy in his love, he had elected to sacrifice his ambition to his love. Having at least taken on himself to play this part, he could feel neither envy at Serpukhoi nor vexation because he, returning to the regiment, had not come first to see him. Serpukhoi was a good friend of his, and Vronsky was glad for him. "Ah, I am very glad." The regimental commander, Demin, lived in a large seignorial mansion. All the company had assembled on the lower front balcony. What first struck Vronsky's eyes as he reached the door were the singers of the regiment, in summer uniform, grouped around a keg of vodka, and the healthy, jovial face of the regimental commander as he stood surrounded by his officers. He had come out on the front step of the balcony, and was screaming louder than the band, which was playing one of Offenbach's quadrilles. He was giving some orders and gesticulating to a group of soldiers on one side. A group of soldiers, the Wachmeister or sergeant, and a few non-commissioned officers, reached the balcony at the same instant with Vronsky. The regimental commander, who had been to the table, returned with a glass of champagne to the front steps and proposed the toast. "To the health of our old comrade, the brave general, Prince Serpukhovskoy. Hurrah!" Behind the regimental commander came Serpukhovskoy, smiling, with a glass in his hand. "You are always young, Bondarenko," said he to the sergeant, a ruddy-cheeked soldier, who stood directly in front of him. Vronsky had not seen Serpukhovskoy for 3 years. He had grown older and wore whiskers, but he was the same well-built man, striking not so much for his good looks as for the nobility and gentleness of his face and his whole bearing. The only change that Vronsky noted in him was the slight but constant radiance which can generally be seen in the faces of people who have succeeded and made everybody else believe in their success. Vronsky had seen it in other people, and now he detected it in Serpukhovskoy. As he descended the steps he caught sight of Vronsky, and a smile of joy irradiated his face. He nodded to him, lifting his wine cup as a greeting, and at the same time to signify that first he must drink with the sergeant, who, standing perfectly straight, had puckered his lips for the kiss. "Well, here he is!" cried the regimental commander. "But Yashvin was telling me that you were in one of your bad humors." Serpukhovskoy, having kissed the young sergeant's moist, fresh lips, wiped his mouth with his handkerchief and came to Vronsky. "Well, how glad I am!" he said, shaking hands and drawing him on one side. "Bring him along!" cried the regimental commander to Yashvin, pointing to Vronsky, and descending to join the soldiers. "Why weren't you at the races yesterday? I expected to see you," said Vronsky to Serpukhovskoy, studying his face. "I did come, but too late. Excuse me," he said. And, turning to his aide, "Please have this distributed with my thanks, only have it get to the men." And he hurriedly took out of his pocketbook 300-ruble notes, and the color came into his face. "Vronsky, will you have something to eat or drink?" asked Yashvin. "Hey, bring something to the count here. There, now, drink this." The feasting at the regimental commander's lasted a long time. They drank a great deal. They toasted Serpukhovskoy and carried him on their shoulders. They cheered also the regimental commander. Then the regimental commander and Petritsky danced a Russian dance, while the regimental singers made the music. And when he was tired, he sat down on a bench in the court, and tried to prove to Yashvin Russia's superiority over Prussia, especially in cavalry charges, and the gaiety calmed down for a moment. Serpukhovskoy went into the house to wash his hands, and found Vronsky in the toilet room. Vronsky was splashing the water. He had taken off his kittel, and was sousing his head and his handsome neck under the tap of the basin, and rubbing them with his hands. When he finished his ablutions, he sat down by Serpukhovskoy. They sat together on a divanchik, and a conversation very interesting to both parties arose between them. "I have learned all about you through my wife," said Serpukhovskoy. "I am glad that you see her so often." "She is a friend of Varya's, and they are the only women in Petersburg that I care to see," said Vronsky with a smile. He smiled because he foresaw on what subject the conversation would turn, and it was pleasing to him. "The only ones?" repeated Serpukhovskoy, also smiling. "Yes, and I, too, know all about you, but not through your wife only," said Vronsky, cutting the allusion short by the sudden stern expression of his face. "I am very glad at your success, but not the least surprised. I expected even more." Serpukhovskoy smiled again. This flattering opinion of him pleased him, and he saw no reason to hide it. "I, on the contrary, I confess frankly, expected less. But I am glad, very glad. I am ambitious. It is my weakness, and I confess it." "Perhaps you wouldn't confess it if you weren't successful," suggested Vronsky. "I don't think so," replied Serpukhovskoy, smiling again. "I would not say that life would not be worth living without it, but it would be tiresome. Of course, I may be mistaken, but it seems to me that I have some of the qualifications necessary to the sphere of activity which I have chosen, and that in my hands power of any sort soever would be better placed than in the hands of many whom I know," said Serpuhovskoy, with the radiant expression of success. "And therefore the nearer I am to this, the more contented I feel." "Perhaps this is true for you, but not for everybody. I used to think so, and yet I live and no longer find that ambition is the only aim of existence." "Here we have it! Here we have it!" cried Serpuhovskoy, laughing. "I began by saying that I heard about your refusal. Of course I approved of you. There is a way for everything, and I think that your action itself was well, but you did not do it in the right way." "What is done is done, and you know I never go back on what I have done. Besides, I am very well fixed." "Very well, for a time, but you will not be contented so forever. I do not refer to your brother. He is a very good fellow, just like this host of ours. Hark, hear that?" he added, hearing the shouts and hurrahs. "He may be happy, but this will not satisfy you." "I don't say that I am satisfied." "Well, this is not the only thing. Such men as you are necessary." "To whom?" "To whom? To society, to Russia. Russia needs men. She needs a party, otherwise all is going, and will go, to the dogs." "What do you mean? Burntoneff's party against the Russian communists?" "No," said Serpuhovskoy, with a grimace of vexation that he should be accused of any such nonsense. "Tout ça est un blague. All that is fudge. This always has been and always will be. There aren't any communists, but intriguing people must needs invent some malignant dangerous party. It's an old joke. No, a powerful party is needed, of independent men, like you and me." "But why?" Vronsky named several influential men. "But why aren't they among the independents?" "Simply because they had not, through birth, an independent position, or a name, and have not lived near the sun, as we have. They can be bought by money or flattery, and to maintain themselves they must fix on a certain course and follow it, though they do not attach any importance to it, and even though it may be bad. They have only one object in view, the means of securing a home at the expense of the crown and certain salaries. Cela n'est pas plus fin que ça, when you look at their cards. Maybe I am worse or more foolish than they, though I don't see why I should be. But I have, and you have, the one inestimable advantage, that it is harder to buy us. And such men are more than ever necessary now." Vronsky listened attentively, not only because of the meaning of his words, but because of their connection with the case of Serpuhovskoy himself, who was about to engage in the struggle with power, and was entering into that official world with its sympathies and antipathies, while he was accustomed only with the interests of his squadron. Vronsky perceived how strong Serpuhovskoy might be, with his unfailing aptitude for invention, his quickness of comprehension, his intellect and fluent speech, so rarely met with in the circle in which he lived. And, though his conscience reproached him, he felt a twinge of envy. "All that I need for this is the one essential thing," said he, "the desire for power. I had it, but it is gone." "Excuse me, I don't believe you," said Serpuhovskoy, smiling. "No, it is true. True. Now, to be frank with you," persisted Vronsky. "Yes, true now, that is another affair. This now may not last forever." "Maybe." "You say maybe, and I tell you certainly not," continued Serpuhovskoy, as if he divined his thought. "And this is why I wanted to see you. You acted as you felt was necessary. I understand that, but it is not necessary for you to stick to it. All I ask of you is carte blanche for the future. I am not your patron, and yet why should I not take you under my protection? Have you not often done as much for me? I hope that our friendship stands above that. There," said he, smiling at him tenderly like a woman. "Give me carte blanche. Come out of your regiment, and I will help you along so that it won't be known." "But understand that I want nothing," said Vronsky, "except that all should be as it has been." Serpukhowskoy arose and stood facing him. "You say that all must be as it has been. I understand what you mean, but listen to me. We are of the same age. Maybe you have known more women than I." His smile and his gesture told Vronsky to have no fear that he would not touch gently and delicately on the tender spot. "But I am married, and, believe me, as some one or other wrote, he who knows only his wife and loves her understands all women better than if he had known 1,000. "We are coming directly," cried Vronsky to an officer who looked into the room and said he was sent by the regimental commander. Vronsky now felt curious to hear and to know what Serpukhowskoy would say to him. "And this is my idea. Women are the principal stumbling block in the way of a man's activity. It is hard to love a woman and to do anything else. There is only one way to love with comfort and without hindrance, and that is to marry. And how can I explain to you what I mean?" continued Serpukhowskoy, who was fond of metaphors. Wait. Yes. How can you carry a burden and do anything with your hands until the burden is tied on your back? And so it is with marriage. And I found this out when I married. My hands suddenly became free. But to carry this fardeau without marriage, your hands will become so full that you can't do anything. Look at Mazenkov, Krupov. They ruined their careers through women." "But what women?" said Vronsky, remembering the French woman and the actress for whom these two men had formed attachments. "The higher the woman is in the social scale, the greater the difficulty. It is just the same as, not to carry your fardeau in your hands, but to tear it from some other man." "You have never loved," murmured Vronsky, looking straight ahead and thinking of Anna. "Perhaps. But you think of what I have told you. And one more thing. Women are all more material than men. We make something immense out of love. But they are all terre à terre, of the earth, earthy." "We'll be there immediately," he said, addressing the lackey who was coming into the room. But the lackey was not a messenger for him, as he supposed. The lackey brought Vronsky a note. "A man brought this from the Princess Tverskaya." Vronsky hastily read the note and grew red in the face. "I have a headache. I'm going home," he said to Serpukhowskoy. "Well then, prощай, farewell. Will you not give me carte blanche?" "We will talk about it by and by. I will call on you in Petersburg." Chapter 22. Part 3, Chapter 22 of Anna Karenina by Leo Tolstoy, translated by Nathan Haskell Doyle. This recording is in the public domain. Read by MaryAnn Spiegel. It was already 6 o'clock, and in order not to miss his appointment, or to go with his own horses, which everybody knew, Vronsky engaged Yashvin's hired carriage, and told the izvoshchik to drive with all speed. It was a spacious old carriage with room for 4. He sat in one corner, stretched his legs out on the empty seat, and began to think. The confused consciousness of the order in which he had regulated his affairs, the confused recollection of the friendship and flattery of Serpukhowskoy, who assured him that he was an indispensable man, and most of all, the expectation of the coming interview, conspired to give him a keen sense of the joy of living. This impression was so powerful that he could not keep from smiling. He stretched his legs, threw one knee over the other, felt for the contusion that his fall had given him the evening before, and drew several long breaths with full lungs. "Good, very good," he said to himself. Oftentimes before he had felt a pleasure in the possession of his body, but never had he so loved it, or loved himself, as now. It was even pleasurable to feel the slight soreness in his leg. Pleasurable was the mouse-like sensation of motion on his breast when he breathed. This same bright, fresh, August day, which so impressed Anna with its hopelessness, stimulated, vitalized him, and cooled his face and neck, which still burned from the reaction after his bath. The odor of brilliantine from his mustaches seemed pleasant to him in this fresh atmosphere. Everything that he saw from the carriage window seemed to him in this cool, pure air, in this pale light of the dying day, fresh, joyous, and healthful, like himself. And the housetops shining in the rays of the setting sun, the outlines of the fences and the edifices along the way, and the shapes of the occasional pedestrians and carriages hurrying hither and thither, and the motionless green of the trees, and the lawns, and the fields with their straight-cut rows of potato hills, and the oblique shadows cast by the houses and the trees, and even by the potato hills, all was as beautiful as an exquisite landscape just from the master's hand, and freshly varnished. "Make haste! Make haste!" he shouted, pushing up through the window a 3-ruble note to the driver, who turned round and looked down at him. The izvozchik's hand arranged something about the lantern, then the crack of the knout was heard, and the carriage whirled rapidly over the even pavement. "I need nothing but this pleasure," he thought, as his eyes rested on the knob of the bell, fastened between the windows, and he imagined Anna as she seemed when he last saw her. "The farther I go, the more I love her. Ah, here's the garden of the Vera Datcha. Where shall I find her? How? But why did she make this appointment? And why did she write on Betsy's note?" This struck him for the first time, but he had no time to think about it. He stopped the driver before they reached the driveway, and, getting out of the carriage, he went up the walk which led to the house. There was no one on the avenue, but looking toward the right he saw her. Her face was covered with a veil, but with a joyful glance he recognized her immediately, by her graceful motion as she walked, by the slope of her shoulders, and the poise of her head, and he felt as if an electric shock had passed through him. With new strength he felt the joy of life and of action, even from the movements of his limbs to the involuntary motion of respiration, and something made his lips twitch. When he came near her, she eagerly seized his hand. "You are not angry because I asked you to come? I absolutely needed to see you," she said, and the serious and stern closing of the lips which he saw under the veil quickly put an end to his jubilant spirits. "I angry? But how did you come? When?" "No matter about that," she said, taking Vronsky's arm. "Come, I must have a talk with you." He perceived that something had happened, and that their interview would not be joyful. While with her, he could not control his will. Though he did not know what her agitation portended, yet he felt that it had taken possession of him also. "What is it? What is the matter?" he asked, pressing her arm, and trying to read her thoughts by her face. She went a few steps in silence, so as to get her breath. Then she suddenly halted. "I did not tell you last evening," she began, breathing fast and painfully, "that, on the way home with Alexey Alexandrovitch, I confessed to him everything. I said that I could not be his wife, and I told him all." He listened, involuntarily leaning toward her, as if he wished to lighten for her the difficulty of this confidence, but as soon as she finished speaking, he suddenly drew himself up, and his face assumed a haughty and stern expression. Yes, that was better, 1,000 times better. I understand how hard it must have been," he said. But she did not heed his words. She read his thoughts by the expression of his face. She could not know that the expression of his face arose from the first thought that came into his mind, the thought that a duel could not now be avoided. Never had a thought of a duel entered her head, and therefore she interpreted the momentary expression of sternness in a quite different way. Since the arrival of her husband's letter, she felt in the bottom of her heart that all would remain as before, that she should not have the strength to sacrifice her position in the world, to abandon her son and join her lover. The morning spent with the Princess Tverskaya confirmed her in this. But this interview with Vronsky seemed to her to be of vital importance. She hoped that it might change their relations and save her. If, on hearing this news, he had said decidedly, passionately, without a moment's hesitation, "Leave all and come with me," she would have even abandoned her son and gone with him. But what she told him did not produce in him at all the impression which she had expected. He seemed, if anything, vexed and angry. It was not hard for me at all. It came out of its own accord, she said with a touch of irritation. And here. She drew her husband's letter from her glove. I understand, interrupted Vronsky, taking the letter but not reading it, and trying to calm Anna. The one thing I wanted, the one thing I prayed for, to put an end to this situation, so that I could devote my whole life to your happiness. Why do you say that to me? She asked. Can I doubt it? If I doubted... Who are those coming? Asked Vronsky abruptly, seeing two ladies coming in their direction. Perhaps they know us. And he hastily drew Anna with him down a side alley. Ugh, it is all the same to me, she said. Her lips trembled, and it seemed to Vronsky that her eyes looked at him from under her veil with strange hatred. As I said, in all this affair I cannot doubt you. But here is what he wrote me. Read it. And again she halted. Again, as when he first learned of Anna's rupture with her husband, Vronsky, beginning to read this letter, involuntarily abandoned himself to the impression awakened in him by the thought of his relations to the deceived husband. Now that he had the letter in his hand, he imagined the challenge which he would receive that day or the next, and the duel itself, at the moment when, with the same cool and haughty expression which now set his face, he would stand in front of his adversary and, having discharged his weapon in the air, would wait the outraged husband's shot. At this very instant Serpukhowskoy's words and what he himself had felt that day flashed through his mind. Better not to tie yourself down. And she knew that he could not express his thought before her. After he read the note, he raised his eyes to her, and there was indecision in his look. She instantly perceived that he had thought this matter over before. She knew that whatever he said to her, he would not say all that he thought, and she realized that her last hope had vanished. This was not what she had desired. You see what sort of a man he is, said she, with faltering voice. He... Excuse me, but I am glad of this, said Vronsky, interrupting. For God's sake, let me speak, he quickly added, beseeching her with his look to give him time to explain his words. I am glad because this cannot and never could go on as he imagines. Why can't it? Demanded Anna, holding back her tears and evidently attaching no importance to what he said. She felt that her fate was already settled. Vronsky meant that after the duel, which he felt was inevitable, this situation must be changed, but he said something quite different. It cannot go on. I hope that now you will leave him. I hope... He stumbled and grew red. That you will allow me to take charge of our lives and regulate them. Tomorrow, he began to say. She did not allow him to finish. And my son, she cried. Do you see what he writes? I must leave him. But I cannot, and I will not do that. But for God's sake, which is better, to leave your son, or to continue this humiliating situation? For whom is it a humiliating situation? For all of us, and especially for you. You say humiliating. Don't say that. For me that word has no meaning, she said, with trembling voice. She could not bear now to have him tell her a falsehood. Her love for him was trembling in the balance, and she wished to love him. You must know that for me, on that day when I first loved you, everything was transformed. For me there was one thing, and only one thing, your love. If it is mine, then I feel myself so high, so firm, that nothing can be humiliating to me. I am proud of my position, because... Proud... She did not say why she was proud. Tears of shame and despair choked her utterance. She stopped and began to sob. He also felt that something rose in his throat. For the first time in his life he felt ready to cry. He could not have said what affected him so. He was sorry for her, and he felt that he could not help her. And, more than all, he knew that he was the cause of her unhappiness, that he had done something abominable. Then a divorce is impossible? He asked gently. She shook her head without replying. Then, could you not take your son and leave him? Yes, But all this depends on him. Now I must go to him," she said dryly. Her presentiment that all would be as before was verified. "I shall be in Petersburg Tuesday, and everything will be decided." "Yes," she repeated, "but we shall not speak any more about that." Anna's carriage, which she sent away with the order to come back for her at the railing of the Verde garden, was approaching. Anna took leave of Vronsky and went home. End of chapter 22. Part 3, Chapter 23 of Anna Karenina by Leo Tolstoy, translated by Nathan Haskell Doyle. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by MaryAnn Spiegel. The commission of the 2nd of June usually held its sittings on Monday. Alexey Alexandrovitch entered the committee room, bowed to the members and the president as usual, and took his place, laying his hand on the papers made ready for him. Among the number were the data which he needed, and the outline of the proposition that he intended to make. These notes, however, were not necessary. His grasp of the subject was complete, and he did not need to refresh his memory as to what he was going to say. He knew that when the time came, and he should see his adversary vainly endeavoring to put on an expression of indifference, his speech would come of itself in better shape than he could now determine. He felt that the meaning of his speech was so great that every word would have its importance. Meantime, as he listened to the reading of the report, he had a most innocent and inoffensive expression. No one, seeing his white hands, with their swollen veins, his delicate, long fingers doubling up the two ends of the sheet of white paper lying before him, and his expression of weariness, as he sat with head on one side, would have believed it possible that, in a few moments, from his lips would proceed a speech which would raise a terrible tempest, cause the members of the commission to outdo one another in screaming, and oblige the president to call them to order. When the report was finished, Alexey Alexandrovitch, in his weak, shrill voice, said that he had a few observations to make in regard to the situation of the foreign tribes. Attention was concentrated on him. Alexey Alexandrovitch cleared his throat, and, not looking at his adversary, but, as he always did at the beginning of his speeches, addressing the person who sat nearest in front of him, who happened to be a little, meek old man without the slightest importance in the commission, began to deliver his views. When he reached the matter of the fundamental and organic law, his adversary leaped to his feet and began to reply. Stremov, who was also a member of the commission, and also touched to the quick, arose to defend himself, and the session proved to be excessively stormy. But Alexey Alexandrovitch triumphed, and his proposition was accepted. The 3 new commissions were appointed, and the next day, in a certain Petersburg circle, this session formed the staple topic of conversation. Alexey Alexandrovitch's success far outstripped his anticipations. The next morning, which was Tuesday, Alexey Alexandrovitch, on awaking, recalled with pleasure his victory of the day before, and he could not repress a smile, although he wanted to appear indifferent, when the director of the chancellery, wishing to flatter him, told him of the rumors which had reached his ears in regard to the proceedings of the commission. Occupied as he was with the director of the chancellery, Alexey Alexandrovitch absolutely forgot that the day was Tuesday, the day set by him for Anna Arkadyevna's return, and he was surprised and disagreeably impressed when a domestic came to announce that she had come. Anna reached Petersburg early in the morning. A carriage had been sent for her in response to her telegram, and so Alexey Alexandrovitch might have known of her coming. But when she came, he did not go to receive her. She was told that he had not yet gone out, but was busy with the director of the chancellery. She bade the servant announce her arrival, and then went to her boudoir and began to unpack her things, expecting that he would come to her. But an hour passed, and he did not appear. She went to the dining room, under the pretext of giving some orders, and spoke unusually loud, thinking that he would join her there. But still he did not come, though she heard him come to the door of his library, accompanying the director of the chancellery. She knew that it was his habit about this time to go to his office, and she wanted to see him before that, so that their plan of action might be decided. She passed through the hall, and, finally making up her mind, went to him. She stepped into the library. Dressed in his uniform, apparently ready to take his departure, he was sitting at a little table, leaning his elbows on it, and wrapped in melancholy thought. She saw him before he noticed her, and she knew that he was thinking of her. When he caught sight of her, he started to get up, hesitated, and then, for the first time since Anna had known him, he blushed. Then, quickly rising, he advanced toward her, not looking at her eyes, but at her forehead and hair. He came to her, took her by the hand, and invited her to sit down. "I am very glad that you have come," he stammered, sitting down near her, and evidently desiring to talk with her. Several times he began to speak, but hesitated. Although she was prepared for this interview, and had made up her mind to defend herself, and accuse him, she did not know what to say to him, and she felt sorry for him, and so the silence lasted some little time. "Is Serosa well?" at length he asked, and, without waiting for an answer, he added, "I shall not dine at home today. I have to leave immediately." "I intended to start for Moscow," said Anna. "No, you did very, very well to come home," he replied, and again was silent. Seeing that it was beyond his strength to begin the conversation, she herself began. "Alexey Alexandrovitch," she said, looking at him, and not dropping her eyes under his gaze, which was still concentrated on her high dress, "I am a guilty woman. I am a wicked woman. But I am what I have been, what I told you I was, and have come to tell you that I cannot change." "I did not ask you about this," he replied instantly, with sudden resolution, and with an expression of hate, looking straight into her eyes. "I presuppose that." Under the influence of anger, he apparently regained control of all his faculties. "But as I told you then, and wrote you," he spoke in a sharp, shrill voice, "I now repeat that I am not obliged to know this. I ignore it. Not all women are so good as you are, to hasten to give their husbands such very pleasant news." He laid a special stress on the word priyatnoye, pleasant. "I will ignore it for the present, as long as the world does not know, as long as my name is not dishonored. I, therefore, only warn you that our relations must remain as they always have been, and that only in case of your compromising yourself shall I be forced to take measures to protect my honor." "But our relations cannot remain as they have been," said she, with timid accents, looking at him in terror. As she once more saw his undemonstrative gestures, heard his mocking voice with its sharp, childish tones, all the pity that she had begun to feel for him was driven away by the aversion that he inspired, and she had only a feeling of fear, which arose from the fact that she did not see any light in regard to their relations. "I cannot be your wife when she began. He laughed with a cold and wicked laugh. "It must needs be that the manner of life which you have chosen is reflected in your ideas. I have too much esteem or contempt, or rather I esteem your past and despise your present, too much for me to accept the interpretation which you put on my words." Anna sighed and bowed her head. "Besides, I do not understand how you, having so much independence," he continued, growing excited, "and telling your husband up and down of your infidelity, and not finding anything blameworthy in it, as it seems, how can you find anything blameworthy either in the fulfillment of a wife's duties to her husband?" "Alexey Alexandrovitch, what do you require of me?" "I require that I may never meet this man here, and that you comport yourself so that neither the world nor our servants can accuse you, that you do not see him. It seems to me that this is little, and in doing this you will enjoy the rights of an honorable wife, though you do not fulfill the obligations. This is all that I have to say to you. Now it is time for me to go. I shall not dine at home." He got up and went to the door. Anna also arose. He silently bowed and allowed her to pass. Chapter 24. Part 3, Chapter 24 of Anna Karenina by Leo Tolstoy. Translated by Nathan Haskell Dole. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. read by MaryAnn Spiegel. The night spent by Levin on the hayrick was not without its lesson. His way of farming became repugnant to him, and entirely lost its interest. Notwithstanding the excellent crops, never, or at least it seemed to him that never, had there been such failure and such unfriendly relations between him and the muzhiks as this year. And now the reasons for this failure and this animosity were perfectly clear to him. The pleasure which he found in work itself, the resulting acquaintance with the muzhiks, the envy which seized him when he saw them and their lives, the desire to lead such a life himself, which on that night had not been visionary, but real, now that he had thought over all the details necessary to carry out his desire, all this taken together had so changed his views in regard to the management of his estate that he could not take the same interest in it as before, and he could not help seeing how these very unpleasant relations with the laborers met him at every new undertaking. The herd of improved cows like Pava, all the fertilized lands plowed with European plows, 9 equal fields set round with young trees, the 90 desyatins covered with dressing well plowed in, the deep drills and other improvements, all was excellent as far as it concerned only himself, or himself and the people who were in sympathy with him. But now he clearly saw, and his work, his treatise on rural economy, in which the principal element was found to be the laborer, helped him to this conclusion, that his present way of carrying on his estate was only a cruel and wicked struggle between him and the laborers, in which on one side, on his side, was a constant effort to change everything to what he thought a better model, while on the other side was the natural order of things. In this struggle he saw that on his side there were effort and lofty purpose, and on the other no effort or purpose, and that the result was that the estate went from bad to worse. Beautiful tools were destroyed, beautiful cattle and lands ruined. The principal objection was the energy absolutely wasted in this matter, and he could not help thinking now, when his thought was laid bare, that the aim of his energies was itself unworthy. In reality, where lay this quarrel? He insisted on having every penny of his own, and he could not help insisting on it, because he was obliged to use his energies to the utmost, otherwise he would not have wherewithal to pay his laborers, and they insisted on working lazily and comfortably, in other words, as they had always done. It was for his interest that every laborer should do his very best, above all should strive not to break the winnowing machines, the horse rakes, the threshing machines, so that he might accomplish what he was doing. But the laborer wanted to do his work as easily as possible, with long breathing spaces, with plenty of time for resting, and, what was more, without being bothered to think. This year Levin had this experience at every step. He sent men to mow the clover fields, selecting the poorer portions to be done first, where the intermixture of grass and wormwood made the crop unfit for seed, and they mowed his best fields, those reserved for seed, justifying themselves by saying that they had done what the overseer ordered, and trying to console him with the assurance that it would make splendid fodder. But he knew that they did this because these fields were the easiest ones to mow. He sent out the haymaking machine, but the muzhiks broke it on the first few rows because the driver, sitting on the box seat, disliked having the arms of the machine waving over his head, and they tried to console him with it by saying, "Oh, it's all right, the women will do the work easy enough." The new plows were condemned as good for nothing, because the muzhik did not think to raise the blade on turning a corner, but wrenched it round through the soil, thus tearing up the land and straining the horses, and here again they urged Levin to have patience with them. The horses strayed into the wheat, for the reason that no one would act regularly as night watchman, the muzhiks, in spite of strict orders to the contrary, insisting on taking the duty in turns, and Vanka, who had been at work all day, fell asleep during his watch. When accused, he acknowledged his fault and only said, "Do what you please with me." 3 of the best calves were poisoned. They were allowed to get into the clover aftermath without giving them water. The result was that they were blown out and died. But the muzhiks would not believe that it was the clover that did the harm. They tried to console Levin by informing him that one of his neighbors had lost 112 head within 3 days in the same way. All these mishaps took place, Not because any one wished ill either to Levin or to his estate. On the contrary, he knew that the muzhiks loved him and called him a simple-minded gentleman, prosтой barin, which was the highest praise. But these mishaps happened simply because the muzhiks liked to work merrily and carelessly, and his interests were not only strange and incomprehensible to them, but even fatally clashed with what they thought their own true interests. For a long time Levin had felt that there was something unsatisfactory in his methods. He saw that his canoe was leaking, but he could not find the leaks, and he did not search for them, perhaps on purpose to deceive himself. Nothing would be left to him if he should allow his illusions to perish. But now he could no longer deceive himself. Not only had his system of management become uninteresting, but it had begun actually to disgust him, and he felt he could no longer continue it. Besides all this, Kitty Shtcherbatsky was within 10 versts of him, and he wanted to see her, and could not. Darya Alexandrovna Oblonskaya, when he called on her, invited him to come with the express purpose of renewing his offer to her sister, who, as she pretended to think, now cared for him. Levin himself, after he caught the glimpse of Kitty Shtcherbatsky, felt that he had not ceased to love her, but he could not go to the Oblonskys, because he knew that she was there. The fact that he had offered himself and she had refused him put an insurmountable barrier between them. "I cannot ask her to be my wife simply because she cannot be the wife of the man she wanted," he said to himself. The thought of this made him cold and hostile toward her. "I have not the strength to go and talk with her without a sense of reproach, to look at her without angry feelings, and she would feel even more incensed against me, and justly so. And besides, how can I go there now, after what Darya Alexandrovna told me? How can I help showing that I know what she told me? That I go with magnanimity, to pardon her, to be reconciled to her. I, in her presence, play the role of a pardoning and honor-conferring lover to her. Why did Darya Alexandrovna tell me that? If I had met her accidentally, then perhaps everything might have been arranged of itself. But now it is impossible. Impossible." Darya Alexandrovna sent him a note asking the loan of a side-saddle for Kitty. "They tell me you have a saddle," she wrote. "I hope that you will bring it yourself." This was too much for him. How could a sensible woman of any delicacy so lower her sister? He wrote 10 notes and tore them all up, and then sent the saddle without any reply. To write that he would come was impossible, because he could not come. To write that he could not come because he was busy or was going away somewhere was still worse. So he sent the saddle without any reply, and, with the consciousness that he was doing something disgraceful, on the next day, leaving the now disagreeable charge of the estate to the overseer, he set off to a distant district where there were magnificent snipe marshes, to see his friend Shyavsky, who had lately invited him to fulfill an old project of making him a visit. The snipe marshes in the district of Surov had long been an attraction to Levin, but on account of his farm work he had kept postponing his visit there. Now he was glad to escape from the neighborhood of the Shtcherbatskys, and especially from his estate, and to go on a hunting expedition, for which all his tribulations was a sovereign remedy. End of chapter 24. Part 3, Chapter 25 of Anna Karenina by Leo Tolstoy, translated by Nathan Haskell Doyle. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by MaryAnn Spiegel. In the district of Surov there were neither railways nor post roads, and Levin took his own horses and went in a tarantass or traveling carriage. When he was halfway, he stopped to get a meal at the house of a rich muzhik. The host, who was a bald, robust old man, with a great red beard, growing gray on the cheeks, opened the gate, crowding up against the post to let the troika enter. Pointing the coachman to a place under the shed in his large, neat, and orderly new courtyard with charred sokas or wooden plows, the old man invited Levin to enter the room. A neatly clad young girl, with galoshes on her bare feet, stooping down, was washing up the floor in the new entry. When she saw Levin's dog, she was startled and screamed, but immediately laughed at her own terror when she found the dog would not bite. With her bare arm she pointed Levin to the living room, then, stooping down again, she hid her handsome face and continued her scrubbing. "Will you have the samovar?" she asked. "Yes, please." The living room was large, with a Dutch stove and a partition. Under the sacred images stood a table ornamented with colored designs, a bench, and 2 chairs. Near the doorway was a cupboard with dishes. The window shutters were closed. There were a few flies, and it was so neat that Levin took care that Laska, who had been flying over the road and was covered with splashes of mud, should not soil the floor, and bade her lie down in a corner near the door. After glancing into the living room, Levin went to the back of the house. A good-looking girl in galoshes, swinging her empty pails on the yoke, ran to get him water from the well. "Lively there!" gaily shouted the old man to her, and then he turned to Levin. "So, sir, are you going to see Nikolai Ivanovitch Sviazhsky? He often stops with us," he began to say in his garrulous style, as he leaned on the balustrade of the steps. But just as he was in the midst of telling about his acquaintance with Sviazhsky, again the gate creaked on its hinges, and the workmen came in from the fields with their harrows and wooden plows. The horses attached to them were fat and in good condition. The laborers evidently belonged to the family. 2 were young fellows and wore colored cotton shirts and caps. The other 2 were hired men and wore shabby shirts. One was an old man, the other middle-aged. The old peasant, starting down from the porch, went to the horses and began to unharness them. "Where have you been plowing?" "In the potato fields. We've finished with one. You, Fyodot, don't bring the gelding, but leave him at the trough. We'll harness another." "Say, Batyushka, shall I tell 'em to take out the ploughshares or bring 'em?" asked a big-framed, healthy-looking lad, evidently the old peasant's son. "Put 'em in the drags," replied the old man, coiling up the reins and throwing them to the ground. "Put things in order, then we'll have dinner." The handsome girl in galoshes came back to the house with her brimming pails swinging from her shoulders. The other women appeared from different quarters, some young and comely, others old and ugly, with children and without children. The samovar began to sing on the stove. The workmen and the men of the household, having taken out their horses, came in to dinner. Levin, sending for his provisions from the tarantass, begged the old peasant to take tea with him. "Well, I have already drunk my tea," said the old peasant, evidently flattered by the invitation. "However, for company's sake." At tea Levin learned the whole history of the old man's domestic economy. 10 years before he had rented of a lady 120 desyatins, and the year before had bought them, and he had rented 300 more of a neighboring landowner. A small portion of this land, and that the poorest, he sublet, but 40 desyatins he himself worked with the help of his sons and 2 hired men. The old peasant complained that all was going bad, but Levin saw that he complained only for form's sake, and that his affairs were flourishing. If they had been bad he would not have bought land for 500 rubles, or married off his 3 sons and his nephew, or built twice after his izba was burned, and each time better. Notwithstanding the old peasant's complaints, it was evident that he felt pride in his prosperity, pride in his sons, in his nephew, his daughters, his horses, his cows, and especially in the fact that he owned all this domain. From his conversation with the old man, Levin learned that he believed in modern improvements. He planted many potatoes, and his potatoes, which Levin saw in the storehouse, he had already dug and brought in, while on Levin's estate they had only begun to dig them. He used the plug on the potato fields, as he called the plough which he got from the proprietor. He sowed wheat. The little detail that the old peasant sowed rye and fed his horses with it, especially struck Levin. How many times Levin, seeing this beautiful fodder going to waste on his own estate, had wished to harvest it, but he found it impossible to accomplish it. The muzhik used it and could not find sufficient praise for it. "How do the women do it?" "Oh, they pile it up on one side, and then the cart comes for it." "But with us proprietors everything goes wrong with the hired men," said Levin, filling his teacup and offering it to him. "Thank you," replied the old man, taking the cup, but refusing the sugar, pointing to the lumps which lay in front of him. "How can you get along with hired men?" said he. "It is ruinous. Here's Sviazhsky, for example. We know what splendid land, but but they don't get decent crops, all from lack of care." "Yes, but how do you do with your workmen?" "It's all among ourselves. We watch everything. Lazybones, off they go. We work with our own hands." "Batyushka, Finnegan wants you to give him the tar water," said the woman in goloshes, looking in through the door. "So it is, sir," said the old man rising, and, having crossed himself many times before the icons or sacred pictures, he once more thanked Levin and left the room. When Levin went into the dark izba to give orders to his coachman, he found all the men folks sitting down to dinner. The peasant women were on their feet helping. The healthy-looking young son, with his mouth full of kasha gruel, got off some joke, and all broke into loud guffaws. And more hilariously than the others laughed the woman in goloshes, who was pouring shchi, or cabbage soup, into a cup. It might well be that jolly face of the woman in goloshes cooperated powerfully with the whole impression of orderliness which this peasant home produced on Levin, but the impression was so strong that Levin could never get rid of it, and all the way from the old man's to Sviatsky's, again and again he thought of what he had seen at the farmhouse as something deserving special attention. End of chapter 25. Part 3, Chapter 26, of Anna Karenina by Leo Tolstoy, translated by Nathan Haskell Dole. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by MaryAnn Spiegel. Sviatsky was prédivoditelь, or marshal of the nobility in his district. He was 5 years older than Levin and had been married some time. His sister-in-law was an intimate of his family, and to Levin she was a very attractive young lady, and Levin knew that Sviatsky and his wife would be very glad for him to marry her. He knew this infallibly, as marriageable young men usually know such things, and he knew also that though he dreamed of marriage, and was sure that this fascinating young lady would make a charming wife, he would sooner have been able to fly to heaven than to marry her, even if he had not been in love with Kitty Shtcherbatsky. And this knowledge poisoned his pleasure in his prospective visit. On receiving Sviatsky's letter, with his invitation to go hunting, Levin had immediately thought about this, but in spite of it, decided that such views in regard to him on the part of Sviatsky were entirely gratuitous, and he decided to accept the invitation. Moreover, he had in the depths of his soul a strong curiosity to see this girl once more and experiment on the effect that she would produce on him. Sviatsky's domestic life was in the highest degree pleasant, and Sviatsky himself was the very best type of the proprietor devoted to the affairs of the province, and this fact always interested Levin. He was one of those men that always excited Levin's amazement, whose opinions, very logical, although never self-formed, take one direction, while their lives, perfectly defined and content in their course, take another, absolutely independent of each other and almost always in opposition. Sviatsky was a thoroughgoing liberal. He despised the nobility, charged the majority of the nobles with secretly, and from motives of cowardice, opposing emancipation, and he regarded Russia as a rotten country like Turkey, and its government so wretched that he did not permit himself seriously to criticize its acts. And yet he had accepted public office and attended faithfully to his duties. He never even went out without donning his official cap, with its red border and cockade. He declared that human existence was endurable only abroad, where he was going to live at the first opportunity, but at the same time he carried on in Russia a very complicated estate in the most perfect style, and was interested in all that was going on in Russia, and was fully up with the times. The Russian muzhik, in his eyes, stood between man and monkey, but, when the elections came, he gave his hand to the peasants by preference, and listened to them with the utmost attention. He believed neither in God nor in the devil, but he showed great concern in the questions concerning ameliorating the condition of the clergy and the diminution of the revenues, and moreover he labored with especial zeal to have his village church kept in repair. In regard to the complete emancipation of woman, and especially her right to work, he sided with the most extreme supporters of this doctrine, but he lived with his wife in such perfect harmony that though they had no children everyone admired them, and he took entire direction of the family affairs, so that his wife did nothing, and could do nothing, except in cooperation with him, in order to pass the time as agreeably as possible. If Levin had not been naturally disposed to see the best side of people, the analysis of Sviazhsky's character would have caused him no trouble or question. He would have said to himself, "Fool," or "good for nothing," and that would have been the end of it. But he could not say "fool," durak, because Sviazhsky was undoubtedly not only very clever, but also very cultivated and an extraordinarily simple-hearted man, entirely free from conceit. There was no subject which he did not know, but he displayed his knowledge only when it was needed. Still less could he say that he was a good-for-nothing, because Sviazhsky was unquestionably an honorable, excellent, sensible man, who was always doing his work cheerfully and alertly, and had apparently never intentionally done anything wrong or could do anything wrong. Levin tried to comprehend and could not understand him, and always looked at him and his life as a living enigma. He and Levin had been friends, and therefore Levin allowed himself to study Sviazhsky, and tried to trace his view of life to the very source. But this was always an idle task. Every time Levin made the effort to penetrate a little further into the hidden chambers of Sviazhsky's mind, he discovered that the man was somewhat confused. A sort of terror showed itself in his eyes, as if he feared that Levin was going to entrap him, and he would give him a good-natured and jolly rebuff. Now, after his disenchantment on the subject of farm management, Levin was especially glad to be at Sviazhsky's. To say nothing of the fact that he was always pleasantly impressed by the sight of these doves so contented with themselves and all they possessed, and their comfortable nest, he had a great longing, now that he was so dissatisfied with his own life, to discover the secret of his having such clear, decided, and cheerful views of life. Moreover, Levin knew that he should meet at Sviazhsky's the proprietors of the neighborhood, and he was especially desirous to talk with them, to hear about their experiences in farm management, about their crops, their way of hiring service, and the like, which, as Levin knew well, it was the fashion to regard as very trifling topics of conversation, but which seemed to him more important than anything else. Perhaps these things were not important during the days of serfdom, or in England. In both those cases conditions are definitely fixed. But with us at the present time, when everything has been overturned and the new order is only just begun, the question how to regulate these conditions is the only important one in Russia. Such was Levin's conviction. The hunting which Sviazhsky gave him was poorer than Levin had expected. The marshes were dry and the woodcock scarce. Levin walked all day and bagged only 3 birds. But in compensation he brought back with him as always from hunting a ravenous appetite, capital spirits, and the intellectual excitement which violent physical exercise always gave him. Even when he was out hunting, while, as it would seem, his thoughts were not busy about anything, he kept remembering the old man and his family, and the impression remained with him that there was some peculiar tie between himself and that family. In the evening, at the tea-table in the company of 2 proprietors who had come on some business with the marshal, the interesting conversation that he had looked forward to soon began. At the tea-table Levin sat next to the hostess and had to keep up a conversation with her and her sister who sat opposite him. His hostess was a moon-faced lady of medium stature and light complexion, all radiant with smiles and dimples. Levin endeavored, through her, to unravel the enigma which her husband's character offered him, but he could not get full control of his thoughts, because opposite him sat the pretty sister-in-law, in a gown worn, as it seemed to him, for his especial benefit, with a square corsage cut rather low in front, giving a glimpse of a very white bosom. This décolleté gown, in spite of the fact that the bosom was very white, or perhaps from the reason that it was very white, stopped the free flow of his thought. He could not help imagining, though of course erroneously, that this display was made for his benefit, and yet he felt that he had no right to look at it, and he tried not to look at it, but he was conscious of being to blame for her wearing such a gown. It seemed to Levin that he was deceiving some one, that he ought to make some kind of an explanation, but that it was an utter impossibility to do it, and so he kept blushing and felt ill at ease, and his constraint communicated itself to the pretty young lady. But the hostess seemed not to notice it, and kept up a very lively conversation. "You say that my husband does not take an interest in Russian affairs?" she asked. "On the contrary, he was happy when he was abroad, but not so happy as he is here. Here he feels that he is in his sphere. He has so much to do, and he has the faculty of interesting himself in everything. Oh, you've not been to see our school, have you?" "Yes, I have. That little house covered with ivy." "Yes, it is Nastia's work," said she, glancing at her sister. "Do you yourself teach?" asked Levin, trying to look at Nastia's face, but feeling that, in spite of himself, he would see the low corsage. "Yes, I teach, and intend to keep on teaching. But we have an excellent schoolmistress, and we have gymnastics." "No, thank you. I will not take any more tea," said Levin. He felt he was committing a solecism, but he could not keep up the conversation, and he rose in confusion. "I am very much interested in what they are saying," he added, and went to the other end of the table, where the host was talking with the two landed proprietors. Sviazhsky was sitting with his side toward the table, twirling his cup around with one hand, and with the other stroking his long beard and lifting it up to his nose and dropping it again as if he were smelling it. His bright black eyes were fixed with a keen amusement on one of the proprietors, a man with a white mustache, who was complaining bitterly about the peasantry. Levin saw that Sviazhsky had an answer ready for the worthy gentleman's comical complaints, and could reduce his arguments to powder if his official position did not compel him to respect the proprietors. The proprietor with the white mustache was evidently a narrow-minded country gentleman, an inveterate opponent of the emancipation, and an old-style farmer. Levin could see the signs of it in his old-fashioned, shiny coat, in his keen, angry eyes, in his well-balanced Russian speech, in his authoritative, slow, and studied manner, and his imperious gestures with his large, handsome, sunburnt hands, on one of which for sole ornament was an old-fashioned wedding ring. Chapter 27